Yeah, for speedrunning.
Everything you could probably say, but even then, when it comes to speedrunning, unless it's a specific niche, people are not going to watch you speedrun. If you break a record, maybe they'll watch the VOD, but they're not going to actively watch you speedrun unless it's a game that they really truly love and you're really competitive. And
Yes.
that is not the area that has.
Oh my god, how the fuck does the other guy reset before he does?
Cool.
Described as truly next gen, all right, but it will be a PlayStation 5 exclusive.
Full year. Wah, 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 wah. Jow wobble, eyes rolling in the back of the head, jow wobble.
People are seriously already very
Get your
upset
finger out of
about
your
this,
ear.
because they're like, this is bullshit. I don't have a PS5.
I wonder how many White Claws Andre would have been able to drink. You got like meme stories of him drinking just a massive amount because he was fucking huge. So of course he was able to drink a lot, right? That's why Guitar Punk Master makes me sad, because he could probably beat this game, but he can't drink. He takes like one sip of fucking pineapple juice and he's like, oh shit, a white girl wasted. It's ridiculous.
Leave my blow up Barbie alone. Come on, Barbie. Let's go, Barbie. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Come on. I need 8 minutes to pass. I can't do anything until this passes.
There you go. Oh. Oh, what the fuck?
Goddamn.
Dude, that is...
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Welcome back, Rack Pack fanatics. You, Rackscally Racks, you Weaselly Racks. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday. I hope this Saturday afternoon is going as well as it is for you as it is for me. I hope it's found you well as it's found me. Welcome back to the Raccoon game. We're back, going back in time again with Sly Cooper. We're putting the brakes on Mario Kart to go back to my the old Extra Life Dono playthroughs. So if you had forgotten, I did complete Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. It's true, but yeah, a little something bonus, a little something extra if you do 100%. So I want to do that just to say that I have done it. I know what it is, and if you played the game or you know anything about the current state of the series, you know what it is too. So it's kind of like, you know, I know, everyone knows, but I need it on my file, my cloud streaming game file, because this is on the PS Quintuple. I needed to say that I have achieved this feat, and according to the statistics within the game, I'm very close to that goal. But the Switch 2 came out, so I put it on the back burner. That's why we're coming back to it now during this very chill Saturday. But I hope everyone's doing well. So game complete, 99%. I have every bottle, safe, and treasure in the game now. These items are not a concern. I am hunting for the elusive Sly Mass. And I'm told I have to platinum the game too. I hope that's not true, but apparently it is. So I may be having to go for the platinum run as well. So that's the focus. Yes, no Mario Kart. I think we're all carded out, as they say. We've got massive Mario Kart burnout, guys. We have Mario burnout. But big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen underscore ones existing in the now. And big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen underscore ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Alpha Elite TV, Sins of Koroi, with the first person here, Pancake Mix and Knock and Plam, and anybody else coming in. Now, of course, since I will not be doing anything relevant to the story or whatnot, since the game is complete, we do have a bunch of videos lined up so that we can get we can fill the backup playlist. So let me see what I have at my disposal here. And then in the interim, while we're watching that, I'll be hopping around from hub world to hub world looking for these fucking masks. Fucking Bentley clacking. Stop clacking. I'm missing 2 masks here. There's one mask that's like tied to the arcade machine for each hub. So I gotta take a look at that for every hub that isn't the first one, because I did the first one last stream. It's Arlo, isn't it? We do have Arlo. Wait, no, we actually don't have Arlo. We don't have Arlo. We in fact have the whistleblower that was responding to Arlo put out yet another response, but doesn't mention Arlo. It's just like a general video about the state of Pikmin 3 following a very recent update. Hey, Snow. This isn't normal people hours. People do not stream at 3 in the afternoon. You know, because the normal people have work, so they would be working right now. Do you like that self-felt right there? Look, it's a Saturday. Let's start with this one. So just as I don't have an Arlo video, I also don't have a Synthetic Man video, but I have the next best thing. So Synthetic Man's good friend, Devin, we're just gonna call him Devin. That's his name. His name is just Devin. He's a co-host on his Chudcast podcast. He's like the sidekick. But he has no funny name like Synthetic Man does. He's just called Devin. And he's doing a channel of his own. He's trying to start his own thing. And I was in Synthetic Man's recent stream, and his Mind's Eye video is out, but it's members only because he didn't think it met the quality of his regular videos. So the implication to me was if you pay money to be a member, you get the shittier videos as like the extra paywalled content, which I thought was pretty silly. But that's neither here nor there. He shilled, in addition to the Mind's Eye members only video, he shilled his friend Devin's video on multiplayer gaming. I think we'll take a look at that while I try to figure out what I gotta look for in this game.
When was the last great multiplayer game released? And actually scratch that.
Mario Kart
Great
World.
is asking for too much. When's the last multiplayer game released that people are still playing and want to play? Fortnite, probably? In 2017, 8 years ago? They don't make good multiplayer games anymore, and I don't think they ever will. I just don't think there's room for it. It doesn't matter if you spend $100 million, just look at Concord, a complete failure with infinite money and infinite time. Overwatch 2, a complete failure with infinite money, infinite time, and a massive player base to work off of. Multiplayer games now are designed to take up infinite time. So if you found
I've been told
even
Mubble
one
Wubbles
that
is
you like,
starting to
you
lose
will
its
never
audience
need
as well.
to play a new multiplayer game ever again. And this doesn't mean that they're good. In fact, I actually think they're bad. They're intentionally made bad to take up infinite time so that they never have to compete with another game again. Just think back to the last game you played. How much
the whole video
time
essay vibe
did you
going on. There's nothing
actually
wrong with that.
spend playing the game? Back in the day, all you had to do was turn on the game, and within 30 seconds you were playing. Now it's you wait for matchmaking, which could be 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 30 seconds in games that literally don't give a fuck. Then you're waiting for players to load in, waiting for yourself to load in. Then you have to
even have to wait
for
in
the match to
Splatoon.
start, which in MOBAs is 5 to 10 minutes. In a battle royale, it could be 30 minutes before you even see a single player. Probably the best of the best are games like Overwatch or TF2, which
And
still
people
have
wonder
a
why
1
they
to
make
2
you
minute
fight
setup
bots in
time.
Fortnite.
All of that to just gamble on having a good game. And if you fail that gamble and your teammates are shit, or you're just having a bad game, then you get to start it all over
I have a good
again.
game, man.
Straight back to the matchmaking screen. And all of this downtime is completely intentional. You cannot play a game all day.
Hey, Discord merchant.
Some psychos can, but the
Welcome
normie
to
definitely
Saturday
cannot
pre-anime
play
night
a
chill.
game all day. But you can play for maybe 30 minutes to an hour at a time.
This is Synthetic Man's sidekick. The video title is "Multiplayer Gaming is Dead. Thanks for ruining it." And he's trying to get a start on his channel. This is his co-host on the Chudcast stream. Synthetic Man was shilling this in his recent stream, so I decided I'd take a look at it with an unbiased perspective.
Time with a ton of downtime in
Synthetic Man and Debin are big fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, or like the online client component of it. They talk about it all the time.
between. Time spent looking at your phone, looking at the other monitor for fatties to eat their candy bars, a snack in between every game. See, people think games have to compete with all media. That might be true for single-player games, but it's not true for multiplayer games. They're designed to be consumed alongside other media. All of this downtime is actually a benefit. So rather than competing with YouTube, you get to watch YouTube in between matches or even during for some people. It may sound great if your dopamine receptors are fried, but I play games because I actually like them. I want to play the game. And all of this pointless waiting is in service to the skill-based matchmaking system. How a skill-based matchmaking system works is you are given a number value called your MMR. And this number is supposed to determine how skilled you are at the game. Either this value starts at 0, or you are given placement matches that lets you jump the queue. Then, every time you win a match, this number goes up. And every time you lose a match, this number goes down. Sometimes individual performance is taken into account, usually not for more complex games, because it's hard to determine how well you actually did. If you're thinking of a MOBA, the support is never going to have a lot of kills or a lot of damage, but they might be the reason the game is won. They might have been carrying the entire time by helping their teammates get kills or do damage. So, for the most part, your
Usually
skill
doesn't start
is
at 0.
direct.
Yeah, even in something like Mario Kart, you don't. It's not like you start at. Because it's just something I noticed since the new one came out. You're not starting at like 0 points. They start you at 3,000. And that's probably a weak comparison. I don't know if that's literally how Mario Kart, does MMR, but it's just something I noticed.
Determined by whether you win or lose and nothing else. This is obviously bullshit. These are team-based games. Your team can determine whether you win or lose, and no matter how good you are, there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you are literally a fucking god, even professional players will lose because their teammates are just so dog shit. Assuming MMR works perfectly, and you actually can get a player's skill down to a single number, which we all know is bullshit, but assuming it's possible, it still does not function in balancing games, because you have to average people's MMRs together. Unless the game has 10 billion players, which we know isn't possible, you can never match someone up with someone of their exact MMR. The problem is averaging doesn't work. Put one skilled player with a bunch of future scholars and hope that's a fair game between a bunch of people who are okay at the game. If you imagine a soccer match with Messi on one side, full of a bunch of mentally children who are trying to eat his shoes, he's not going to beat the high school team of soccer players. It's just not going to happen. The problem is made significantly worse by the fact that there are much more players who are of average skill level. That means the shitters and the best players are the ones who have the most trouble finding players of similar skill levels, which means that they're the ones put together. So you're more likely to have a match with a couple good people and a bunch of shitters than you are to have a good person with some average players, because the system simply can't average them out. So simply by a rule of large numbers, skill-based matchmaking, if you're good enough, you are going to get shittier games. And if you are bad enough, you are going to get shittier games. This forces people to try hard. Everyone knows this. They know it intuitively, that if I lose a match, I'm going to get shittier teammates next time, or I'm going to have a worse game next time. So people stop having fun. They stop trying to have fun. They stop doing silly things, get 360 no-scope, try to make a stupid kill compilation. They stop doing it. They try hard as they can, because they know if they fuck up, if they don't do their best, they are going to have worse games and their hobby will be ruined. And I know some glue-eating Zoomer is going to say,
Well, you know what they say, if it's not fun, why bother?
Good, but that doesn't help. In fact, it could make it worse. The better you are, the more likely you are to get a shit match. You have to be in the average. It's the noobs and the gods who get screwed. So getting good only helps if you're already at the bottom. If you're already good, getting good only makes it worse. Remember, these games are meant to be played all of the time. So if you spend 6 hours a day doing something, 2 hours a day, even 1 hour, if that's all of your free time is 1 hour a day of playing a game, and now all of your free time is ruined because you fucked up one game or a couple games in a row, you're going to lose their shit, which leads into multiplayer games are far more toxic than they've ever been. It's not close. People talk about you wouldn't survive a Call of Duty lobby back in the
just
day.
look at League of
Those
Legends.
are fine. People just said a
Ask
couple
Ann
naughty
about
words.
League of Legends.
Things are much worse now that you can't call someone what they are, because now pissing off your
I got
teammates,
experience even with
or in
Splatoon.
some games the
Splatoon
enemy
can be
team is
fucking
a
dog shit.
literal win condition. The moderation of these games makes the moderation team a weapon you can use against the people you don't like. If your teammate is trolling you and you know they are ruining your game, which will lead to them ruining your hobby, possibly forever. Your MMR might be fucked forever, or for months, or weeks, who knows? They're going to feel like they have the complete right to fuck with you back. And the best way to do that is to intentionally piss you off.
Yeah, people sit on their MMR when they get like high MMR, and then they create Smurf accounts or they sock accounts, whatever the term is. I think it's Smurf. They start smurfing so they can start dabbing on noobs again, and it allows them to be able to play the game without risking their high MMR. Hey, Chrono. You can always get friends, and play with them. Yeah, just make some private lobbies, dude. And thank you, PG, for the 90 stream streak.
off to the point that you say a slur or you say something bad, or if we're talking about League of Legends, you might say GG easy and then you get permanently banned from the game. This is far more toxic than getting pissed and then calling your teammate a poo-poo head. Instead, people grief the game. In MOBAs, we're talking about stealing other people's buffs or their farm or whatever. In first-person shooters, you can just stand in front of people's sight lines or feed intentionally, and all it takes is for one slip-up, one time you'll get mad, and it's completely deserved. They are actively harming you. They're not just making it so that you're having less fun with this game. They're ruining your future games also, because your MMR will be lower when you lose this game, and all it takes is a series of bad luck for you to be put in the shitters queue where you can no longer find good games. This is completely ignoring, by the way, losing rank and all the self-worth that comes with that, or the rewards or whatever. Imagine if you're playing soccer and you start losing and your teammate just pops the ball. That's the equivalent. It's not just that you lose this one game, it's that you are inhibited from playing further. League of Legends is by far the most moderated online game. It's not even close. And it's the most toxic online game of all time. The moderation and the toxicity go hand in hand. People could just say naughty words. They would just call you the N-word and move on. But because they feel like you are actively harming them, and they can do nothing about it, they can't say anything, they will try to actively harm you. Okay, but why?
Yeah, maybe just don't play multiplayer games. But like, what if you want to enjoy a game and you gotta like suffer because you're so good at the game, you can't enjoy the multiplayer game anymore because you're so good at it, because they always queue up with shitters. I guess the solution would be, I guess Pancake Mix has a good solution, like decaying MMR. If you like waste too much time not playing, your MMR just gradually decreases. That way you wouldn't be able to sit on your MMR, and if you just get frustrated at the game and who you're queuing up with, you can just not play the game for a while. Your MMR decays, and when you queue up next time, you won't be put up against the sweats. All this kind of happens when you have to play the same game as kids and mentally deficient turbo autos. Now that's the problem too. The turbo autos are the ones with the high MMR, so you're just stuck playing with them if you're too good at the game. That's why people like throw games or do Smurf accounts in the first place.
Why do people care about winning at all? Does it really matter?
AJ Frosty.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. In any other game, no, it doesn't matter at all. But in multiplayer games, it is required to try hard just to have fun. Unfortunately, it is not fun to get completely dominated, to be able to do nothing. You still have to be able to play the game to have fun. At a certain point, if people are better than you enough, they can make it so you can't play the game at all. And if you are bad enough, you get fucked hard enough by the MMR, it cannot make balanced games for you anymore. And you will be forced to play against people who can ruin the game for you. And that could be teammates who are so bad that you're fighting 1v10 and you literally can't do anything. Or the enemy team has one sweat on it who's just so good that he completely destroys you. All because you couldn't make it into that middle section of average players. And the problem is it only takes one loss to get fucked and to get sent down into the shit queue. Anyone who's played a multiplayer game knows that a loser queue exists, where you keep losing games over and over and over. Maybe you start with one good game. It's match-maked perfectly, or maybe even on your side, where your team is
I feel like they've hit me with the losers queue
so
in
you decide
before.
to screw around and have fun. You know, have fun in a video game that's supposed to be fun. And so you lose. Now, the next time, the game thinks you're bad now, so it puts you with shittier players, which you should be able to dominate. But then, maybe on the enemy team, where it should be all shitters, you have one person who's smurfing. Or maybe he's not smurfing, maybe it's just a player who still has to make it to where he's supposed to be. Because these MMRs, it's just a number that goes up. The system doesn't know that this guy who's won 5 games in a row is about to win 100 games in a row. It doesn't know that yet. So you then lose this game in a row. And at this point, the spiral begins where your MMR is low enough that it can't make fair matches at all anymore. And you just have to hope you get lucky, where you get on the team that's clearly unbalanced in your favor, just to make it back to the point where you're allowed to have fun again. I literally only played 2 games of ranked today in Smite. And after only 2 games, I get put in a game where I am a diamond player with a gold player on my team. Gold is 2 ranks below Diamond.
I
and
never
he's
played
at
Modern
the
Warfare 2,
very
Nurgle.
bottom of Gold. In this context, Gold is basically like you are completely dog shit at the game. You cannot do anything. And he's been put up against other Diamond players. He got completely destroyed and complained the entire match.
Literally, he already used ult, and he has it again. This guy's ult cooldown is fucking insane. Can I just give up now? That seems not going anywhere.
He didn't have fun. There's no way he could have fun. I was 11-3, destroying them. I could not carry him. We still lost. He was 0-7. There's nothing you can do. Unfortunately, if you're that bad, the game just can't match you up with other good players. Or maybe I'm too high. I don't think that's true. I don't think Diamond's very high. I think it's far more likely that he's
That's
just
quite
too
humble of
bad.
you to
But
say
it's
that you're
funny
not that high.
The system works in the other way too, where if you're too good at the game, you also can't find good matches anymore because there aren't enough good players. And this is completely ignoring the fact that people also attach their self-worth to their rank or their MMR because they have to know that they're better than their friends or better than other people. This game with this gold player, before I had to tell him that he was in an unbalanced match, the entire time he complained that there's nothing I can do, that my team's just not helping me enough, that I'm totally good enough, guys. I'm totally good enough to be in this game. It's my teammates' fault that I'm doing bad. And then as soon as I tell him, no, dude, it's not your fault. You're just put into a higher level game and you're not good enough.
Why'd he upload this? Well, he's trying to start his channel off. This is his first video. And then Synthetic Man was shilling it in his recent stream. That's something to check out.
Yet. And now, there's so much relief, immediately relief from this dude. He's like, oh, okay, now the game's fucking me. My team didn't fuck me. I'm still good. I'm still good, guys. I'm just not where I'm supposed to be yet. It's bullshit. You're shit at the game. Who fucking cares? It doesn't fucking matter. It's supposed to be fun. How good you are does not matter. No one's making money off this shit. It's 0.0001% of players get anything compared to all the fucking shitters try-harding for no fucking reason. You get nothing. You're a fucking loser. But you have to. You have to try hard because people want good games. They really do. They want a balanced match. Supposedly, at least.
Have a good time.
Because there used to be a system that only made good games. There used to be a system where you could have a balanced match all of the time. It was called auto balance in the greatest game ever made, Team Fortress 2. How auto balance in Team Fortress 2 worked is that if one side was winning too hard, it would put the best player on the enemy team and put him on the losing team, or the second best, or whatever. And you just keep doing that over time, and eventually the two teams are balanced and it will stop auto balancing people. And it takes 10 minutes, 20 minutes. There'll even be a couple lost games.
You got too good at the game,
Nurgle. It didn't
Nurgle.
matter because there was no MMR, so no one gave a fuck that you lost a game or two. No one cared that it took 10 minutes to get a good game. It takes 10 minutes just to wait for the fucking matchmaking system now. 10 minutes isn't that long when you're still playing the game. You're still having fun. In fact, people would do it on purpose. You could switch teams at any time. So people, if they were winning too hard, would intentionally go to the losing team just to prove that they're so good that they can carry both teams. But that can't exist now, because then you couldn't have a number, and you also couldn't have what actually matters, because skill-based matchmaking is bullshit. It doesn't exist. Everyone uses engagement-based matchmaking, because skill isn't a metric that's easy to measure. Engagement is. How long someone plays a game is the easiest thing in the world to fucking measure. So why would you not matchmake for that instead? So what's engagement-based matchmaking? How is that different from skill? It still uses MMR, it still calculates your skill. Instead, what it matchmakes for is to make sure every player has a 50% win rate.
Going on a losing streak, I think, is something we see correlated more often. Like, basically, like, you just get tilted off the face of the planet because you lose and you keep losing and you can't win and you're like, F this game, I'm never coming back, right? Like, that's the thing that happens the most often, I would say. And that is something that certain games...
Maybe you should just play TF2. Isn't TF2 also broken right now for different reasons?
Some other games, which shall remain nameless, do not actually matchmake you so that each match is as close to an even match as they can make. Instead, they matchmake so that you will skew towards a 50% win rate as much as possible. So, like, if you are losing a lot, they will give you an easy game.
But that's the general idea, because players will play more if they have a 50% win rate. I remember years ago, Overwatch used to do like TED Talk mini like update things. And they said players do not differentiate between a stomp and a close game. all they care about is if they won or lost. And I think this is normie shit, but
this is true even in Splatoon. When Putz wins by like a time over, he doesn't care. He only wants a knockout, which is considered like, you know, you actually fulfilling the objective and getting the full win, if you don't know Splatoon terminology. If he wins, but doesn't defeat the opponents fully, he does not care.
I believe it. It's 100% true from normies. I've heard it a million times.
It has to be a full stop.
Some guy in Smite will be like, oh, why are you doing this? Why are you playing this guy? And I'm like, it's a casual match. I don't care. I'm having fun. And he's like, it's fun to win. It's fun to win. If all that's fun is winning, go beat up a fucking kindergartner. It's pretty fucking easy. You'll win every time. And what makes engagement-based matchmaking so effective and so sinister is you just have to think, why does skill-based matchmaking even exist? Like, what? And I don't mean how it makes money or anything. I mean, what is the goal of the system? The goal of the system is to get you to a point where you have a 50% win rate. Because if you're playing against players of an equal skill level to you, it should be a 50-50 if you win or not. Why try and get skill-based matchmaking perfect when instead you can just artificially make the win rate 50-50 and it operates exactly like a perfectly functioning skill-based matchmaking system, especially when players can't even differentiate between a stop or not. So instead, what it does is it purposely takes a bunch of good players who have just lost a game and takes a bunch of bad players who just won a game and puts them against each other. Call of Duty literally released a report on their matchmaking system and it had an 80% success rate at being able to determine who wins and loses a match. That is obviously not skill-based matchmaking, because as I said before, a good skill-based matchmaking should have a 50% chance of each side winning. If you
agreed, I don't give a fuck about close game, I want to win. You're like that too, Knock? No, I mean, yes.
You can determine who's gonna win, it means you know it's unbalanced. All right, on an intuitive level, most people aren't stupid. So they know the system is fucked. They know they are getting fucked in some way. So how do they get back? Now, some people just get toxic and they'll fuck with their teammates and they'll just get mad. And other people cheat. They'll cheat. And we all know it's happening all of the time. I know some measurements, who knows, maybe they're bullshit. It was some AI company said that in an FPS game, 1/3 of all people are cheating. That seems too high to me, but maybe it's true. TF2 is probably true when almost every player was a cheating bot.
It's true in every game that I play.
Literally all levels of play. We have people competing in $1 million tournaments, cheating, known to be cheating, getting caught cheating. And anyone who's played at the low ranks know they've either had a cheater on their team or the enemy team. I was playing in Silver 2 Counter-Strike. This is the second lowest rank in the game, and my teammate was cheating. I had to ask him, what do you...
Do I want close games? A victory is a victory to me. I don't... Well, I understand the mentality, but I just don't apply it to myself. A win is a win. Like comfy multiplayer games like some Nintendo's or new Dunes, where there's not really much stress to it. The enemies generally have easy discernible silhouettes. Yeah, it's also why I get Phil's mentality towards Mario Kart, but also I think it's a good thing that it doesn't have a ranking system. Oh, what am I working towards? What am I trying to achieve? Well, it's not that kind of game. We don't really have games like that anymore where you have like, well, I mean, you do especially if you like look towards indie shit, but like games where you can just sit down and then not have to worry about progression or a rank or feeling like you're doing good. It has the score system with your points, but that doesn't really... You can't really lord over anyone like that. I guess you can, but like nobody gives a fuck. It's different from like, say, trying to get legendary in Street Fighter 6, you know? Or prestige in Call of Duty, is that what they call it still?
We're all shit at the game.
It's nice to have a game that isn't so concerned with that.
Sure. No, you don't want to feel bad because you're bad. And games force you. Now they force you to know that you're bad. Believe it or not, back in the day, games were more protective of your ego. Even with completely unfiltered chats and people calling you dog shit, they were more protective of your ego because you didn't have to care. If you won or lost, it literally meant nothing. There was no MMR, there was no rank, there were no fucking rewards for doing well. You literally just played to have fun. So if someone called you
It's
bad,
almost like
you
he
said,
plays
I'm just having
games
fun, and
to
it was
have
true.
fun.
You meant it.
Guess what?
Now if you
Wrong.
say that, everyone knows you're lying, because no one plays for fun anymore. Because if you play for fun, you'd be at the bottom rank, getting shit game after shit game, and everyone knows you're not having fun if you're getting shit game after shit game. Some cheaters are just messing around. They know they're trolling, but I don't think that's most of them. I think most cheaters don't think they're doing anything wrong at all. They think they are achieving the rank they deserve anyway. They know the system is flawed. They know they are getting fucked and that this is their only way to attack back. They cheat to get the rank they think they deserve, which they don't, because the reality is, if
they're
you're
cheaters.
good enough, you can carry your entire team by yourself. But people cannot accept that because they want to think the world is fair. They want fair games, and so if they're not getting fair games, they know they're getting screwed over. So they cheat. And let's talk about ranked. Let's just call ranked what it is, which is just free content. It's empty content. They don't have to make new stuff, and it gives you something to do. That's all it is. For players, it's a big deal, because it's telling everyone how good you are at the game. But the reality is, even for players, it's just something to do. Because if it wasn't for a ranked mode, most of these games would have nothing to do. The one exception is like Fortnite, that has enough money to just constantly put bullshit in the game all the time. So you don't need like this fake...
I get his argument. The presence of a rank, again, it's just like what we were just talking about. The presence of a rank forces you to feel like you have to play because it's something to work towards, even though it's not really anything. It's just like a little icon. It's a little icon saying that you did it, you're fucking platinum rank, but it's not really content. That's why he says it's non-tent. It's not content. It's there for the illusion of content. It forces you to play the game to feel like you're working towards something that's tangible, and there I say meaningful. But it's not really content. Well, I guess it depends on the game. I don't know if I would say the presence of a ranking system allows the developers to get away with not adding actual content like maps or weapons or something. Again, I suppose that's dependent on the game in question. But no, I see his argument for that.
Content stream. All of this effort, all of this anger, all of this bullshit just to get to the top rank. And I've been to the top rank of multiple games.
And that's another thing that feeds into it. The esports stuff or just streaming in general, when you have people cheering you on, you know, that's validation. That's it validates your own fart huffing. You feel like you're a god at the game because people treat you like a god at the game. And then you have your in-game prestige validating your position in the game.
All that happens is you get to the top rank and you're like, what do I do?
Yeah,
I don't know
and then what's
anymore.
next?
Maybe you can compete to be like #1 or something, but no one gives a fuck about that because there are no more rewards at that point for most things. So you just stop playing until the rank resets.
Or
Great.
the next game comes out.
So much fun. And rewards. That's what this is.
Like Splatoon 2. I grinded the shit out of Splatoon 2. Very few people may remember the year 1 Splatoon 2 streams, grinding for X rank prior to the release of Splatoon 3. But those streams were those streams got very sweaty at certain points. And then once I finally hit X rank, that was kind of it. I had the satisfaction, I guess, but that was it. Maybe the little icon in game saying that I had hit X rank, but what did I really achieve? Like, you know? And now and then I just never ended up playing ranked afterwards, because if I played ranked afterwards, it would have to be an X rank, where I'm going with the Uber sweats. And then at that point, it's kind of like I just played myself, where like I got the highest rank in the game, but now I played myself because I can no longer enjoy it, because anytime I queue up in rank from then on, it's gonna be in that. It's not like after hitting X rank, I can choose to not queue up in X rank. I hit X rank, so now I'm locked into X rank unless I drop out of X rank. Thank you, Nurgle. But from then on, I'm like locked into having to do regular battles. Like I can't do ranked again, or I'm like just asking to queue up with people who play the game not to have fun, but to admire their little X rank power, their imaginary points on the screen that don't mean anything.
It's all about rewards. And we can finally talk about monetization, because all of this is in service to monetization. To be honest, for the most part, I don't really care about how these games are monetized. Because I'm not a communist, I'm not a silly Billy. I don't care if they extract every dollar from mental people with no self-control. I don't fucking care. I'm not doing it. so who cares? But they make the games bad on purpose to service the monetization system. Because the games are gambling. They want gambling addicts. All this shit I told you about MMR and bad games and cheaters, it makes the game more random. You take a game that's entirely skill-based, like Counter-Strike or whatever, blah, 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 Smite, and you make it random because your teammates are random, and they might be complete dog shit, or they might be really good. I mean, there are people who are literally toxic. They're like toxic to the ranked
Yes,
things,
I'm
where they're
toxic
poison.
now.
They make their team lose almost every time, and yet are still super high rank because they just get lucky. They get good teammates every time, and they shoot up the ranks, getting carried every single game. I've seen it before. We've all seen it before. Someone who you're like, how the fuck are they this rank? And it's because they got carried all the way to the top, and it's just
I'm
luck.
not carried
and some
down
people
in
love
lane.
it, or even if they hate it, they're addicted to it.
Carried
and those
X
who
rank.
can't stand it, they don't care
I'm
about
not gonna
you
lie, I was
because they
carried
want
X rank
gamblers,
towards,
'cause wanna know what sells the most out of fucking anything?
My X rank climb in Splatoon 3 was absolutely carried X rank. Well, a couple of them. Because you do have to... That was the thing that 3 changed. So Splatoon 2, you hit X rank, you're X rank forever. Splatoon 3, you hit X rank, you're only X rank for that season, and then you drop out after the season's end. That's why I had a lot of X rank grind streams for 3, but once I had finished in Splatoon 2, you know, I didn't do ranked in Splatoon 2 ever again. But in Splatoon 3, they changed it, so, you know, if you hit X rank and then you don't want to play ranked anymore because you're locked into X rank, all you have to do is just wait for the season to end if you don't want to, you know, force it by losing a lot of battles.
Anything or loot boxes.
Also,
it's gambling. So if every
in 3, X rank is just straight up its own queue, which is also pretty cool.
person who hates gambling left the game, they don't give a fuck. You don't matter. The only exception being Fortnite. Maybe. They don't. They have more of a rotating shop. But that game has its own bullshit. Not that I care. Because Battle Royales are dog shit. I'm not going to play them. I'm not wasting an hour doing nothing just to fight one guy, maybe, or lose that fight, and great. I got to waste my whole hour just to die instantly. Yeah, that was fun. I don't even know what my point is anymore. I think my point is that nothing's fun anymore. Things aren't supposed to be fun. Single-player games are all this story shit where you're supposed to feel bad for existing. Just look at The Last of Us 2. They kill everyone's favorite character.
How'd I know he was going to bring that game up?
Bad. And everyone's second favorite character is now like deformed and has no one to love. Yeah, that's great. Most games are like 90%
Everyone's favorite character is just straight up dead.
Let me escape to multiplayer games. They can't have cutscenes. It has to be all gameplay, right? Wrong. There's no fucking gameplay in multiplayer games anymore. Half of it's fucking waiting, and the other half is gambling on a good fucking team. There is no playing the game anymore. That part doesn't matter. So instead, you spend half of it waiting for a game, 45% buying random shit, and then 5% playing the game. I hate it, man. I just want to have fun. Is that absurd? People think that it's absurd? Fuck it. As my final message, next time you play a multiplayer game, troll your teammates. Just do it on purpose.
Yell at them in comms.
You deserve to suffer.
Can't do that in Splatoon.
Games. I think everything bad that has happened to people who play multiplayer games, me included, every bad teammate I've ever gotten, I deserve. Because buying into these systems is the problem. Everything was perfect back when people just hosted their own server. You joined it, you played for a little bit.
It's time to go back to retro games.
Maybe you made
Retro
new friends.
Kings,
That
we
used
won.
To happen. Oh fuck, that's what I should have talked about. Dude, you remember when you could make friends in a game? How it used to work is you had a server and you would just play on the server with all of the same people until you were bored, and then you stopped playing. Now how it works...
isn't it, someone can correct me, isn't it in Overwatch now, they just straight up listen to your voice comms, and like, they have copies of that, and now you get in trouble, you could get in trouble like long after the fact if they just decide to listen to your voice comms and then find out that you said something naughty.
Is you do a match and it's over. You never
remember making a lot of friends on Battlefield. Yeah, I made friends through Mario Kart 7 on a 3DS. I feel like that doesn't happen anymore.
see those people ever again. You never talk to them, nothing. There's no reason to make friends in video games anymore. God damn, games used to be social. You used to be able to fuck around with people. I made some of my best friends playing Team Fortress 2 because you'd play on the same server every day for hours, so you have to make friends. That's just how humans work. If you interact with people for a certain amount of time, you just make friends. And games are intentionally designed so you can't make friends anymore. If you want to talk about enhancing toxicity, it's a lot easier to fuck with people and be mean to people if you know you're never going to see them again. Before, if you had a real community, you didn't want to piss off the community because then you wouldn't be allowed on that server anymore. Or even if you're allowed, people would be mean to you. They wouldn't be nice to you. Now it's, who cares? It's extremely common
I feel like now it's
Literally,
very
you just
insular.
wait to the very end of
People
the game,
just hang out with
so
their
you don't
existing friend
accidentally,
groups.
like, make
Which
your
I'm not
teammates
saying, like,
play bad
I'm
on
not saying that's a
purpose.
bad
So you
thing,
wait
but
to the very end
it's
of the
not how
game,
it
and
used
then
to
you just
be,
hit them
I
with a
don't
million
think.
slurs, or you call them dog shit, or whatever, and then you'll never see them ever again. It's like sucker punching someone in the back of the head in a city. They'll never know. There'll never be any repercussions. Games are intentionally designed now to not have communities. And it's sad. So is multiplayer gaming dead? No, obviously not. It's probably bigger than it's ever been, but it's not fun.
But spiritually,
and it
it's
probably will
dead.
never be fun again. The closest thing to fun now is you can play a battle royale. Most of those don't have a ranked mode, but the problem is those are shit. I don't like them. I miss the old games where you got to play them like all of the time.
Where my
Not
video games
hours
gone.
of doing nothing while you search for fucking item. I think the thesis of basically every video on how gaming is dying is just games aren't made for us anymore. The people who like fun games and who actually care about the medium, we will never have games made for us ever again. Sad. Oh yeah, don't forget
Games
to
are
like,
for
comment, and
everyone
subscribe.
now.
Bye.
And there you go. That was Synthetic Man's friend, Devin. Again, he's trying to start a channel, trying to get his channel going there. I thought that was pretty good. You know, maybe a little bit impassioned in certain parts where it's just like obviously him ranting about, you know, his own experience with the game. So as a general perspective, I don't think there's much there that was wrong. It's sentiments that I've seen. It's not sentiments that are exclusive to him, you know? This is not a unique take. It's not a hot take, but that doesn't mean it's a bad take. You kind of see that all the time. You have people in my chat right now, like Nurgle, talk about their experiences with multiplayer games. And yeah, this kind of shit needs to be called out. Now, I've not had many experience in multiplayer games where you have to actively sweat, but I would say that's true even for my time with Splatoon. Especially 2. And then definitely agree with the ending parts about how, like, games aren't really made for us anymore. But what is us exactly? Gamers. The kind of guys who would get shoved into lockers. Their heads dunked into toilets. Faces shoved into the urinals. Now games are for everybody. And they suck. They're lame. And sometimes they're even gay. I made a friend in Left 4 Dead 2. They were on the enemy team. My team was annoying me as I was carrying them and they weren't paying attention. Then they kicked me and I rejoined and was on the enemy team with the person I was talking shit on. And then we curb stomped my previous team. And then you made one of your best friends for life. Let's ask Wings how he feel about matchmaking. Why you fucking record that shit, man? Why you stream that shit? I thought that was pretty good. It could, like, compare it to a Synthetic Man video, actually talks about the issue that the video was supposed to be about, instead of going on tangents about politics or, like, white people. Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 has been fixed!
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games.
Finally, the drama has ended.
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games.
Okay, so I'm sure you are aware that Pikmin 3 Deluxe on Switch 2 was for me and lots of other people experiencing some major issues.
What's going on?
The game had constant screen flickering, there was inconsistent crashes that were frequent and could cause progress loss. Bingo Bell was basically unplayable as it would crash if you tried to fulfill the basic win condition, along with a lot of other bizarre glitches. The game was still sold on the Switch 2 eShop where it was marked as compatible, and this was probably the most egregious thing about this whole situation.
Arlo made it about himself.
However, there has been a patch that I think as of scripting was released yesterday, and people have been saying that this fixes all of the issues. Now at first
literally
I was pretty
every
skeptical of this
issue,
because if you read through the patch notes
that
it
can't be
says
true.
fixed an issue that occurs when playing on Nintendo Switch 2 where the entire screen will briefly turn off and on again in several scenes of the game, such as the beginning or end of the day. Several adjustments have been made to improve gameplay on Switch 2. I was pretty skeptical about this because it's a vague update note that only addresses one issue directly, when there have been several, and last time they attempted to alleviate the screen flickering, it didn't do much. It kind of seemed like the same thing that happened last time where they only addressed
like a
one
quick
issue and just left
patch.
out every other one. However, I've installed the update and after playing it for a while, I can confirm that basically every issue has been resolved. Starting off, we have the screen flickering. Previously, this would happen very commonly and was pretty disruptive, yet when I played the new update, I didn't see a single screen flicker at all. So
Pretty
yes,
good.
it seems that issue has been resolved. The tile screen was often prone to many issues, such as flickering, it was pretty laggy, there was texture distortion, and if you went into the side stories menu and went back to the tile screen, the water would often turn a weird opaque blue, or sometimes the images straight up crash. After some extensive tinkering with the tile screen on the new update, I wasn't able to recreate any of the issues that were once common on the old version. Bingo Bell had frequent visual distortions and would often crash, but I played a few Bingo Bell matches and yet again, none of the issues I was previously experiencing happened. The game never crashed when I won a match, there was no screen flickering, the formidable red glow which used to harass me basically every match I played never showed up, and the win cutscene didn't have any black squares on it. Co-op story mode used to be a mess on the Switch 2, it also had those black
I forgot the
squares
Switch
that would show
version
up on
added
every
co-op
cutscene,
for the story
both when it
mode.
was initiated and ended, along with them showing up when you used the gold flag.
I wish that had
Along with
online.
that, the entire co-op story mode was riddled with this non-stop lag. It felt like the game was running at half the frame rate for the entire time I was playing it. Non-stop isn't really an exaggeration. I think the only time it stopped was when I was playing in the tropical wilds. Any other time the game would be lagging. Yet again, on the new update, there was no lag or any cutscene distortions. The game ran smoothly the entire time. I also couldn't find any instances of shimmering, which used to be quite common during regular gameplay on any mode. Charlie's section on day 1 crashed a lot on Switch 2 if you were doing co-op, which was reported commonly, and when I tried it on the old version, it would crash frequently. But yet again, I was fully unable to recreate a crash or any glitch on this section on the new update. Two-player co-op would crash pretty frequently, but along with it now running smoothly, I haven't seen any random crashes here or at any other point of the game. It's good to see that the random crashes are gone. If I exclude recreatable crashes, such as the one in Bingo Bell, I got a total of 12 random crashes on the Switch 2, which is not a slim amount. However, on
Arlo
this
said
new
he had
update, I
one
didn't run
crash
into
in
any
an
random
hour's
crashes
playtime,
or
so
been
it's
able
not
to replace
unplayable.
any of the consistent crashes, so this seems to be fully patched up. Now the game doesn't seem to be completely fixed, as I did run into an occasional graphical hiccup, but these were really minute. For instance, a Joust Might Shadow briefly freaked out, and there was this audio bug here that happened on the old version as well. So there does seem to be a few little blemishes, but these all seem to be really minute hiccups. I don't think the game needs to be shut down because a flighty Joust Might Shadow was rendered incorrectly for a few frames, and those were the only 2 hiccups I observed, and they seem to be rare, and will probably be ironed out in a future update. After doing research online, it seems the game is back in working form for everyone, and nobody has reported any issues with the new update. So it's not just me who's been able to run Pikmin 3 smoothly. So in general, I am surprised and satisfied with this update, and can safely say
quick
Pikmin
too,
3
like
is in a state
not
to
even
be
a day or
sold
two
and
after we
runs
did
fine on
the
Switch
drama
2.
segment.
So now that the game is fixed, was this whole situation really an instant where Nintendo was merely an innocent bystander and angry Pikmin chuddies got upset at basically nothing?
No.
Not really. I think how Nintendo handled this entire thing was sloppy, and they're basically fully to blame for any criticism lobbied towards them. And I do feel that Pikmin fans vocalizing their issues led to this being fixed so quickly. Now, first of all, I will praise Nintendo on the fact that they did actually patch up all of this pretty quickly, way quicker than what I was expecting. If this game was left to sit and rot for a good while, this probably would have been a bigger issue, but because Nintendo fixed it up quickly, it'll be more of a footnote in Pikmin history. But aside from that, they handled this situation extremely poorly. Selling a broken game on the Switch 2 eShop, marking it as compatible, and basically downplaying and not mentioning most of the issues is scummy, indefensible behavior. and fully deserves to be criticized. If Nintendo marked all of the issues correctly and didn't put the game up for sale, this wouldn't have been much of an issue, and wouldn't have drummed up much controversy. But they did not do that, and unfortunately left a pretty big stain on Pikmin Tree's reputation that probably won't be easily wiped off. If they were able to fix it this fast, it makes not addressing the issues and keeping the game up for sale even more weird, because it's not like Nintendo would have gone bankrupt if they didn't sell Pikmin Tree Deluxe for 14 days.
Well,
It's just pretty
Nintendo
scummy
doesn't
behavior
usually
to keep it up on
communicate
sale.
issues like
For some
that
reason,
on
there's this
social
common
media
narrative
so
going around that
openly.
Nintendo put Pikmin
It's
Tree
just
on
not
the
how they
Switch 2
operate.
eShop, but the screen flickered once, and then all of the Switch 2 haters went flocking to the stores to purchase a Switch 2 and a copy of Pikmin Tree Deluxe, purely so they could exaggerate everything just to spread a giant wave of negativity. It's a dishonest view of the situation, and is pairing criticism with Pikmin Tree on Switch 2 with just general Nintendo haste. And it seems this narrative often gets criticism confused for negativity and toxicity. People making rage bait Nintendo haste aren't the people who will be playing Pikmin Tree on the Switch 2. The people pointing out criticisms are just Pikmin fans vocalizing their valid issues. Nintendo made a lot of mistakes here. Selling the broken game on the Switch 2 eShop is inexcusable. I've only seen one person try and defend that, and they just said, how many people will this really affect? Which I don't
He's referencing Arlo here. It's an Arlo reference.
know why we are trying to power scale issues. If it's an issue and should be fixed. How many people will this really affect is just a vague statement that—
Oh, sorry. For 1 second. 1 second, I click a tab in the browser, video gives up. Hey, Jezzy. What's the countdown till anime night? Like six hours and some change?
really affect, which I don't know why we are trying to power scale issues. If it's an issue and should be fixed. How many people will this really affect is just a vague statement that can be applied to anything. I'd like to point back to 2020 when Nintendo was releasing Pikmin Tree Deluxe on the Switch 1 and they took down Pikmin Tree from the Wii U eShop, which was pretty—
That was pretty scummy. They did it with Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze as well.
Scummy. This obviously wasn't going to affect that many people, but that didn't make it any less scummy. So Pikmin fans and others called Nintendo out on this, and nobody was labeling this as grifters concocting outrage or nonsense that won't really affect anyone. No, it was
YouTube culture was
criticized,
different
and
back
Nintendo
then.
eventually put Pikmin Tree back onto the Wii U eShop. And this is likely the same scenario to what's happened here. They probably felt inclined to quickly fix Pikmin Tree Deluxe on Switch 2 due to Pikmin fans vocalizing their issues. I don't think it's productive to engage in this shut up and stop noticing things mindset when criticizing Nintendo's more questionable business practices has led to positive results. Anyways, in conclusion, Pikmin Tree Deluxe is better again on the Switch 2 and is at a state to be sold now. So Pikmin fans win again. It's good that we were able to get Nintendo to fix up Pikmin Tree Deluxe on the Switch 2, but I am still of the stance that it shouldn't have been available for purchase when it was broken, and Nintendo should have been way more transparent about these issues. An update being released doesn't excuse them from that. But anyways, we can put this all past us now and be able to play Pikmin Tree in peace. I won't have to yap or waffle about Pikmin Tree on the Switch 2 anymore. Hooray! If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe for high quality Pikmin videos weekly, or else Nintendo will remove the updates and make the game broken again.
So Alpha League kind of shares my takeaway from this, is that he actually thinks that he caused Nintendo to fix the issues when they were obviously already working on them. Before the console released, they already had put up the compatibility PDF saying that, not that kind of PDF, they put up the compatibility PDF saying that they were already aware that Pikmin 3 Deluxe had issues, and they were working on said issues with an update to be released in the near future. Now, when this shit started popping off real bad, they released a hotfix that allegedly fixed some of the issues, but according to people like this guy, fixed very little of the issues. In fact, it's almost like it did nothing. Now, probably push that update out just to like maybe okay, the update was already in progress, but then it started popping off. So they probably pushed the update out just like to, you know, just to show that they were working on it. And it was probably, since it was in progress, it was probably only what they had done up to that point. And then it's like, okay, well, they already promised the update, the actual update will be coming in the near future. So it's like, I don't want to take Arlo's side, but that is what Arlo said. It's like, okay, well, they already committed to officially, they've already put out an official statement. Now you have to go out of your way to look for it. But they already put out the official statement saying that, yes, we're working on it. So like, what more What more would you request of them other than like a social media post? Which, unlike other publishers and developers, Nintendo is not really prone to doing that. They don't fucking put up sticky messages. No, not sticky messages. They don't put up pinned messages about their first-party games having buggy issues and like, it's okay, you guys, we're working on it. Even with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I don't think they did that. They were transparent, and he doesn't know. No, he did know. He knew about the PDF because he brought up the PDF in the Arlo response video. He was aware, but his point was just because the PDF exists and just because they committed to fixing it in a future update, that doesn't erase the criticism that he has. Like, he should still be allowed to criticize it regardless of the developer, regardless of Nintendo committing to fix it in a future update. Like, it just doesn't, that's irrelevant to the conversation, was his point. It was Arlo, the Muppet that I watch sometimes. Sure, anyone can bitch, I guess. Yeah, he's basically saying you cannot take away his ability to bitch. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of the drama. Kind of a milquetoast, anticlimactic ending to that saga. So it goes. At least no one got hurt. At least no one got hurt when it came to discussing Pikmin Online. Pikmin 3 Online, which is most people's least liked Pikmin. Bunch of blah about one that's not even the most beloved, most cherished of the series. Except Arlo's, well, yeah, except for Arlo's feelings, of course. No Crocs, question marks? Just kidding. He's definitely in.
We're here, folks. T-minus 1 month until we're tearing this game open. Transformations, co-op, retro stages, Donkey Kong Racing. There's a lot to discuss. I think the game looks incredible, but I couldn't help but notice something missing in the mix of everything. Where's our boy? Many of you folks in the comments, like official Tom Cruise 123, must be taking a victory lap right about now, but I'm here to tell you that the race isn't over yet. Call me Copey Kong, Cope K. Rule, or Cope Lumsy, but I'm not any less convinced that Kremlings are in fact in this game. Let me tell you why. Let's just start with the opening of the direct. We hear a song with the first lyric being When the world felt so cool.
Yep,
I find it
I noticed that
they
too.
would open with that lyric. You might say that this could be a translation thing.
Here's why I don't think he's coping too hard about this. This is by the Odyssey team. It's by the Mario Odyssey developers. In Mario Odyssey, Jump Up Superstar has lyrics like, you can jump up super high and fly up to the sky, and you can go to the moon. And then in the game, you end up going to the moon. Therefore, if this song in this game by the same developers mentions cruel, as in the word cruel, as in you're being cruel, obviously it's implicating K. Rool's appearance in the game. No, this isn't an Arlo video, Ann. No, wait, he can't hear me. It's irrelevant if they fix it later. They're selling the product broken. People have the same complaint about other companies, so why wouldn't they allow it for Nintendo? Because Nintendo fans, well, I mean, just look at how Arlo responded. People, it's an ick of toxicity. This toxicity ick. And then people respond by saying that Arlo is being, he's promoting toxic positivity? And he had no response for that. He was just like, well, if you feel like I'm promoting toxic positivity, I guess this is where we part ways. He'd be awesome one. And hello, Coggers.
So I checked the Japanese presentation and found the same English song.
When the world felt so cool. No Japanese version?
For those of you who think I'm reading too
Dub
much
haters
into
are
this,
dying.
May I present Mario Odyssey?
My argument! He's gonna use my argument!
That game debuted with Jump Up Superstar being put out there in trailers with lyrics that literally spoiled the ending of the game. Now, I don't think this was meant to be some kind of tease, but the song was written with the game in mind, with lots of specific references to gameplay theme and setting. The Donkey Kong song is no exception, referencing tunnels and boulders among its singing of things being cruel. They showed the cutscene that I spent an unnecessary amount of time breaking down in the Boulder Theory video. The 2 laugh tracks I talked about there are still here intact, leaving me to continue wondering who else is laughing in that moment. After this Crocless Direct, a lot of people are settling into the thought that Voidco may in fact be the start and finish much of the villains in this game. If that's where you're at, I totally understand, and I think that's what the game wants you to think at the moment. Here's the thing, though.
Nah, I think he's still showing up.
Suspect. Let's start with Grumpy Kong. I love that name, by the way.
He's grumpy.
He seems to create the enemies in Donkey Kong's path. I suppose that makes sense. Small question, though. Why is he so into crocodiles? Is he subscribed to the Kong Compendium? Is he a Croc-Watch enjoyer? It could be coincidental, but seeing Voidco creating crocoids with Kremling-looking skeletons makes the situation even more fishy than I originally thought. We still don't know much about Poppy Kong, but Void Kong continues to be the other candidate for Big Bad in this game. The major plot is a race to the planet's core. It's said that there's a wish that can be granted there, so DK has to get there before the weird-looking monkey does. There's a lot to be said about the leader of Voidco. First off, Void means completely empty or invalid. Now this might not seem like a big thing, but enshrined in natural law there's a naming convention to Donkey Kong characters. We got Donkey, Lanky, Manky, Funky, Chunky, Wrinkly, Cranky, Dixie. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Candy, Kitty, Diddy, Tiny,
Poppy,
Swanky.
and Grumpy.
Every Kong has this sort of naming convention in the main games. Don't bring up Ringo or Uncle Kong, they don't count. There was one exception to this rule, however, and that is the bosses from Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. So maybe
Yeah, I brought up Jungle Beat in my reaction thing too.
Don't.
Because Jungle Beat was made by the Galaxy people, who then went on to make Odyssey, who are now making Bonanza. It's true.
Because they go with Grumpy and Poppy for the other Voidco primates in this game. But this guy, he's just named Void. It's suspicious. That's all I'm saying. His name very well might be a clue to his ultimate role. He wants
Hi, GPM.
to go to the planet's core, which would line up with the series' previous conception of the Krem Core. The whole game builds to this moment of a clash in the center of the Earth, and while the Voidco Kongs are cool, I think we just see too much of them throughout the game for them to be the final boss. They just give brutal vibes. This guy especially. Skips and some of the DK crew speculated on his look. Something's a little off here. Look at him. Look at these teeth. He's got this faux fur coat and nails that look like some kind of acrylic or builder gel. I had to ask my wife about this. Oh, and speaking of his coat, look at this. It's red on the inside. Look at this stitching pattern. Like, are the graphics wigging out or is this meant to cover something up?
I found you, faker.
One of the big hooks of this game is Donkey Kong transforming, something that Sun Wukong did a lot of in the famous writings. You know who else transforms? The six-eared macaque. It's entirely possible that this monkey is actually K. Rool in disguise. We also have to look back on the Journey to the West theory, which is looking stronger with each bit of footage that we see. That would explain why he has some eerie similarities to the Kremlin.
I would say, oh, okay. Well, I'll let him finish. I thought it was going to be little monkey here would be working for K. Rool, who gets revealed later on. But now we're going with like the monkey is somehow K. Rool.
King, such as a gold chest, sharp teeth, and strained eyes like he's been playing Mario Kart World until 3 in the morning.
No, just like me.
I probably don't need to tell you that a lot of Nintendo antagonists smash the mechanic in form of the heroes in the final battle. This happens often in Mario games, with Bowser turning into a...
The final boss in the Nintendo game uses the game's main gimmick against you? Yes, I love when games do that. Almost as much as villain joins the party for video game tropes.
Hat for 3D World and using his hat as a weapon in Mario Odyssey. I imagine we might see Voidco do the same. Sure, they could pull this off without K. Rool, but it would be strange to have all these crocodile enemies in the game with no K. Rool. When Donkey Kong Country Returns pivoted away from the classic enemies, they didn't include a different type of crocodile because that would be kind of strange, wouldn't it? Instead, they said ahead of time in interviews that there would be no King K. Rool or crocodiles in general.
Fucking
to set the right
crocodiles.
Now, I'm not saying that K. Rool is 100% in, but I'm still convinced that the Kremlings will be back. Let me introduce you to a channel that you should be subscribed to. Kiwi Talks is a collection of over 100 game developer interviews that give us insight into franchises like The Elder Scrolls, Metroid Prime, and most important for our discussion, Donkey Kong. I've learned a ton of interesting tidbits about the franchise from these interviews, and I'm going to link a playlist for it at the end of the video for you to check out. Racc does a great job digging into the nitty-gritty of how your favorite games are made, paying attention to the sacrifice and ingenuity that goes into them. I can't recommend it enough. I bring Racc and his channel up because Skips shared this tweet with me, and I immediately pointed to my computer screen, recognizing him from his excellent interviews. His tweet was a response to the recent video from Kit and Krista. If you're not familiar with them, they used to do PR at Nintendo, and now they have their own thing. A few days ago, they were speculating on who was making Donkey Kong and what that meant for 3D Mario going forward. Here's what Racc had to say in response. Quote, DK Bonanza is being developed by a new team that was spun off from the Odyssey team. There are a lot of younger devs and
Right. Okay, so that's interesting, because I didn't know that. We knew it had people from Odyssey, but now we got confirmation, allegedly, that it is Odyssey people, but it's an overall new team spun off from the original Odyssey team. Meaning, no, Phil, you're fucking dumb. We don't have to worry about 3D Mario. The remnants of the Odyssey team are working on 3D Mario. Wow, what a shock. Dingus was praising DK Bonanza a few months ago, saying, I'm glad they're moving away from K-Rool. He's a K-Rool hater. Did I say that? I'll trust your judgment on that I said that. Now, I have changed my opinion with the acquisition of new evidence and information. In light of recent developments, I am changing my opinion. My thoughts have shifted. The science has changed. I am not a hypocrite. I'm just altering my opinion based on new evidence. It's time for K-Rool to come back.
The Odyssey team that grew up playing the DKC games and wanted to make one. I've heard the Kremlings are making a return. 3D Mario is still on the way. End quote. For what it's worth, in my very unprofessional opinion, I think we're getting a 3D Mario next year along with the anniversary in the movie, but let's tackle the other part of that statement where Racc expects the Kremlings to return. He went on to say, quote, there's some narrative online that Nintendo doesn't like the Kremlings because they are associated with Rare and Retro weren't allowed to use them in their games, which is BS. Hence why I mentioned the Kremlings. I talked to Racc to clarify the claim. And while he can't guarantee that the Krems are back, he trusts the source he heard this information from. Now you might be thinking, why should we trust Kiwi Talks? Well, apart from the obvious number of connections that he has up and down the industry, simply put, he's not a clout goblin. He has a passion for getting the overly secretive stories of game development out into the open. He's not a leaker, but he is sitting on a lot of information that will occasionally come out to rein in expectations or clarify a misunderstanding. He shared about Retro's canceled project 5 months ago, and a few months after his post, we all got to see the game concept leak, with some people outright playing a build on YouTube. Hey, come to think of it, kind of strange that Retro was making a game where a girl would ride on top of different beasts.
You like that Arlo cameo right there?
Elements, the whole thing really makes you wonder. Anyway, Racc has also reported on the reason we didn't get Metroid Prime 2 and 3 remasters, and while we don't have outright verification that it happened the way he said it did, the math seems to check out. Now, I will say that game development is complicated, so I've seen situations where two honest people receive conflicting reports. Take all this sort of info with its portion of salt, but I'm vibing with this. Even before seeing these tweets, I was still pretty convinced that K-Rool was in the game. There's this sense of excitement with the center of the planet, and they gotta have something cool down there. If it's Void Kong but he transforms or has a giant robot, I mean, that's neat, but imagine the response if our boy is just chilling down there. The only question that remains in my mind is, are they going to show K-Rool and the Kremlings off ahead of the release? Look at Mario Kart World. They had this huge place to explore with a bunch of new characters, and they spoiled every one of them before release. From a marketing standpoint, you don't want to leave anything on the table, especially when you're trying to hype up the launch window. At the same time,
yeah, also think about like Smash Ultimate, you know, revealing everyone in the launch roster before release. We're not really in that era anymore where you hide stuff in the game, which is a shame, but you know, it's not like that era where, you know, back in the day, fight 5,000 battles in Smash Melee and you get to fight Mewtwo and it's something you talk about on the playground with your friends. Why didn't we get Prime 2 and 3 remastered? Because it was supposed to be the original Prime Trilogy remastered, and then Retro was sent to help out with Prime 4 when that got restarted. So Prime 1 was completed, and I guess for Prime 2 and 3, just gonna dump them on NSO or something.
Time. This game is way more dense than we were initially led to believe. It's dense, it goes deep, you might say. With all the features shown off in the recent Direct, I think this game can stand on its own, leaving the Crocs to be a surprise for the players. There is this whole modern thing of having the moment spoiled for you shortly after release, but that didn't stop Nintendo previously.
Watching the Direct.
Again,
why are they spoiling
quite
everything?
The surprising and marketable moment at the end of the game that wasn't used for any marketing. Instead, it was preserved as a secret for players to experience themselves, unless
Dude, that Bowser moment is probably what inspired
this whole Croc thing.
Bonanza.
I think K. Rool and the Kremlings are in this game, but I don't know where they will show up or if we'll know ahead of the game's release. Maybe Boulder Theory is right, and we'll see him standing behind the monkeys when that second laugh track plays. I could see Voidco staying behind to slow DK down while K. Rool works his way to the center. Maybe K. Rool is resurrected at the core of the planet. Maybe he's right under our noses, disguised as a macaque. Or maybe I'm totally wrong and you can make fun of me after the game comes out. That's okay too. We'll just have to wait and see. Regardless of how the Croc stuff turns out, we are going to be feasting on so many rare and arcade-era treats. The classic stages look awesome, and we got some good looks at Diddy, Dixie, and Rambi. With Pauline having such a major focus, I feel like this game will bring the arcade and rare DK fans together. As someone who has more recently dug into the arcade side of the franchise, I'm glad it's being reintroduced to a younger generation. Maybe they could even bring back Donkey Kong Jr.
Bring back Junior.
The craziest part of this game is that even after all this speculation, all this digging into the background of the series, I still have so many unanswered questions. I feel like I'm simultaneously way too informed and completely in the dark. There's so much density to this game and I can't wait to explore the mechanics. More than the game release itself, it's so refreshing to see Donkey Kong get the attention and marketing push it deserves. DK is one of Nintendo's most iconic and cherished characters.
He's the one!
To see him back in center stage.
Oh, he didn't have his usual outro. I guess he was so excited uploading the video and getting it ready, he forgot to put in the outro. Agreed. I cannot wait for the Croc to come back. The Croc is a lock. K. Rool is back. The new monkeys are all. It's a red herring. The new monkeys are red herrings. I think his observation about the names of the Kongs is pretty enlightening too. Grumpy Kong and Poppy Kong. I thought they were silly names upon reveal, but they do fit the naming conventions for the Kongs we know so far. But Void Kong does stand out. His name does not end in a Y, and it doesn't relate to his mood or his personality or the fact that he's a donkey. It could be K. Rool in disguise, you guys. Maybe he somehow fit his big reptilian, scaly croc body into a little macaque skin suit. Okay, Bentley is dabbing on me. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I know, that shit's gonna be spoiled for me when the game comes out for sure. How to become a Mario Party master and lose all your friends. Yeah, give me the deep lore on that. Who is DK Jr. anyway? DK Jr. is Cranky Kong's son, and Cranky Kong is arcade Donkey Kong, and DK Jr. is the father of the Donkey Kong we know now. This lore could change with Bonanza, because Bonanza has little baby Pauline, but it has modern-day Cranky Kong, and modern-day Diddy Kong, and Dixie Kong, and Donkey Kong. But how is that possible if Pauline is a baby? There might be time travel. It could be an origin story and prequel. I think it makes sense if it's an origin story prequel. Because, like, she has, Pauline has wishes of becoming a singer, so maybe at the end of the game she gets her wish granted and she becomes a singer. But, if that's the case, New Donk City already exists, and New Donk City is an odyssey, so, like, how does that tie into it? Where is the timeline? Is it a new timeline? Alternate universe? Someone explain this to me! It'll get explained.
Most people see Mario Party as a fun little way to kill an hour. They'll sit down for 20 turns, hit the dice, play a bunch of minigames, make some jokes about chance time and how it's both the best thing and makes the game totally about luck, and go on sure that either they had a great time or say it was tantamount to torture.
Game of skill! Way to win this game of skill, Brad. Congratulations.
It's a cute little sprint of a title that
it's not a video essay. It's supposed to give hints on how to be good at the game.
Well after playing a bunch, maybe you've watched a Zoomzyke video to optimize minigame play. But usually, most people are going to get in, enjoy their time, and usually admit whoever wins the most minigames is probably going to run away with it.
I'm the best.
But was he the best, though?
Most people.
Was he actually the best?
I love Mario Party. I am a threat to win every single game I play, and I don't even win minigame star.
Hello, everybody.
I know people who
got that radio intro from KO Gaming
that they're investing a full hour or more of their time into, significantly more than your average Mario Kart race. And I take advantage of that fact. I psychologically chew up and spit out my friends and their predictable gambits, giving them good advice,
Yeah, Strava.
turning them against
Why
one
not be
another,
good at the minigames to
acting
begin
like
with?
a pitiful
It's
little
about
baby.
fucking everybody else over.
My time.
It's not about being the best. It's about making sure everybody else loses. That's the fun of Mario Party.
Until I don't have those friends anymore because they keep letting me get away with this. Most play Mario Party as if it's a game of chance. I am willing to take poker psychology into my board play and manipulate the short-minded fools to my will. And if you're asking, well, where does this guy get off how good he is against his ex-friends? I bet my ex-friends could beat up his ex-friends. I won $500 by being a champion of a Mario Party Superstars tournament because I'm really good at hot rope jump. I have won more money in one
500
Mario Party tournament
money
than
matches.
most fighting game players will achieve in their entire lives. I have
Bill
driven
called
away
out.
everyone for the spirit of the game. And I offer you the chance to sit at my table, drink from my cup, bask in my knowledge. Do not just become the life of the party, become the party.
You make me want to call the police.
Can have no friends, but in return, you will become.
Oh, I'm garbage at Mario Strikers, man.
Average at Mario.
The few times I've played it.
To preface this video a bit, my area of expertise is in the 3 Nintendo 64 Mario parties. I have played all of them, and a lot of this advice will be transitive to most versions of the game, but I like 2 and 3 the most because I think Coinstar is a bit more fun to manipulate and manage than Ormstar, and I'm not a fan of the change to Coin in Superstars. This vid is mostly going over general tips, board sense, and using examples from throughout the series, but mostly the 2 I like to better illustrate them. So even if I don't answer what you should roll on your sluggish room on this specific space of EGAD's garage on turn 15 when you have 2 stars,
It's not raining outside after we gargle with vanilla pudding.
you should be able to at least pose a solid threat no matter what game you're playing. And just figure out yourself, dude. You're capable and good looking today. I believe in you.
You don't know what I look like.
Less than I believe in me. Now, there are a ton of mini-games in the Mario Party series, and a lot of videos out there that'll tell you how to be good at all of them. But sometimes you're just going to hit a wall against an opponent who's better at mashing or whatever than you.
Mash, or they got a turbo controller.
What is important is that you focus on a few mini-games that you specifically...
Or they got some weird fucking bullshit mashing strat like Saru does where he rolls a pen over his A button. That shouldn't count.
Are good at and know that you can get 10 coins in. If you're the one who's good at bun...
Chicken taco at Taco Bell. I actually had an opportunity this week, but I did not go for it. I went for the chicken cheesy quesadilla Nurgle, and I thought it was pretty good. I'm seething, though, because they got rid of the Taco Bell chicken nuggets. I had them only once, and I thought, you know what? They're actually better. Better than Wendy's nuggets. These may, in fact, be some of the best nuggets I've ever had from a fast food joint. So I was like, Amber Lynn, blown the fuck out, because she was seething because the nuggets she got were pretty bad. And I didn't know they were limited time items, so now I'm sad. I wanted to at least have them, like, a second time. It wasn't meant to be.
Mashing, good for you. You probably already know the feeling of everyone groaning every time Pokepummel or Domination or whatever shows up.
Why do they have to bring Domination back?
Baby hands that don't hit the buttons.
Giving Saru a free win in Jamboree.
On games where mashing isn't the biggest requirement. In general, games where you don't have to interact with your opponents are the easiest to gain mastery of. For instance, I can pretty confidently ensure victory in Balloon Burst, Totem Pole Pound, Rockin' Raceway, Mario Speedwagons, and Fun Run. which have no interaction from the opponent and just have speedrun strats where you essentially implement the same thing every time. Having a cache of a couple mini-games that you have on lock, in addition to a greater majority that you can stay competitive at, will greatly improve your consistency and lighten the mental
Just be more
load
consistent,
of wondering
bro.
when you can scrounge up that 10-coin boost to let you buy an item, a star, or go.
No, this is a different person than the guy who showed the unfinished Mario Party minigames.
Boo.
There are a lot of Mario Party fans, dude.
However, there are some mini-games that are more valuable than others, and those are coin mini-games.
Yes,
Knowing
that's
optimal
true.
strategies
I mean, come
for
on, even
games
an
like
idiot knows
Deep
that.
Sea Salvage, Quicksand Cache, Parasol Plummet, Parachute Plunge, Cash Flow, Pyramid Scheme, and
The real Kino shit is a Jamboree. You can get a chance for a minigame to be worth twice the amount if you win, and then you can get like a coin minigame from that. That's the real good shit right there.
Dinner can make an absolute world of difference, as you can get swings of 20, sometimes 30 coins with a good run, and prevent your foes from getting the same windfall. Not only do these coins add to your immediate funds, but remember, all coins in minigames count toward the minigame star, meaning that cleaning up in a good game of
Coin
Hammer
meta
Drop
is real.
worth potentially more than 3 wins.
Don't
in a
knock the
button
coin
mashing
meta. It
type
is real.
game. Keep this in mind.
Coin
as
Star
this a
is
secret
special.
tool that will help us later. Battle.
You grind coins, you get the coin star, you have like, you got backup necessary for when you need to go purchase a star. Backup necessary. You know what I'm trying to say? You have a bank of coins that you can use to get stars without having to worry about shit.
Games are also a
You
very
have
solid
reservations
focus.
of coins.
Sure, some will always be dictated purely by chance, as they should be as a major balancing factor. But knowing that you have 1 or 2 of those games absolutely locked down is tremendous. And knowing that you struggle with one in specific is a terrible feeling. Same goes for duels, especially in Mario Parties 5 and 6, where you can guarantee stars can be put on the line.
Do not face me in a duel in Mario Party 6. You will lose.
By focusing on these potential wider gains in specific, along with having a few good games in pocket to see through the chaos, you can keep yourself nicely propped up and always in the game instead of just wandering around, hitting dice, and praying.
I like his little unique overlays. Like, check that out.
Generally, there are 2 coin amounts in Mario Party actually worth something
He's
on the
an
board.
editing god.
20 coins and 50 coins. When you have 20 coins, you're able to buy most good items, and most importantly, it tends to be the magic number for purchasing a star. With 50, you can usually do damn near anything, from buying a magic lamp and using it to get a star, even in games where the lamp's stupidly expensive, to stealing a star with Boo. As such, these should be the numbers that you are always hyper aware of any player having, including yourself, as they open up more options than any other coin threshold. However, I noticed that a bunch of players are merely reactionary to this, panicking when someone reaches
Not the
these
people we
numbers
play
and
against.
it's too late to stop them. Ideal play is noticing when players are 1 minigame away from breaching these thresholds at north of 10 or 40
That's when
coins,
you start
and basing your moves.
And then you do a team mini game with them, and then it's like, okay, well, if you help them win the mini game, then you give them the amount of coins they need to go over the threshold to buy a star or go to Boo or something. So then you sabotage the mini game on purpose, so you lose, but you deny them getting the star or going to Boo. Very devilish.
On that. For example, if someone buys any item on turn 1 of a game on a board with a close shop like Spiny Desert or Waluigi's Island, unless something wacky happens like a coin or battle minigame, they are out of star contention for turn 2, as there's no way for them to get the minimum of 15 coins needed from a combo of a minigame win in a blue space. Same goes for a plethora of other boards that have a bank or other toll close to start. These are boards where you can afford
Almost
to take
every
it a little
Mario Party
slower
3
and
board.
more methodically on 9 out of 10 games. The main point of these barriers is to cross them yourself and keep opponents from crossing them at all costs. If a foe's on the way to a star, but only has 14 coins, it might be worth using your efforts in the next minigame not to make sure that you win, but to
make
ensure
sure
that they don't get
lose.
6 coins, regardless on if you're on the path to the star or not. Keeping a star in the same
He's
place
saying it,
creates
sabotage.
a stagnant game state, where the odds of the star popping up next to someone who can actually afford it is gatekept by it not moving. And if you want to bully your opponents and maintain a lead or prop up your bonus star tallies, that is a great investment for you. Likewise, if anyone is even approaching that 50 coin benchmark, you want to paint a target on their...
He's nice about it, but he's being such a devil. He doesn't want to say sabotage. He just says cutesy little words like bully. You want to bully them.
back ASAP.
But he is
Much
absolutely
like real
saying
life,
throw
it
mini
is
games.
very easy to rally people to stop a person from becoming rich, rather than trying to strip away the wealth of the already wealthy. By suppressing everyone else and getting into the right position to rise to heaven yourself, you'll
the
be
rich,
laughing
Mamma
all
mia.
the way to the bank with the only rallying cry true winners need.
I'm rich and you're not. I'm rich and you're not.
This is rich today, rich tomorrow.
I'm rich and you're not. What the fuck? I'm rich and you're not.
We might need a chance to... I'm not crazy. I'm just rich.
Is he okay?
Let's hear that catchphrase.
I'm rich. You.
Love it.
If there is one thing I can impart to you from this video, it's this. The most important thing in a game of Mario Party isn't your dice rolls or your minigame performances or item play.
Worm-tonguing.
It's you.
Yes.
It's that you are playing a video game with usually 3 other humans.
You have to
who are
psychologically
fallible,
manipulate your
who
friends.
know Mario
Get in
Party's
their head.
reputation of allowing you to lose everything in an instant, who are scared of losing it all, and who are looking for some sense of security. No matter how good you are at the game, if all 3 other players decide to team up and bully you, the odds of you winning drastic go down. So beat everyone to the punch. Play the long con. And learn
I
when
always
to whisper
do.
honeyed words and when to shut your trap. For instance...
Wait, no, that's the actual tip. It's like, he's gonna recommend worm-tonguing. He's gonna, I don't even need these tips. I already practice the utmost upper echelon of Mario Party etiquette and critique.
The absolute easiest way of opening up a conversation is waiting until turn 6 or so, and if you aren't the one who's been cleaning house all game, maybe mentioning that, well, Peach is the minigame star.
Oh!
It doesn't matter if it's true, but if she's won 2 minigames and it's reasonable to assume she's got a shot, there's gonna be a target. And now Yoshi
You just
and
make shit up.
Waluigi don't
I
really
feel like
feel
Saru's
like
got the
letting
minigame
Peach
star
win any more
there. You know,
minigames.
Saru's not gonna keep
You're
track of that shit.
Much better option between the two. This is something that only gets more and more effective as the game goes on. Most players aren't going to have a pen and paper recording the results of every single minigame, and if they do, that's counting cards. Get them the hell out. People aren't likely going to remember every individual minigame result, but they are likely to remember how many times they think they've seen a specific person win. This is where we bring out our old friend. Everybody say, Coin Minigame Master. 3 wins seems a lot more oppressive than making bank in a single coin game, even if they end up with the same return. So if your opponents are even a little competitive with you, this is a wonderful little smokescreen to put up. And if it won't get them to go after the target you want, you'll at least confuse them enough to the point where they'll be trying to scramble and figure out their next move. You can do the same with the other bonus stars too. It's very easy to befuddle a crowd with who has the happening star. And as long as the answer isn't obvious, change
Ask the
their
viewers and
habits
let the
to try
viewers
and
make up some
target those
bullshit.
question marks instead of doing something else. Specific boards offer talking points as well. Debate is an absolutely essential skill in Castaway Bay, in convincing opponents to let the guy ahead of you go on the bad boat instead of the good boat, or even just giving them advice that they might be too tunneled to figure out on their own. Giving legitimate help is one of the easiest ways to gain trust, especially for players looking to come back from behind, and lets you control yet another intangible with them going for a strategy that'll hinder your opponents rather than fishing for chance time or something else that could potentially bite you in the rear. But the main arbiter of fate, who adores the Silver Tongue more than any other, is Boo. Boo is perhaps the one safety raft of consistency in Mario Party, where as long as you aren't disgustingly destitute, he can give you the chance to steal coins or stars and get you right back into the game. He's the insurance policy to make sure that one player doesn't...
I would say it's always better, I feel, to add another star to the pool than to, like... Because with Boo, you're not adding stars, you're just trading stars, essentially, between players. So it doesn't add another star that's up for contest. I guess it depends on the scenario. But I would always say if you're trying to keep yourself in the lead, it's better to add another star to the pool that people can fight over. And sometimes you have to, right? Sometimes, like, you got a player that's going up before Boo, and you know they're going to steal a star from you because you're in first place. But you're in front of a star as well, so you have to buy a star as, like, insurance to mitigate the hit that you're obviously going to take when they get to Boo. It's like, I have 2 stars, they're going to steal one of those 2 stars, I'm right in front of a star space, so I have to buy a star because I know they're going to steal from me, and it's pretty much spending 20 gold coins to mitigate what Boo does to you.
Run away with the whole game. The one thing other than chance time that anyone in a good spot has to fear. And the most exploitable element of the party. You see, it is very easy to turn a good-natured, predictable, straightforward game of Mario Party into a bloodbath of paranoia, lies, and self-doubt. And all you need are 6 magic words.
Dingus wins again all the time.
It doesn't matter if you've already made up your mind. The moment someone feels targeted,
Where's the
as
mask
long as
in
they
this one?
aren't the only practical choice to steal from, they will offer up someone else's head on a platter. And from there, you're not the enemy for stealing with Boo. You're just trying to make the best decision possible. They're the betrayer who guided your knife into a sweet, innocent back. This is also the most brilliant opportunity to make all of the deals in the world. Say that you stealing from someone would prevent them from getting a star they're right next to. However, you're not overly concerned with this player winning right now, or at least not as much as another threat that you could steal coins or burn a Boo repellent from. Offering that player that, you won't take their moment of glory, but in return they won't steal from you the next chance they get, is an easy offer that most would be desperate to take. And sure, they could go back on their word and stab you in the back. But no one's gonna forget that. No one's gonna trust them again. And besides,
especially me.
Most people tend to be
I'm like a
grateful for
telltale
being allowed
game.
to continue
Dingus
playing the video
will remember
game.
that.
People are kind. People believe in the power of friendship. And it's true. Friendship is such a wonderful thing to use to destroy your enemies from the fearful. You can even use this defensively. Say you're in a scenario where everyone has the same amount of stars, but you know you have minigame or happening star locked up, and your rival has made it to Boo with enough coins to steal a star. Say the right words, act a bit defeated, cast doubt into people's minds on who's got what bonus star. More than likely, a good-natured player is going to choose the random option on Boo, because it doesn't matter who they get a star from necessarily.
Right. See, it's about the honesty policy. I'm honest. Wait, there's a mask right there. How the fuck? I've done this like 5 times. How have I never seen that until now? It's about honesty. Honesty is the best policy. You always want to be fair when going to Boo, if you can help it. I have always done random on Boo, even when it's more fortuitous for me to specifically target someone. It also adds to the chaos factor.
Necessarily, they're just picking who won't win in this case. And hey, there is a 33% chance they could be you, but it's better than the 100% chance you'd have of getting screwed if they thought for themselves. And when you take that 66 and 2/3% chance of someone else getting...
And then there's other people who could go to Boo, and then I tell them to be fair and pick random, even when it was clear that they would have otherwise gone for me if they just went with their own thinking. By me getting into their ear with honeyed words, I can manipulate them into picking random so that a 33% chance of me getting fucked over is what wins over a 100% chance of me getting fucked over.
Stolen from with your natural 25% chance and the 25% chance from the other guy who just got stolen from, that gives you a 116 and 2/3% chance at winning every game of Mario Party as long as you talk your way out of it. The numbers don't lie, but you do. And that is all you need.
Hey, Rencheck. This video is making me stronger, but a lot of it is like tactics that I already
One
do.
of the things I'll see folks who think they've studied Mario Party
I like
go
the whole
for
segment
is
on shit talk. It's like, brother,
massive
I already do
gimmick
that.
plays.
I
These are
do it
plays that can
exceedingly
have
well.
Upwards of 3 or 4 stars in a single turn, and are usually board specific. I'm talking using the reverse mushroom after passing Boo on chilly waters to bounce off this skeleton key gate and potentially visit the ghost 4 times in 3 turns. While Big Boo and Horrible...
I was very close to doing that when we did that board during Christmas. We played Chilly Waters during around Christmas time, and I was very close to doing that, but I fucked up. I fucked up my roll. I think I only visited Boo twice. I was going for like 3 Boo visits. I did not know there could be a maximum of 4 visits if you roll correctly.
Stealing a star from every player for 150 coins.
I've never done Big Boo.
Sweet Dream, so you burn yourself and pass a bridge without changing its route to mess up an opponent. Now these are big brain plays that seem incredible to pull off. Do not plan for them. If you happen to have a reverse mushroom or can afford one late in the game, yeah, that risk is absolutely worth
I didn't plan for it either. It was just an opportunity that I noticed that I didn't talk about. I didn't mention it on the stream. I didn't want to inform people what I was trying to do. But I did go for it. I did go for it once I saw that I could go for it, but it wasn't something I actively planned for, nor was it something that I was aware you could even do before we started playing that night.
16 or something. Everything in Mario Party is at least somewhat at the mercy of a dice roll, so you might not even get into position to do this amazing gambit at the right time, or your reverse mushroom might roll a 1, or you might be holding on to that skeleton key all game, and even when you do use it, you don't reach Big Boo before it's nap time for him again. It is significantly more important to be flexible in Mario Party than it is to have multi-turn plans, as the simple chaos of a game can disrupt things beyond repair. Unless a strategy is simply too good to ignore and has a significant degree of reliability, like camping out near the Red Chomp in Pyramid Park, playing a safer game will net you better results than going out on a limb for your predictable 300 IQ play. And speaking of flexibility, this is the Boo Bell.
Dear God. There's more. No.
It's very good. Probably the most aggressive item in the game, and I immediately see people become tunneled the instant it's on the table, often buying it before they have money to use it in any meaningful way, as it rots in their inventory for several turns. Same thing with the magic lamp. Now obviously, these are high-value items, as are future versions like Pink Boo, Flutter, and so on. I'm not here to tell you they're not good, but unless they win you the game in very short order, where a 1-star swing is your win condition, or the lamp would get you in the perfect position for a solid follow-up play, look at your other options and try to look for the more defensive among them. The plunder chest is the most obvious example. Freely steal an item from an opponent's inventory.
We found that out quickly into how broken the plunder chest is, where you can use it and then use the item that you stole from the same turn. And then you still get to move.
Just holding on to one of these changes the entire dynamic of a game.
You control the flow of items, especially in
future
2.
Item pickups are brought into question, because before they can use it, you have a chance to potentially steal the item from them.
Especially
Even
if you
it's
roll
just
before
a
them.
Small chance, as the plunder chest steals a random item or from a random target in Mario Party 2. The very idea of you getting even further ahead will cause players to shift their entire game plans. Avoid buying those big ticket items like the bell and lamp that could potentially hinder you, or even eschew other defensive options like boo repellent or another chest. Why bother giving you even more defense and letting you win more after all? Stealing items creates a kind of cold war on the item economy, where everyone tries to load up on low-cost, low-value fodder to play around with until the first shot rings out. Establishing this the moment you start to get a lead is incredibly important. But even more important than that is having contingency plans if something goes wrong. Holding on to a simple mushroom for a rainy day where you can't afford to roll low can change the tempo of games completely as you snipe a star from someone. Board positioning is an incredibly underrated
Mario
aspect
Party?
to every
It
Mario
probably
Party
is.
game. And something as simple as doing a board event that changes pathways before your opponent can ruin them for multiple turns. Anyone who's played Mario Party 4 can certainly attest. If someone has a plunder chest, having an item that can eventually get more items like the cellular shopper or something that lets you roll triples to get to an item shop quickly prove to be more effective aces in the hole than the skeleton keys and cursed mushrooms that usually clutter inventories. And for those of you who enjoy Mario Party 3, this guy, right here, trust me, he is the best thing that's ever going to happen to you. Bowser is well known for his charity if you visit him with no money. But in MP3, he doesn't even do a roulette shtick first. You just get the money instantly.
Coming in, sir! I'm getting back in line!
Calling Bowser up on the phone is an instant refund if you happen to bottom out. Something that is very easy to do, even intentionally, given the abundance of battle games in Mario Party 3 and the very existence of Game Guy. Turning that gambling space into a potentially guaranteed profit. Oh, and if an opponent happens to be getting ahead, you can at least try for Bowser to take all their money as a Hail Mary. I don't think people realize just how valuable positioning really is to a game of Mario Party. It is the one aspect that, even more than chance time, can utterly ruin a game for someone. Think about getting stuck at the start of Toad's Midway Madness. Lock.
I've been driving around a hexagonal mask for an hour because I had to look for the secret mask. And I finally got it.
Into an infinite loop of being chased by cars and
also had to beat the high score.
Anytime you go to a small area where you make a little circle and the only escape is a happening space. Rolling poorly and getting sent back to that no progress zone repeatedly is one of the most miserable parts of Mario Party, as you feel incapable of making any moves or contributing to the game state in any way other than hoping that the game gives you a good minigame for all those coins you can't use. Putting an opponent into one of these situations can be one of the most demoralizing, crushing, and beautiful things in the world. Admittedly, a lot of this is board and situation specific, and items that let you swap positions with an opponent are usually random, but that's okay. You don't always have to do this. All I ask is that you go to boards and you think to yourself, where is the most miserable place to be on this board? If a star ends up in that area and you have a good
section of
chance
that
to get
board.
in there, maybe invest in a warp block for your travels.
Unless the star's there.
Trapping someone else in that pit, no matter who it is, and getting to be in a much better position, pretty great investment, regardless if you ended up getting to the star first or not. Top left-hand corners of Bowser Land and Spaceland. Side of the board Womp is blocking on Creepy Cavern. Top path or center of Bowser Nightmare. The start of Toad's Midway Madness. Immediately after the rightmost Klepto on Shy Guy's Jungle Jam. Those are big enough stretches of either nothing or potential infinite loops that you'll be killing a few of their turns. And Mario Party 4's Warp Pipe is even possible to learn the timing on. So if you want to be nice and targeted, you do that. You go for it. Get freaky with it.
It's funny how painless pain is when it ain't happening to you.
But that's not the only way to take positional advantage from your opponents. Look toward board-specific events, too. I have single-handedly won games off of the back of the Bowser Parade. Not because I'm taking coins from my opponents, but because sending them back to start absolutely ruined their hopes of getting to the next star before me.
Learn the parade route, yeah, for
omnipresent
that board.
gatekeepers throughout the series, and using them to keep a path blocked, even if you yourself can't afford a star ahead by paying their toll, is much better than letting your opponent swoop in. And if you can
DK gonna get an hour 3 stream like Mario Kart? Maybe.
keep them right under that coin threshold, it's more than worth the price. And that's to say nothing about Horrorland, where the Womps turning to stone at night can utterly wreck opponents. Get those fellas in the way as much as you possibly can.
It's a stone, Luigi.
You didn't make it.
Flooding the Shy Guy River. Exclusively trapping one pathway or another at the junction. Taking a split path before an opponent to keep them from going the right way. Intentionally breaking this ice to send you and your opponent back to start. Always be aware of where your opponents want to go, and think about what you can do to give them
what you can do to prevent them from going where they want to go.
You don't have to do this every single time, but if you've listened to the above tips, you know who you should be looking out for. You're reading the room, you're playing your cards, you know who you have to take down. People play worse when they feel they're out of the game, and that will give you a nice, solid edge in all of the minigames to come. Don't commit too much to a specific strategy, or you'll end up falling prey to tip 4, but it's Mario Party. It would be in the spirit of things to maybe just once ruin someone's day. Bonus stars are practically the only things in the game that can't be stolen by Boo, a plunder chest, or chance time.
Yeah, always pay
Except for
attention to like
but we already
positioning for
covered that.
bonus stars
This makes
and who's in
them
the lead for them, because the game doesn't tell you.
valuable to hold on to, as it essentially gives you a safety net that no one can come back from. Now, the minigame star is always up for contention. You can usually help yourself by following tip 1 and guaranteeing yourself some wins, but there's always going to be someone somewhere in the world who's better than you at some of the mini games, and you just might have to play against them. Or maybe you're having a bad day. Who knows? That star people don't usually keep track of. They just have a feeling of who's winning it, and it's hard to specifically sabotage one player while still actually winning mini games. Believe me, I've tried. But other bonus stars, those are fair game. Coinstar is often the biggest one, especially in its pre-superstars form. Whoever has the most coins at any point in the game gets a free star. This is pretty easily trackable. Usually players can figure out who's got it by around turn 5, and then there's a game of constant one-upsmanship from there in trying to snatch it away. This is by far the easiest bonus star to build a game plan around. Once coins pass 50, players are very eager to toss their money away for lamps and booze. Consider to yourself, if you're at Boo, is it more worth it to steal a star for 50 or steal the coin star for 5? Or even get close to that coin star threshold? Because let me tell you, one of those ends up with you having more coins at the end. The ability to take Coinstar away from someone is compounded with the ability to take away their ability to use their money to play the game, and is probably the healthiest way to avoid scenarios where you steal a star from someone and then they steal it right back, so you're right back to where you started, but you're both 50 coins poorer. Star steals should be saved toward the end of a game. Simply use the mid-game to try and stay in contention, get all the money you feel comfortable with holding, and then burn that cash at stores and boo before someone gets the bright idea to trigger a battle game or chance time and steal
Roll
that
for those
from
sweaty
you.
boo
Other bonus
JPEGs.
stars are a bit trickier to control. Happening Star is something that a lot of players specifically go for because, hey, free star if I keep it up. And while it's not as easy as coin is to keep track of in the mental stack, it's usually single digits to remember. It's not terribly hard. Mario Party 6's Orb Star is usually contingent on dice rolls where you can intend to go after it, but sometimes you just won't get to the drops in time. Same for Movement, Red, Friendship, Bowser Space. Actually, shopping you can kind of game as like an investment strategy. It's
Bowser Star's a real dangerous
Coinstar
one
philosophy strats
to go for.
Good. The point is, there's a lot less control here for one person to cover all of these bases. However, there's more than two people playing a game of Mario Party. If you're not in the lead for a specific bonus star, and you need to ensure a couple others, it's far easier to convince someone that, oh, landing on Bowser Spaces right now is your only chance at a comeback. You gotta go for it. The important thing is not getting
one's
the
gonna
star
fall for
yourself.
that.
It's that you are taking
Sarah, you
options
can get the
away
Bowser
from
Space
a rival
star.
that you think has the best chance of coming after your crown. And figuring out just how many stars you need to go for to make that comeback or seal your victory. And if you need more than one, sure, go for as many of them as you can.
I love motion
But
controls.
Mario Party isn't a game where you win by getting every single star. Or at least that shouldn't be if you're playing a healthy match against people who aren't robots. You just need exactly enough. And let me tell you, winning through bonus stars when everyone else has hope that, oh, maybe they can pull this one out, but you know the truth, so much more satisfying than utter domination. But that brings me to my final piece of advice. Some of you might look at this masterwork of manipulation to win a virtual children's board game and think, this sounds needlessly evil and petty. No one would ever want to play with you. And you're right. If you do all 7 of the above things, it will create a toxic environment that will cause your opponents to drown and flounder and never want to play Mario Party with you again. Great! And if they do stick around, they ain't gonna listen to a single thing you say. So, give them good advice. Let them know good plays for them when you see them.
Dude, that's something I also do. He's getting in my head. I swear I've not pre-watched this. It's been sitting in the backup playlist for months. Dude, it's everything I already do. I even give people good advice in the games, and they don't take it precisely because I was the one that brought it up. So, because Dingus said something to me, that means I shouldn't do it because Dingus is just thinking 2 steps ahead. But I genuinely gave you good advice that you should take. And then because I said it that way, and because it came out of my mouth, they proceed to not do it because they think I have some grand design. They think this is all leading up to something. I'm giving you advice on purpose because it helps me later. No, I just gave you genuine good advice, and you're fucking dented, and you didn't go for it because you thought I was tricking you. It causes you to second guess yourself, you guys. Why don't you listen to me?
Especially if it would hinder someone you think would threaten you. Don't go back on deals you make and betray their trust. Throw a mini game so they get a star if they're no threat to you in the long term. Don't make them never want to play Mario Party again. Make them want to beat you. From a sentimental perspective, making people invested in their play, studying how to get better, figuring out how to navigate deals while you still remain one step ahead. That's the spirit of the game that's Mario Party at its best, and something we
Is
should
it really a good
all
game of Mario
strive
Party when
for.
there's like 4 dinguses?
From a practical
Or
standpoint,
scheming
no, they
dinguses
need
all
to buy
playing
what you're
together?
selling. And a closer game means that they aren't going to be targeting you at chance time at every single opportunity to steal all 7 of their stars and you get their 1 or whatever. Kindness, like everything else, is a power to make.
Hello. Dingus gives inconsequential good advice, so we believe him. When he tells us bad advice, that I suppose one could say that is the long con in that department. But it's also it's a fault of you for choosing not to believe me when I tell you, when I get in your ear and tell you about something that could literally benefit you. You could win big, but because it came from me, you decide not to do it.
You win. And if you develop your board sense, study up, know exactly where to strike and where you can win, you'll keep winning. And they'll let you get away with it.
I'm the best!
I grew up being told that Mario Party is a bad series. I went through development watching online videographers like Giant Bomb refer to it as a form of torture, a punishment of a game to get through where your actions don't matter. It's all a game of chance. I spent decades sitting there knowing that the world was wrong, but never getting the chance to say it. And now?
The world was right. It is torture.
Is incredible at its best. It can be exactly as cutthroat as the best kind of card games. Getting a read on strategies, seeing what's on the table and hoping that the next lucky hit will leave you far ahead of everyone else, but combines it with just enough games of various actual skill to keep everyone invested for most of its runtime. You can believe it's all for naught. And some parties, yeah, you're gonna lose through no fault of your own. But you know how to be consistent now. You know how to mitigate the dangers, how to lure others into traps. When your time to shine is when the minigame roulette gives you that free win you have so desired from it. You are the master of the comeback, a silver-tongued devil waiting to dupe, a chess master playing 3 different games against 3 different opponents and ready to win them all. And that's what truly matters. You may no longer hold friends, but you're rich and they're not. Bathing in stars and coins in the heavens above whilst they toss the dice below. And really,
I don't know necessarily if I can co-sign this. I play all board and card games like this. I do co-sign it. It's what you gotta do to play the game. Don't hate, look, this goes back to the old saying, chat. Don't hate the player, hate the game. This is how the game is designed. The game is designed to ruin friendships. It's a tired catchphrase when it comes to Mario Party, but it's only parroted so much because it is true. It is true.
is that not the true dream of humanity? To abandon relationships for the sake of being really good at a virtual board game? I don't know. I just like it when Donkey Kong wins.
I do too. He even plays my character. Alright, very, very good video. Even if all the information was stuff that I was already familiar with. It's like I was watching myself give Mario Party tips. Perhaps, if you research, you too can become a Mario Party master. Okay, quick detour into true crime. So the other day we watched the video about the teacher who was being a predator towards her students, and then the husband got involved, and the husband was fully unaware and ignorant, but he stood up for his lady, even if it was a self-felting prophecy in the end. But we have a follow-up video on that by the same guy.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we're going to briefly revisit the case of Brittany Zamora and reviewing the footage of the police executing a search warrant on her home. At the time of the search, her husband, Daniel Zamora, was present, and the conversation between the officers and him was fairly enlightening. We had considered including this footage in our initial coverage, but ultimately felt like doing so caused the video to drag a bit. However, after posing the question of if our patrons over on Patreon would like to see us review the footage, it was a resounding yes. I promise that next time we'll just make one video. That way we can stop asking so many unnecessary questions. A link will be left in the description box down below to our original upload. For those of you who don't feel like clicking off of the video, Brittany Zamora was a 27-year-old teacher in Arizona who taught 6th grade. Besides her father leaving the family when she was just 14 years old, she lived an amazing life. She did well in school, participated in sports and student activities, and was so popular that she won prom queen. After high school, she would go to Arizona State, where she maintained a 4.0 grade point average, and eventually followed her dream of becoming an educator. She would go on to marry her high school sweetheart, Daniel Zamora, and seemed to have a picture-perfect life. But within the following years, it would become apparent that she pursued that line of work not because she wanted to help uplift the next generation, but because she felt like her young students were her peers. She was overly friendly with her middle school students, treating them more like her friends than her wards. When she was surrounded by adults, she maintained a professional air. With her students, she acted like she was only slightly older than they were. This behavior made most of her peers uncomfortable, but she had technically not done anything wrong. Oftentimes, they would comment amongst themselves how strange it was that Brittany seemed emotionally involved with her class's interpersonal drama and their relationships. But ultimately, they just
you start taking like photography in college, but all your submissions for like assignments are through Mario Kart World. So it's just the power of technology, man. You're able to take photos that almost look lifelike, except there's a giant cartoon monkey in them, or a plumber. Back from Calm Day, got 21 Shiny and Lucky Shiny Kyogre. My alt Shundo Jengmoo. Oh, you mean Jengmoo from Gen 7. Well, that's cool to hear. Congratulations on all your success. Get to spam the Discord later. There is the channel for screenshots and shit. If you're concerned about putting it in main.
thought she was a little immature. After a few years of teaching and exhibiting questionable behavior, Brittany would eventually pursue a romantic relationship with a 13-year-old student. She started talking to him outside of school, using a teacher-to-student messaging app, and started slowly pushing the envelope with their conversations. She encouraged him to call her Brittany outside of class, would respond flirtatiously to some of his messages, and even went so far as to begin telling him that she found him attractive.
Thank you for the 7
After a few weeks of deliberately grooming the 13-year-old, the relationship became physical, and she began to use the classroom to live out her more abhorrent sexual desires. She would put on a movie for the class to watch, and touch him in the back of the room, or call him up to his desk and assault him while pretending to look through a drawer, and even went so far as to have sex with him when an 11-year-old boy was present. The 11-year-old boy was meant to serve as a lookout. However, she would also begin to groom him, at one point asking about how if he was circumcised, and showed him porn. This behavior continued for 11 months, until ultimately, the 13-year-old boy's family found the sexually explicit messages on his phone, and reported her to the police and the school. Thankfully, the 13-year-old's family responded to their son's sexual assault with the seriousness it deserved, acknowledging that what happened to him was sexual assault.
If you missed when we watched the first video on this, it was pretty keynote. The dad was fucking livid, righteously so! And the husband, who knew nothing, he was ignorant and knew nothing of his wife's degenerate proclivities. He was forced to defend her without knowing any of the details of what exactly she did. So it was kind of fucked for him from the get-go. But the dad was just yelling at the cucked husband. It was very humorous to see, also very depressing and sad at the same time, because he was betrayed by his predator wife. But maybe he deserved it. I don't know. We'll figure it out in this video. Hey, Carl.
And that he'd been violated by a trusted adult. When Brittany was made aware of the fact that her crimes were about to be publicized, she called the boy, wanting to try and convince the parents not to go to the police. Strangely, Daniel, her husband, also participated in these calls, trying to calm down the parents and telling them that God preaches forgiveness.
Oh, yeah, he was preaching religion.
Legal action against his wife. That night,
which I'm not even convinced that he is religious. Like, big ups, I guess, if he is, but like, it doesn't matter. You don't. It came off as very dismissive and kind of like, I don't know, deflecting to anything at all. It didn't strike me as, oh, he's religious, so that's why he's saying that. It struck me as you're looking for any hope at all that you can use to mollify this rightfully incensed parent.
Brittany had only shared a small portion of the truth.
Quoting religion did not mollify
him. She carried out some form of affair with the boy, but it hadn't been based on mutual attraction. She would claim that the boy was sexually aggressive and obsessed with her, that they had spoken to each other inappropriately, but only because she felt forced to comply with the teen, and that she was ultimately the victim in this scenario.
You mean the 13-year-old?
Now, based solely on the direct evidence in this case, the text messages between Brittany and the 13-year-old, as well as the independent testimony of the 11-year-old she tried to groom, and the other students in her class, that is a lie. Brittany relentlessly pursued the 13-year-old and got off on behaving inappropriately in front of her students. She asked her victim's parents for permission to tutor him after school in order to spend more time with her, then went further to tell them that she would be more than happy to babysit for them, so she could spend even more time with him. Based solely on her actions, not his, it's clear that she was the pursuer in the relationship. But even if what she was saying were true, and that it was the boy who pursued her inappropriately, it was still her responsibility to stop anything from happening. The moment he stepped over that line with her,
it's on her to tell him no.
Or sexually interested in her.
And like, you were scared of the 13-year-old who can't even drive? Like, what the fuck? Like, fucking talk to the principal. Except the principal knew and didn't do anything either. Call the police!
She, as the adult, should have taken the necessary steps to remove herself from the situation. For instance,
officer, I'm being bullied by a child.
Informed him that the student had made multiple sexual passes at her and asked for him to be removed from the class.
I need to make him
pay. She could have contacted his parents, told them what was going on, and then had a conversation about how they planned to move.
And like, I'm only saying this, like, assuming her version of events was the timeline that we're in. We're not in that timeline. But if we were, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's like, that's what she should have done if that was true. But it's not true. But if it was true, that is what she should have done. She should have just, like, if this was like I don't know, if this was like a cartoon, it would just hard cut to like the police spanking him or his mom spanking him because he like called the parents. I say he called her, she called the parents. It would just like be like a hard cut to that, and then it's like, wow, problem solved. He comes our authority. Yeah, she's the victim. What?
Forward, she could have made multiple reports on the situation and how he refused to listen to her, and so on. Instead, she tried to insert herself further into his life and abuse him. But obviously, Daniel doesn't know that.
Did not mean to do
he doesn't have all the evidence that would later be shown in court, nor has he gone over the messages that were available to him in depth. Daniel had been with Brittany for over a decade at that point. They'd been together since high school, and he had never been an adult without her.
That's why the husband was so mind-fucked when he talked to the child's dad over the phone, because like she's pretty much the only woman he's ever loved, or at least, you know, we can gather from the fact that they have been together since high school that she's probably his first and only real serious relationship. So he's devoted like his whole life to their holy union, and it's all for naught because apparently he knew nothing about her in the first place. If he knew nothing about her degenerate proclivities, if she was hiding this much from him, it probably was a mind fuck to him. He was eternally buck-broken, didn't know how to process this situation, and was left like just confused and baffled, unable to comprehend that this is the reality that he now lives in.
Was his best friend, and the one he trusted with everything, and the person he felt comfortable devoting his life to. Prior to her telling him her twisted version of events, he had never so much as considered that she could have been cheating on him, much less that she would be sexually abusing a minor. So he would be in a state of shock, hearing any version of what happened and immediately send him into a tailspin.
I'm waiting on a limited edition version.
Not only is he finding out that the person he loves was capable of doing something so remarkably heinous, he would also be forced to question his own judgment. It would likely take him a considerable amount of time, even if Brittany was being completely honest with him.
It's like, as the kids say, it will take an amount of time to unpack this.
from the beginning of this confrontation to believe that the woman he has known and been in love with for nearly 2 decades was capable of this level of depravity. But she wasn't. She told him a version of events that would make it borderline inappropriate for him to hold her at all responsible. She had been stalked, blackmailed, and forced to enact this demented teenage boy's fantasy.
Yeah, she lied to the husband, gave him a twisted version of events that made it look not as bad. So because she didn't give him the full story, he felt inclined to defend her. Because when your loved ones get accused, and it genuinely seems like they did nothing wrong or it's a misunderstanding, it's within your instinct, it's within human nature to go to bat for your family. Now, if it gets found out that it's like that's not the case and it's something beyond the pale, then yeah, at that point you do have to cut ties with them. Still, we've seen cases, the royal we put on videos where it's what was it? It was the mom defending the murderous son, I want to say was the case. But like the mom knew it was the son's fault, but went to bat for him anyway. And like even in that situation, it's still the same excuse. It's like human nature, familial instinct. In that case, like the motherly bond between a mom and a son. It's wrong of her to do that, knowing that that the son was responsible for the murder, but she did it anyway because he's her little man.
It was his duty as her husband to protect her. He wasn't aware of the full scope of her crimes, but chances are that even if she had been fully honest with him about her actions, it would take a considerable amount of time before he was able to accept what she had done. To accept that, he would have to also accept that he radically misjudged her, and therefore is capable of misjudging anyone else in his life to that same degree. Brittany and Daniel would spend that entire night calling the victim's family and trying to harass them into not speaking to the police. However,
they did in
were
fact
ultimately
speak to police.
Unsuccessful. The next day, the police spoke to the parents at the school and found even more direct evidence of sexual abuse in the form of written love notes that Brittany had kept in the classroom. At the same time, a warrant was being served on the couple's home, with Daniel present. The footage we are going to be reacting to comes from the channel Real World Police. In the original upload, sans commentary will be left in the description box down below. We'll be fast forwarding and skipping through the footage when necessary. It should be noted that while we are going over Daniel's reactions and breaking down his behavior, we are not justifying anything he has said or done. We can say that Daniel is going through a state of shock and adamant denial that the person he married is capable of committing such heinous crimes as a form of self-preservation, while also believing.
No, I mean, Sansa, when I say that, I mean like any limited edition Switch 2 controller, any kind. Meaning it's not announced yet, but I'm presuming because Switch 1 Pro Controller Special Editions exist, that they will inevitably make Switch 2 Special Edition Pro Controllers. He was married to his best friend, man. How could he doubt her? I brought it up before, but like marrying your best friend, naturally I would just think your best friend and your spouse are two different people.
That his actions towards the victim and his family are objectively wrong. These two things can be true at the same.
Like, I don't know, your spouse as your best friend? Wouldn't you just have multiple friends? When you say that, it tells me you don't have many friends.
Time.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Good, how are you? Better days.
Much better days.
Are you just gonna hang out right here?
Yeah, they told me I can walk down, but I'm not gonna leave my home.
Okay.
Put yourself in Daniel's shoes. Even if the cops had not been called, and he was only made aware of the fact that the person he trusted the most in the world had carried out a multi-month affair on him, he would likely still be in a state of shock. The life he thought he had built was a lie. For the past few months, the person he loved was able to smile in his face while repeatedly betraying his trust, and he was none the wiser. Now add to that the relationship was with a 13-year-old who lacked the ability to consent. So his wife is a pedophile. He would be trying to hold on to anything he could for some sense of normalcy, which partially explains his want to stay at home, despite the police investigation. Watching a search warrant be executed is an incredibly depersonalizing thing, because you're watching strangers go through every item in your possession, read your journals, and violate every bit of your privacy and security you had in your home, and there's nothing you can do about it. The majority of people choose to leave, but not Daniel.
That works.
You gonna charge me?
Kind of. They just asked that you don't go back in the residence, and they did say you could have a seat on the chair if you wanted to.
I don't look like a dunce. Come on now. No way.
So Daniel seems to be in high spirits here, which again speaks to the fact that he is in some sort of denial about this whole ordeal. His wife, the woman he has known since high school, is innocent. She would never do anything to hurt him or hurt one of her students. And because that's an infallible truth in his life, he feels like this whole situation will just be a misunderstanding, something they'll laugh about once enough time passes. It's almost as if there is a literal wall preventing him from understanding the seriousness of what's going on here, and it would be sad to see had he not spent the past 12 hours harassing the victim's family.
So terrible. I'm so sorry to put y'all through this too.
It's our job.
When Daniel says he's sorry for putting the officer in this position,
They're just chilling.
and that
They're
the
just
entire
hanging out.
situation is terrible, he does not mean that he is sorry that his wife is a sexual predator. He's not acknowledging that situation, because he still believes the version of events she told him the night prior. He's saying that he's sorry that this
'Cause he has no
teenage
reason
boy
to
is
believe that
making a
she's
false
lying to him,
accusation,
unfortunately.
as well as besmirching his wife's name and wasting the officer's time. That the situation is terrible, not for the victim whose family spent the night fielding calls from blocked numbers, demanding to meet up and talk in person, but terrible for him, because now everyone is going to think his wife is a sexual predator.
Okay, Bentley. Just watch your step. Always, Sly. Always.
We hung Halloween decorations for
I didn't watch my step.
Oh, the strength?
Yeah, it's just a wire. Right
Actually, it's good because it keeps the birds out.
That is true. These guys have them over here on theirs.
Yeah.
But I got a BB gun to take care of the birds. That's the fun way. That's the best way. I think it's a drug bust or something like that. Yeah.
I triggered these again. There. I forgot the trigger. It's been a while. Leave me alone.
How long you been with the force?
A short amount of time.
Short amount of time?
Yeah.
How about yourself, boss? 6 years. 6 years? Yeah. What's up? Any
Nothing to
military
do but to
before
make
that, or-
light,
Yeah, military
casual
before that.
conversation, I guess.
Which branch? Army. Army? Understood. What do you do for work? I work out at the Polyvary Nuclear Generating Station. Okay. I work as a employee concerns administrator, so any folks who have any concerns about the plant or leadership or any concerns they might have, anything, looks like what? They talk to our group. And then we can either get them in human resources if it's a pay issue or something like that. If it's a safety issue, then that's our house. If it's more of an ethical issue, then we have ethics as well. So that's right. Are they union out there? They were previously. Our security force was union, but not everybody else is union. So we actually did away with the union, and we were able to pay our officers some more money. So it was good. Because they were paying union dues, and it's kind of expensive and things like that. So, but were you military? I was not. My father was military, so he did. He was in the Army, and then he went to the National Guard after.
Are you from here originally?
Yes. Yeah, I am from Arizona, born and raised. Never left. One of the few. I went to Georgia for a little bit though, just for like a couple years when I was real young. My dad was stationed out there. Okay. And so he was out there for a little bit.
Daniel is clearly very stressed and is trying to extinguish
He
his
should
nerves
be. His
by
wife's a
moving around and
pedophile.
fidgeting, which is more than understandable in this situation. It also seems the more cars drive by, the more people who see the home being searched, the more anxious he becomes. He knows that no matter what the bystanders think is happening, the actual reason they're being searched is much worse, and reputationally, their lives are over. Sure, some people who know them may believe that the 13-year-old was the aggressor, but the majority of people are not going to believe that version of events without direct evidence.
I wish it was instead of this, instead of what I got going on. Understandable. What happens when she goes in front of the judge? Do you guys know? So
She gets
essentially
sent to
when
prison.
She sees the judge, is when the judge will say, "Here's what you've been charged with. What's your plea?" And they'll go over
bond.
There is a bond. There's a mandatory bond. All those things. That'll all get set. Also decide on a public defender or a private attorney on those things. You have it.
God, it really is awkward how they're just like they know, he knows, but they're just kind of awkwardly standing. They don't want to say it or address it because it's understandable. It's a disgusting thing. The husband's not even sure of the full facts. He doesn't even know if he knows who his wife even is anymore. They just all they can talk about is like what might happen and you know what their ranks are, what he does for a job.
Just going through the process. I never think this type of stuff's gonna happen to you.
Yeah, I believe that. I really believe that.
You hear stories like that, you never think of it.
Yeah, it's starting to unravel in his head. But he's not sure if he can accept it.
Have you lived here long?
Myself, we lived here 3 years, me and my wife. Bought this house before we were married. Excited about it. We were, well, maybe it's been 4 years now.
I just wanted to have a tread like guys.
Excited. You know, buy a house that young. Felt like we're doing good things.
That is young.
Young now, I mean.
Yeah.
Still young. Yeah.
Yep.
Nowadays, millennials stay home till like they're 30. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of friends and family were like, man, my son's still with me.
Okay, I got the mask that was here.
Wow, you gotta get him a job.
Time to go.
Yeah. Some of them are like yo-yos. We go and we come right back. All the time.
You guys have no kids, right?
No, sir. No, sir. wish now.
That is a remarkably inappropriate thing to say.
Ooh,
but
yeah.
let's see his reasoning.
I really do.
Why is that?
Okay, so by this point, like, he knows what's going on is why the police are there, but he says that he wishes he would have had kids with her. Maybe he thinks if they had kids, it would have prevented her proclivities.
What?
Why do you wish you had kids now?
Oh, so I can have, you know, some, I don't know all of what's gonna happen right here, you know, so just have a little more pieces of her. I have a lot of memories and things like that. You know, we have our household. Which is why I'm not leaving. A lot of people said don't even be here because of the media and different things that are going on. But I'm not leaving. I feel like it's my home.
So Daniel wishes that they had had children, so if Brittany was actually charged and convicted, he would have a piece of her and their child, which is almost a beautiful sentiment if you ignore the fact that his wife is a pedophile and that her conviction and incarceration would negatively affect said child. The sheer amount of bullying that child would face, growing up with her mother in prison for sexually abusing a 13-year-old, would be immense. Not to mention the fact that they would struggle to come to terms with.
Though I like, he probably wasn't thinking about the ramifications of that. Like, when he said that, he was. I feel like he's still in shock and is just like, he just said that to make it be a meaningful sentiment, but he wasn't really thinking about like what would happen. Like, if that was actually the case, that was actually the timeline, he was thinking about. He didn't think that far ahead. Word comment, but the guy is probably in some sort of fugway state. Fugway. It doesn't have anything after she goes away. Yeah, they don't have children, so there's nothing left of her after she goes. And I think didn't they say that he ended up getting divorced anyway? I can't remember.
With what she had done. It's objectively good that they didn't have kids.
Fugue?
Because at the very
God damn it. Look, I've only ever seen it written. Hey, Joe Blah. Which case is this? Teacher, pedophile teacher. Specifically Q&A with the husband. Terrible thought. If it was that he thought that she would have realized how terrible her thoughts were and became normal, that would have been better. This guy hasn't watched Breaking Bad. I have not.
very least, he is an adult who has the capacity to process what happened. He doesn't want to leave the house.
Yeah, like, there's a way to twist that, like Nurgle is ultimately saying. Like, if it was like, oh, I wish we had kids, because then it would have, like, her attention would have been, like, being on, like, a better person, or the kid would have made her change her mindset and not put her on that path. She would have, like, became a mom or something. Then it's like, okay, there's a way to twist that into it being better. But in the same breath, there's a way to twist that into being bad and to make it a bad thing. It was like, okay, if they had a kid, then she would just, like, be a pedophile towards their own kid. Like, it's either way.
Doesn't want to leave his wife and wants to hold on to what he had as tight as possible because he cannot understand that
babysitting
at the
from
very
niece
least,
duty.
for
I know
the
what
past
that's
few
like.
months, it has been a lie. His wife was not the person he thought she was.
Hey, Ollie J. H3 posting casino clips? I can't believe they're on break right now.
Were you outside? Is that how you knew the media came by?
No, they came to my front door. They opened my screen door, and then they had a camera sitting right there. And I looked at the people.
They should just have H3 on the show at this point.
Answer the door.
Correct. Correct.
Answer the door, did you?
Not at all. That's not what the legal team advised me of.
Daniel claiming to have already spoken to legal counsel here is telling, as that would mean that while they were harassing the victim's family the night prior, they were also preparing their legal defense in case they weren't able to intimidate the boy's family into complicity.
Pick the bad time to take vacation. Maybe it might be conjecture. I read that Triple P was having hospital issues again.
When we leave, then we're going to provide you a search log.
They did.
I'm not sure how true that is.
Correct.
And then, do you guys keep those forever?
He's dying!
Well,
he's just fat.
Keep it until the case is typically adjudicated when it's done.
Sure.
We got hospital issues, Triple P. PPP. Pa.
And then those can be returned.
I hope that's quicker than later.
It was actually just something I had seen in the Mad at the Internet chat. I don't even know if it's true or not.
How long? What's the typical time frame for a case like this?
I'm not going to venture. It's too complicated of a question to answer.
PPP does not have Gal.
You can't even give me a roundabout.
They're on vacation with good people to watch Dingus. It's true. They're gonna help out my concurrent viewership, or whatever it's called.
How quick it can turn around. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 2 years later that you're still.
Oh, don't tell me that. Oh God.
It is what it is.
I can't have her in there for 2 years.
Oh no. At least he's sticking by her.
How quick it can turn around. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 2 years later that you're still.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Oh, my lord.
It is what it is.
I can't have her in there for 2 years right now, just sitting there in limbo.
Despite getting legal counsel earlier, Daniel is extremely naive when it comes to what the next few years of his life are going to look like. He seemed to genuinely believe that his entire situation would just blow over, and that she would show the police some text messages, say it was no big deal, and then they could move on with their lives. Maybe move somewhere where she isn't known as a sexual predator, and pretend like this never happened. But she spent months sexually exploiting a 13-year-old, which would mean the minimum prison sentence could be 20 years. She would be nearing 50 by the time she was released. But he believes that the worst case scenario here is her being away for a couple years while they fight the charges against her. Daniel is clearly in denial.
It won't be in limbo. There'll be things going on. That's just the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. We don't know. Inside here, it's all courts.
When Brittany was talking with you, what type of information did she disclose to you? You can't discuss that with myself?
I'm not going to discuss it with you.
Not even as a husband, I don't have a right to know?
Brittany's an adult.
You have no rats, bish.
You know all your neighbors? Do you know all your neighbors?
I don't know any of my neighbors.
No, he's not confirmed to have diabetes.
Renters, so they come in and out. I'm moving here for, I think, the longest of anybody that we've known. They came in probably like 6 months ago. All our houses go for sale around here. When we first here, this was the only house that was for sale when we purchased it here. This is the only one. And then they all started popping up when the housing market started to get a little bit more. So, about this one. How much is it? This one? $143,000.
And it's probably around 200 now.
Yes. I'm probably gonna have to leverage all for attorneys. But that's the fight we're fighting for, so I'll do whatever I have to do.
Well, you know, she might be eligible to be the top of the team.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to defend herself.
Well, I don't know what kind of gun. You know one or friends with some. I don't want to be rude or anything like that, but I want this league to be represented the best.
There's something deeply sad about the way Daniel talks about Brittany and the lengths that he was willing to go to make sure she has the best representation and the best defense possible. In his mind, his wife...
Apparently the term is Mizol when you mispronounce a word because you've only seen it in written form. I've got to be Mr. Mizol then. If I ever get permanently banned for being too cool, that'll be my next name.
Is mostly innocent. Her only fault was being intimidated by a 13-year-old, and being so deeply ashamed of what happened, she had kept the secret from him. He is so entirely dedicated to her that he can't imagine her going to jail for more than a few days, much less going to prison for over a decade. He's talking about potentially selling their home, all of their possessions, just to make sure she can have a better chance, without realizing that she is objectively the only person in the wrong in this situation. It's disheartening to see someone who is so truly devoted to someone else, who is perfectly willing to discard them at the drop of a hat. In this conversation, Daniel talked about how they bought their home in their early 20s, how they hit amazing milestones in their relationship exponentially early, and how Brittany in his eyes is a wonderful wife and overall person. His love for her is evident, and she felt so comfortable in the fact that he would always be devoted to her that she sexually exploited a 13-year-old. Brittany is not stupid. She may have thought that she wouldn't get caught, but she continued said exploitation over months, meaning she ultimately considered what would happen if people found out what she had done, and she knew that she could keep Daniel on her side, that he would believe her over any direct evidence, because that was the kind of relationship they had.
Can't be most
So what do you think should happen? You should have to farm all the details, all and tell you what should happen. Honestly, I just want to get back to the way it work, but I know athletics can do that. I know that Brittany has been an awesome teacher for a long time, one teacher every year. Really? Straight A student, all through high school, college, her bachelor's degree and her master's.
When did she earn that teacher of the year?
2 years ago, I believe, at Littleton Elementary.
That's nice.
She's impressive. She's been doing so many good things for so long. For the students and the school, she's been really invested. That's probably attributed to some of this.
Daniel said that he attributes what is happening to Brittany being such a dedicated teacher and high-achieving person. He gushes about what a wonderful woman she is, specifically to the officers who are...
It was inevitable because... I gotta listen to that again.
Attributed to some of this.
Daniel said that he attributes what is happening to Brittany being such a dedicated teacher and high-achieving person.
It was inevitable for her to do this because she was such an amazing teacher?
He gushes about what a wonderful woman she is, specifically to the officers who are investigating her relationship with a 13-year-old. It's so obviously inappropriate and just plain wrong that it's blatantly obvious that he's in denial of the severity of the situation. He can't process it or even begin to understand what is happening. Unfortunately, the audio for what he says next is muffled, as the officer wearing the body cam begins talking to another officer on the scene, so we'll have to skip forward.
Really been invested on her.
What do you mean contribute?
I said attribute. Oh, attribute. Well respected in history for what profession is, but obviously take this out.
She is entitled to a due process.
Believe that. There people sometimes do dumb stuff. Bad thing. He's a good person. The best person I ever known.
Everybody's human.
Everybody's human, everybody's fallible.
There it is.
The weight of what is happening has clearly begun to hit Daniel, who just spent the past 5 or so minutes talking to the officer next to his vehicle, gushing about his wife, and stating that everyone makes mistakes and is fallible. The vast majority of the conversation was inaudible. Portions that we could hear clearly indicate that Daniel has already minimized Brittany's crimes to the extent that he views them the same way he would view someone stealing $20 from his wallet or being rude to a service worker, that it was something they shouldn't have done. But that doesn't mean they are entirely awful. Despite that, reality is starting to break through, due in part to the fact that one of the officers told him that this process could take up to 2 years and that she could be in jail waiting for trial that entire time. He was devastated by that statement because in their entire relationship, they had never spent any time apart from each other, so the very concept that she would be gone for years, even if she was found innocent of all wrongdoing, is horrifying to him. So horrifying that he has spent the past day trying to prevent Brittany from facing any repercussions at all. There's a small bench near the home, one that the officers told him he could sit at earlier, but he chooses instead to lean against the cop car, with his head resting in his arms. He doesn't want to be too far away from the house, because in his mind, leaving the home is akin to abandoning his wife.
Yep, I'm gonna have a beer with dinner.
It really was ride or die, huh?
Having a beer with dinner?
No, going to sleep. You're better than me. I'd be dragging ass by now.
Hey, we're just wrapping up.
Okay, awesome. Guys. Yeah, should be done. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah.
What time was the media out here?
No, it was good. This was like a nice time to do it. So maybe midday is the hottest day of 2018 today. But no, they came about what 1:30.
Did you talk to them?
No.
So you thought we were in the media? Is that why you're?
That's why I didn't come down. I was like, no, these guys are coming again. Then I was on the phone with one of my buddies, and then so yo, I think this is important.
Yeah.
What would happen if I didn't answer?
You would have kicked the door out.
Oh damn.
Actually, no.
Well, you don't want that to happen. Think of the door.
I have a key to my house.
You don't want a boss man situation happening to your
Well, that's
door.
good. We didn't have to kick in the door. Now we're hiding a little more.
We don't want to cause damage.
Yeah, we really don't.
We didn't know if you'd be home or not.
Sure.
Yeah, I think your wife's caused enough damage, bud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you on 2?
No.
Oh. Welfare checks. Student was not picked up from school at Centera Elementary. Oh.
Parents make mistakes too.
The rest of the footage is uneventful and irrelevant, so we'll end our coverage here. If you watched our first video, then you're aware that Brittany was eventually charged and pled guilty to sexual conduct with a minor,
But they divorced,
attempted
right?
molestation of a child, and public sexual indecency. As part of a plea deal, she was sentenced to 20 years in prison, followed by probation, and having to spend the rest of her natural-born life as a registered sex offender. Throughout the trial, Daniel stayed by her side, seemingly still believing the story she had told him of the 13-year-old being responsible for his own sexual exploitation. However,
And then the lawyer
after just
capped
1
for
year
him.
in prison, Brittany would divorce him, citing
Yeah.
irreconcilable differences.
Oh,
So,
it was
as
all for
always,
nothing.
If there is a case you would like to see us cover, or a story you want to
She
bring more
ended up
attention
divorcing.
to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm still consistently going through the inbox and adding your suggestions to the list. With all of that said, have a great day and remember, stay safe.
It was literally all for naught. It was all for nothing. He stuck by the vows he made when they married. Maybe he really was religious, or just that devoted to the vows. But he took an oath, stood by her, ride or fucking die. Even if he disavowed the actions, it was, I guess maybe he took it upon him. It was his responsibility to stick by his maiden, no matter the cause. And what did he get out of it? Gugats. Literal Gugats. She ended up divorcing him. He didn't fucking stick by her hard enough. Or maybe she was just tired of him. Long distance relationships while in the big house. But yeah, it was all worthless. All for nothing. She probably wasn't as religious as he was. But literally, it was just all for nothing. He really should have taken the dad's advice when the husband was on the phone with the dad of the kid who got molested. The dad was telling him, look, don't even get yourself involved. Just don't. Just fucking get rid of her. You know she's no good. And stuff of that nature. Perhaps it would have been in his best interest to just leave right then and there. But that was before he even knew the full context, extent of the situation. So was not he didn't ended up not taking the advice, and then severely paid for it later on when she got convicted, righteously so. But he got nothing out of that. What was the point? Imaginary morals and principles, but if it was about morals and principles, you'd be against her because she's a pedophile. Maybe her, Joe. She's a whore. Speaking of Sex Pest, I've been meaning to watch this, and now we're gonna take this opportunity to do so.
On February 18th.
Whoa, June the King. Hold on with the audio there. This is Destiny, the perverse streamer who's being sued. That is kind of already old news. But it's been sitting in the playlist, dude. Come on.
2025, a lawsuit was filed against the streamer Destiny. It states that Destiny
No, we're talking about
shared
H3's
explicit
lawsuit.
images and videos of the plaintiff known online as Pixie. Pixie is requesting no less than $1 million. This is arguably the most vulnerable Destiny has been in his 15-year online career. More vulnerable than the other times those he's interacted with have attempted to expose him as a horrific manipulator.
Anna, why? I'm telling the truth.
Okay, Anna. His saving grace is that many of these people were not of sound mind and did not file a lawsuit.
They're schizo.
Additionally, this is not the only time Destiny has shared intimate imagery or betrayed someone's trust, as Destiny is also a serial cheater. Due to his lack of care of his actions and those close to him, he is often labeled as a sociopath and manipulator. Whatever the case, he is skilled in what he does. From his days of working in a casino to his early StarCraft 2 streams, he has shown persistence and a proclivity to understand the space he is in, and has surpassed any obstacle in his way. Until now. To understand how he got here, this video will be covering the history of Destiny from before the streams to present day.
But do we cover the buyer's market for cars? That's what I want to know.
There are many ways to describe Destiny. Cold, calculating, distant.
Short?
There are also
we can describe
many
him as short.
instances of Destiny drawing parallels to his childhood and why he may be the way he is.
So I was left pretty much to my own devices growing up. My parents didn't come to my concerts or, come to the school plays or whatever. It was
No, I did an
pretty much
interview
just
with
me on
you,
my
just
own.
like Medicare.
I think that combined with the fact that most of my heroes were very edgy, shonen-esque figures, were people like Solid Snake or whatever in JRPGs and shit, led to me growing up to be a pretty individual person.
He's edgy!
This has its ups, it has its downs. For me personally, in this business, it's been a major
I'm dark, brooding, and mysterious, just like my idol, Solid Snake.
major benefit to me, like an insurmountable benefit. It's something that you hear a lot of people complain about.
Through stories like
Manifesto?
these,
Yeah, Destiny's got more than a couple of those.
He learned to be independent early on in life. He also learned how to detach. A story of particular note is his grandma, who, as Destiny tells it, would routinely adopt a dog. The dog would misbehave due to a lack of training, and his grandma would put it down.
When I was pretty young, maybe around like 5th grade, I think she did this to 2 dogs that me and my little sister were like very attached to. I remember obviously being incredibly upset when that happened because they were like the 2 dogs that I liked the most. But then after that, I kind of stopped caring so much about each individual dog because I knew that it had like a 12-month timer on it basically. One of the days that I got up to leave,
That's
it was like
kinda
4:30,
inhumane.
4:45. I
He's
heard the dog
soulless.
pissing in my grandma's room, and I'd never seen it before. And this dog was taking this massive piss. And I remember that I opened my door, and my grandma had her hands on the bed, and she was just kind of like barely like leaning over, and she was just pissing all over the floor. And she kind of looked at me, and I kind of looked at her, and I didn't say anything. And she kind of like grumbled a little bit, and then she like crawled back into bed. And I left, and I was like, holy fuck.
Despite events like these, or his parents mismanaging their wealth to terrible result, Destiny contends he had a pretty good life. While his parents may not have been as involved as others, Destiny's mom at minimum was supportive, as she would readily deliver compliments, like when Destiny would write articles for his school's newspaper.
Oh, and I emailed it to my mom because I was so proud of it. And she said, whoa, that was quite a shocker. It was, in my humble opinion, an outstanding article. The ending stopped you in your tracks. Great job, Pumpkin Pie. Lots of good points made.
The article in question was one that mirrored the Republican views of his parents, but Destiny adopted more than just a view.
Conservative opinions, and then going through grade school and high school, I guess I have like the debater archetype. I don't know if that's genetic or just I got it from my mom environmentally, so I've always been kind of like
his idols are like
argumentative,
shonen
disagreeable
characters,
person
and he likes
who's been
anime.
politically interested.
While Destiny would always be
Anime 10 still lean left?
that did not stop him from making
Guess
friends.
depends.
The real-time
Depends on what
strategy
you're
genre
reading
was
and
booming.
watching.
StarCraft, in particular, was regarded as well-balanced and offered boundless competition. A confluence of strategy and actions per minute, or APM for short. APM is highly important for economy management and engagements where a player has to consider the spacing of units, selecting the appropriate target for units, sometimes even individually, and kiting if the situation calls for it. This incredible depth of optimization is possibly what hooked Destiny and many other players. And so, as the esports scene grew, it carried StarCraft along with it. Destiny, however, did not share the same level of interest with his schooling despite how well he scored on tests. Quote, I graduated high school in a pretty unique position. I had amazing test scores, a 35
Video
on the
needs to bring up
ACT,
about what he
and
said
enough
about
4s
the
and 5s on
his
AP
family
tests to
after the
almost
Trump
enter college
assassination.
as a sophomore. Unquote.
Or
Even so,
assassination
Destiny
attempt.
states he had bad grades. The reason? Not enough pressure. Destiny, as he would find out, responds well to adversity, to a challenge. In high school, Destiny joined his school's jazz band, only he was not very experienced, as was apparent during a rehearsal.
Somebody's messing up here, we're gonna go down the line. We went down the line, we played it, and I didn't know my part well enough, and I fucked it up. It was horrible. And I remember he told me, chided me in front of the whole band. It was like, if you want to play with the jazz band, you're gonna have to do way better than that. And I remember feeling so fucking humiliated.
Invigorated him to become the best jazz player in the school.
But like that weekend, I think I spent like fucking 12 hours.
Destiny caught
Oh
on
shit,
quick,
he
and well
unironically
enough
did.
in band that it's what he decided to get a higher education in. To pay for school, he signed up for the Air Force, but was denied because he was underweight at an estimated 105 pounds. So he got a job outside of the military to pay for his education. At this point, he deems his life was almost perfect. Quote, even though I didn't get a full ride to college, my life entering it was almost perfect. I was married to the most amazing girl I have ever met in my entire life. I was pursuing music, a great passion of mine, and I had a promising job, future career started at a casino with a huge opportunity for personal growth.
Solo 5 slots.
This
Whoa,
would not
buddy.
last, as these components would be lost one by one. Tragically, his job conflicted with his school schedule as he missed the first day of college band.
And I missed it. And after day one, I was like, fuck. They assigned all the sections, like, I don't know, man. And I didn't go for the whole semester, and I was like, whatever. And I got an A. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if this counts as like academic fraud and I can never go back to college, but I took 3 years, I took 6 semesters of university band and I got an A on every single semester. I don't know how.
Probably your
This boom
professor
would
didn't
go
care.
unrealized as
Many such
Destiny decided to
cases,
drop out of
if you look hard
college
enough.
in favor of working in a restaurant inside a casino. A job that he had held for 3 years at this time. One that he got by impressing a casino manager while working at McDonald's. This turned out to not be the best choice, as it was made with the confidence that he was integral to have things running smoothly. As he tells it, he was good at his job and secured a supervisor role around the age of 20. Yet his relationship with management started to deteriorate. The
Pretty
same
impressive
could
to be a
said about his
supervisor,
marriage.
you know, that young.
What's more, his childhood friend Chris was going through a mental health crisis.
And basically he said that he would pretty much figured that since he had nothing going for him, he was going to kill himself. And at the time, because of where I was at in my life, we talked a lot about it, and I was like, I mean, like, it's your life, dude. Don't let anybody else control you. If you really feel like killing yourself is the best thing, then by all means, like, fucking go for it. Personally, I disagree or whatever. And then he did it.
Destiny has stated that he was not so direct when talking to Chris and was being
I didn't mean it like that, you
exaggerative when
guys. I
talking
was
about
just
it on
retelling the
stream.
story in a funny
So,
fashion.
I mean, like, even from like a selfish perspective, like I wouldn't want him to kill himself. Absolutely not. He did it.
At minimum, Destiny still had his job. Here he brought forward ways to improve efficiency regarding the input of data
I told
using
him to kill
Excel,
himself, but he
which
did
was
it.
dismissed. He was pragmatic when it came to solving issues, such as requesting more staff members to keep a clean
What do you
environment,
think was gonna happen?
which was also ignored. To this, he made an obvious mistake.
My manager Pam told me, well, you got to figure it out. And so I remembered her advice. So I emailed the VP of Food and Beverage and I CC'd her. And I said, I'm not getting the help I need in my restaurant. Now, I didn't know at the time that I was basically completely throwing her under the bus.
After this, Destiny states he was being written up for the most minor of transgressions. The straw that broke the camel's back
Never
was when
go
he
up
attempted
against
to
a lady
persuade an
named
employee
Pam,
to
especially
come
at the
in for their
workplace.
shift.
They wanted to call out, and I told them if they called out, they were going to get fired because they were at like 10 points. They were at 9 points and 10 points is firing, blah, blah, blah. Pam told me, you can tell her that she's going to get a point, but you can't tell her she's going to get fired. I don't know what that meant. And then I told her that if you call out, you're going to get, you're fucked. You're going to get fired, or you're going to be at 10 points. And then I got called in early, like 3 days later, and Pam was like, you inappropriately communicated with an employee because you said the F word in a text message. And I'm like, really? There's no shot. And she's like, well, you also tried to fire the employee. And I was like, no, I told her she was going to get 10 points. She's like, well, you used the F word. I'm like, this is insane. And I didn't, just because I was such a high performing employee. I was like, there's no way I'm getting fired. And then I did. And I was like, yeah, cashed out my 401k and moped for like 3 months because I had thrown away school for this casino job.
What followed is what Destiny described as the lowest point in his life. Cashing out his 401k, Destiny for months lived off it while grinding the newly released StarCraft 2. Eventually, the well ran dry and he had to find a new job. Luckily, Destiny's uncle knew someone that cleaned carpets for a living, which is what he settled on. The wages for this job were abysmal, as the pay was per job. He was also coming off a failed marriage and now, quote, was stuck in a relationship with a girl who I'd been on and off again with who was now pregnant, unquote. Luckily, Destiny, through the advice of Kyle, began spending his time on a very fringe, soon-to-be lucrative medium of entertainment.
You and your webcam.
Dude, you're fucking enormous, Kyle.
No, you're just short, and you're not used to actually interacting.
Justin TV?
In 2010, online live streaming was unheard of.
Or
And for those that
livestream.tv.
didn't know about it, the technical skill and equipment and patience needed to live stream was hardly ideal, as at most it would be considered a hobby, and a strange one at that. Few streamers persisted through these limitations that early on even purposely limited viewership.
But you were also capped on the amount of bandwidth that you could actually like broadcast. So like if you had more viewers, it would take up more bandwidth from the site, and you weren't able to broadcast to like a lot of people too.
As restricted as the space was, the small size of it allowed for more intimate relationships to form between viewers and streamers.
He's
Destiny
parasocial!
would add his viewers to his Facebook and had no fears in leaking his cell phone number to an audience of around 30 people.
Hey, this is Steve with Guaranteed Clean. I was just calling to let you know that we just finished up our last job, but we are in Council Bluffs, so the drive's a little long. I'll probably be there closer to 2:30. If there's any problem with that, just give me a call back at 714-8841. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'll plan on seeing you around then. Thank you. Alright, one more game, bros.
That was Destiny delaying a carpet cleaning job to just stream a bit more. Any window he had was spent streaming. Whether it was free time outside of work or in between jobs, he would be online streaming StarCraft 2. This is how he fumbled into a core tenet of success with content creation, and that is consistency. Because Destiny was online so much, viewers formed a habit of watching him until it snowballed into a consistent viewer base that would send him donations via PayPal.
Hey, if there's one thing Phil
What's
has,
more,
it's certainly
the
consistency.
competition between the top live streaming websites,
Except when he boots up the
Livestream,
pre-shoot
and Justin TV, forced services to improve their offerings. Justin TV, now known widely as Twitch, not only allowed the most bandwidth in late 2010, it offered a partner program.
I originally streamed on a live stream, then Ustream, then a website called Justin TV, and I think they started a partner program for some of the streamers, and I was one of the first people in it, if not the first person, I'm not sure. But I got up a paycheck for like $203 or something. But when I got the $203, I looked back and I just did a quick calculation on like how many hours do I stream, and then how many hours do I do carpet cleaning, and it's like if I streamed, the dollar per hour I made streaming was about the same as my dollar per hour carpet cleaning, and I was like, fuck carpet cleaning, I'm just gonna stay home and play video games and stream because I'll make about the same money, so fuck it.
Around early 2011, Destiny became a full-time StarCraft 2 streamer, and a parent to his son Nathan that was born soon after. Amongst all the chaos of the streams, his rise to popularity, the climbing of the ladder of StarCraft 2, there was some stability due to a significant income stream. In his second year of live streaming, Destiny had made $100,000 in that year alone. Wow. The issue was, it should have been more.
So would you call me for? What's up? You have a PayPal account?
Yeah, why?
How much is in that?
I don't know. Why, do you want to hack it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I want you to pay me.
How much am I gonna pay you?
$300.
For what?
Internet.
You're fucking hilarious, dude. You really think I would give you $300 so that I could use my own internet?
Whoa, is it yes or no?
No.
It's actually kind of scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. I don't, because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it.
Someone took his stuff, like when they did it to Wings.
Attacks, hitting him offline, which made streaming impossible. The person doing this was not only trying to extort Destiny, but was also threatening him and his family.
Oh, and I don't even know whose phone number that is either. That was pretty bad.
Oh, and then he tried to say he was part of a group called Blackade. This guy is a serious business hacker. Serious fucking business. They couldn't even get me for calling the SWAT team on someone.
It turned out it was not so difficult to get this person's IP, and to that extent, his personal information.
I ripped his IP from Skype and gave it to a friend who was able to look up a whole bunch of information about him. By the time I woke up in the morning, I had the names of like every family member, the phone number to like 3 of his brothers.
Damn, he just doxed him right back.
Name, his mom's name, his dad and mom's name.
Disavow,
it was pretty cool. I had a lot of information about Wolverine.
With this information, Destiny called the person's landline and confronted him, but he blocked Destiny's number shortly after being discovered. Destiny then called from a different number.
And I gave him a call via Google Voice, and I was like, hey, what's up, bro? And he's like, whatever, dude. So he's like, so you can Google shit. That's pretty cool that you got my phone number or whatever. You must think you're like super pro or whatever. And I'm like, no way, dude. I just wanted to talk to your dad or maybe your brother Jeremy or your sister Emma. And he's like, dude, that's not even like my family. And I was like, oh, are you sure, dude? And he's like, yeah, man. I was like, oh, really? And so I started sending him pictures over Skype of his sister. Like, I guess on the volleyball team. I got a ton of information on this kid.
Eventually, Destiny was able to reach this person's father, where they came to an agreement to disengage. On top of a resolution, Destiny submitted this case to Judge Judy. But nothing ever came of this. The same could be said with his interactions with Mia Rose and Blue T. Mia Rose was a porn star and League of Legends streamer.
She's
one
a
who
whore!
Intoxicated Destiny groped live. In a removed tweet, Destiny apologized. A Redditor seemingly archived its contents. Quote, sorry, I have too much in my past to drink so much. I'm sorry. Unquote. The comments in this same Reddit thread dispute whether the apology was necessary, citing it as reasonable mostly to appease the sponsors that were attached to the stream. Other comments believe that the apology should have only been directed at Mia. Side note, Mia at one point did sleep with Destiny.
I'm never going to say this again. I'm going to say it once, and you guys better take notes because I'm never ever going to say it again, ever, anywhere else. I had sex with Destiny. It was terrible because his dick is untight and doesn't pull back the skin. Like, so sex was terrible because I felt like I couldn't touch him.
This hardly affected Destiny.
Why did she
People
say that on
watched him
stream?
over others because of how he engaged with his community. His bluntness and overall aggressiveness in formulating insults was seen positively. He was able to carry conversations unrelated to StarCraft.
Swearing takes away from your message because if people are hung up on other people using foul language, that they're concentrating on just what the curses are, the foul language, as opposed to what the real message you're trying to convey.
What to say, for example, and I'm sorry if foul language offends you, I'll be a little crass. Say somebody's really irritating me, and I tell the person I want you to shut the fuck up.
With his superior commentary making up for his lack of top-tier skill, Destiny around this time would consider himself to be the largest streamer in the world. Destiny was playing the biggest game in the world, and while StarCraft was rife with competition, the streaming space was not. At most, he described himself as a semi-pro gamer, and with his newfound popularity, was being more promiscuous.
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
That's a really weird question. I can't answer that right now.
Okay, so
I'm not looking for anybody right now. Let me put it that way.
Okay, so another question would be, I know you're not looking for anyone now, but have you ever used your professional status to try to get a girl?
It's kind of a catch-22. It's really funny to say, but honestly, in this industry, you can use that to get girls, but the kind of girls that you get acting that way are usually not the kind that I would want to be with in a relationship anyway, if that makes sense.
They're Arkansas
August 23rd,
6s.
2012. Destiny types, quote, you want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to hook up. Dudes, she's 15, WTF, but she sent me pictures. That made it so hard to say no, unquote.
Destiny, no!
Destiny then sends the pictures in the chat, which was allegedly her in a bikini, to which Destiny types, quote, girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man, unquote. In the beginning of this conversation, Destiny is talking about a different woman, one that he describes as having
got pictures of girls in bikinis. Is he dickers?
The woman in question is one that he shared explicit images without consent in the same conversation. This woman in question goes online by the name of Blue T. After this information got back to Blue T, and in retaliation, she, quote, snapped. I had his email password from when I used to help schedule his lessons. I changed his email password, which enabled me to change his Twitter and Skype passwords. I have a folder full of dick pics, and because I am so nice, try to choose the most flattering to post, unquote. Images of Destiny's penis were posted on his Twitter. This was allegedly happening during one of Destiny's MLG matches, which he subsequently forfeited due to the leaking of his photos.
Luigi would not share pictures of girls in bikinis on the internet without their consent, Nurgle.
Response, Destiny on Blue T's Reddit post summarizing her actions stated,
"As tiny as worsted stickers."
People, not an entire chat room.
Yes, because Destiny has a tangible influence in the Politisburg sphere. I would agree with that. Like, people, in the sense that, like, people listen to Destiny and they listen to him talk and they're like, yeah. I'm really picking up what this guy is putting down. So as a high intellectual individual here, speaking the truth.
Two people that I consider pretty close friends. I can't imagine how you can think that people never, ever talk about anything personal private amongst friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring
Jinx,
at
I'm
all
learning
if you share
about
pictures between your close
infamous
friends.
political
Especially
streamer
given the fact
Destiny.
that I've never seen any of them in real life. Unquote. Destiny then makes the argument that leaking nudes between friends and publicly, as Blue T did, were not equivalent, and ends his response by threatening her job and school via contacting her dean or trying to get her financial aid revoked. This had consequences, more so for Destiny than Blue T. He parted ways with his team at this time, known as Root Gaming. This is not the only time Destiny parted ways from a team due to his controversial nature.
Politics and streaming don't go together, in my opinion.
From Quantic because he supposedly
would depend. I mean, you have people who do it and they're just successful at it. I wouldn't want to do it. I'm dented. My political opinions don't matter. And half of them are just parroted and skinwalked from other people who are smarter than me.
Called a person a racial slur. Destiny was not looked upon favorably in the StarCraft community. There were many people that could look past his actions, but there were others who were displeased at the lack of change. And by late 2012, Destiny was not
He's
long
rather
for this
goon.
community.
I don't know about that.
Not because of his lack of popularity, but because of StarCraft's.
So we can actually
If we can't hope for Blizzard to do anything, then it's time to just switch fucking games because the audience of this game will only continue to dwindle.
Stop being a part of this community then. You should go play WoW. We are going to play this game and we're trying to make it as good as possible because Blizzard's not going to do shit, so we're going to.
Yeah,
Is this when StarCraft started like taking the L to newer games?
Continue to do nothing and wait, and eventually all of the Korean players are going to be switching over to LoL because Korea is huge on that shit now. And then once they switch over, people like Idra and In Control can go back to winning tournaments. I think that's the plan right now.
Dude, imagine being like, yeah, League of Legends, man, that's the future.
MOBA,
Everyone's
or a
going to
multiplayer
LoL.
Online battle arena. It shares the same top-down view of an RTS. From here, there is not much similar. MOBAs are often scaled down to the control of one unit and its abilities. It emphasizes strategy through teamwork, but not so much APM, as this was limited by the scope of the game. This also meant that individual actions were given greater importance. Yet, it was often chided by the StarCraft community due to its lack of depth. Even so, League of Legends had far better developer support, the prize pools for competitions were much larger, and due to its simplicity in comparison, it was easier for casual players to both play and to view. This lowering of the skill ceiling and emphasis on strategy rather than mechanical skill was for many preferred. Destiny saw this and knew that League was the future. But this leap of games was not as simple as it seems. In many ways, virtually all in the short term, it was a terrible decision and Destiny knew it.
And my big up and down was from StarCraft to League. That was scary for me because I thought
StarCraft match fixing scandal in Korea. Never heard about that. What happened?
it might be over.
I mean, well, clearly they were fixing matches, but like
I can survive any, wave and fall or crest and peak or whatever at that point, yeah.
This was a challenge and a gamble. Now 2 years into streaming, failure was highly possible. Not only was Destiny betting on the continued success of League, he was betting on his ability to adapt. Destiny had been active in the StarCraft scene since he was a child, but League was quite different. There was the question if his skill set would be transferable. Furthermore, would his commentary be enough for his audience to stay? If not, would it be enough to bring in a new one that is interested in League? These are all questions that were answered in the coming months.
But I've been playing League a lot. I think I've been playing at least.
Did he have to ask his audience on a daily wrap if this is what they wanted to see?
I wouldn't be surprised if I had the most.
You guys want to play League of Legends?
Season 3.
With Destiny grinding League of Legends, putting countless hours into his stream, though he would never be a pro, Destiny was very good at the game and quickly achieved Diamond rank. And while he did lose at least half of his viewership and was far from the largest streamer in the world, he was surviving and building a community that would last alongside him.
Top 5 questions. These are posted every week in my subreddit. Reddit.com/r/Destiny. It'll say like Destiny Weekly Top 5.
The Destiny subreddit, while relatively small entering 2013, was continuously nurtured by Destiny. By having these avenues where fans could exist outside of his streams, and by allowing different ways for fans to interact, sometimes with him directly, he was building more than just a community of viewers.
But so like my website, for instance, wasn't built by a team of people from, you know, Team Liquid or EG or something, right? It was built by, you know, fans of mine that very generously contributed their time.
Destiny.gg. This is Destiny's personal website. Within, one could find his schedule, his blog, a way to donate, links to other social media, and posts from them as well. Destiny was a successful League streamer. This proved that Destiny could jump from content styles and survive online. This in turn emboldened him. It was almost a free pass to be riskier than his contemporaries in terms of controversial actions because he knew his tight-knit audience was too attached to be ripped from him. This was a clear advantage over other streamers like XJ9. XJ9, like Destiny, leaked nudes of an individual online, but to a far different
life as a
result.
teenage robot, XJ9?
While Destiny's leaks were contained to a private chat room, XJ9 leaked his girlfriend's nudes purposely on his Facebook as an act of malice. Or rather an act of revenge inspired by possibly the most bizarre and inequivalent transgression.
Because she's overreacting.
She's overreacting that you posted nude pictures of her online to her Facebook and messaged her friends notifying them of said pictures. You think that she's overreacting?
She overreacted to the point, I mean...
The brief summary is some Korean pro players were paid to lose their matches, ended up with 9 being banned from competitions for life, with one of them being sent to prison. Based Korea.
I mean, it's like, okay, we
cheaters
both did
get
something wrong.
whacked.
Okay, her wrong was playing...
Get that ass, man.
Hurt me so bad.
XJ9's girlfriend, Sin,
Sorry, Carl.
was playing
You
Lee
cheated
Sin,
in Mario
the character
Party.
that XJ9 likes.
20 years
this
in the
is why he
slammer.
states he leaked her nudes and why he's talking to Destiny about it in and around 7-hour stream while her photos were still up.
You need to take down her pictures from your Facebook.
I need to, I know.
I think you should do it now. I think if you don't, I'm gonna post
But look,
your phone
Destiny's the
number in
good
chat.
guy in this
You ready?
situation. Where did it all go so wrong?
Is the first number of the phone number 6?
Destiny, please stop.
Is it 6-3?
Okay, Destiny, I'll take it down.
It needs to be down pretty soon.
XJ9 was difficult in this conversation. He claimed to be a savior of humanity while going on tirades about how much he loves My Little Pony.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't like this guy. Oh, stop!
XJ9 even played a song from the show through the crude method of playing it on his phone, which his microphone picked up. This was only possible because he played it while Destiny was gone for a period. Other notable moments of
Would he
the
not have been
stream
able to
were
do it while
XJ9
Destiny
doing
was there?
push-ups with poor form, XJ9 leaving the
Because
call
he tells him to stop
only
playing the
for his
pony
victim
shit.
to call in and explain how he attempted to turn all her friends against her by disseminating lies about her, to then XJ9 calling in once she left, revealing that he was still viewing the stream. Only now was he far from friendly.
Dude, you're scaring me, dude.
Yeah, he live doxed him to get him to take down the pictures.
Why?
Because you ticked me. I literally got set off.
Dude, I'm really tired and I can't do this. You can't claim that somebody pretended to love you because you don't even know what happened.
They're gonna fucking pay Destiny.
What's
You're gonna fucking pay me,
You gotta
man.
go with more hints, man.
Give me a second. You're gonna make it happen. How do you feel that you're the one that made me tick Destiny, and that you're the one that's gonna call these series of events?
My hands are clean, bro.
Click it.
What?
Click it.
Click it. Click it. What is this supposed to mean, dude? I don't speak MLP.
That's me.
XJ9 continued to allude to threats of a grander scale. mentioning how Destiny should look out for him in the newspaper, etc. And then he sent a link to
Whoa,
a
watch
recently
out,
uploaded
Destiny.
video he titled The End.
You made a YouTube video?
Hello. I'm just making this because.
Is this live?
Yeah, I never heard about this, Carl.
I just mean.
What?
I'm sure this was big shit back in the Justin TV days, but on Justin TV, I was watching, what was his name? Cyberman? I want to say Cyberman something. He's an LTG ball washer now. I think he still is. But I used to watch him play Kingdom Hearts on Justin TV.
Just maybe.
This stream ends shortly after with Destiny calling the police. Streams like these, where Destiny interacts with either unique or unstable individuals, were popular, like when he argued with his mom about religion on stream, or when he gave a death threat on League. On that note, he made a different, far more graphic and infamous comment towards someone on Twitter. Quote, "Kill yourself, you fucking redacted. I hope you get redacted
buddy.
with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking redacted and die, holy." Unquote. The last three events happened in 2015. This was a pattern of Destiny being even more crude, whether out of anger, for the sake of entertainment, or a resurgence of interest in politics.
I don't know if I can co-sign a comment like that.
Wow, I feel so middle of the road.
Hey, praise that, son. Welcome to the Destiny
That was from a
segment.
political pop quiz that showed he aligned 92% with Bernie Sanders, a left-leaning politician, and only 31% with Donald Trump. That was to his opposite. This is a stark contrast to the beliefs he held as a teenager, a change that came with his recent financial stability.
When I started to make financial decisions based on my kid, right, so like which school district I wanted to be in, you know, what opportunities I wanted to have, then I started to see things a lot differently in terms of like how people's lives are affected by the finances of their parents. That's probably what changed the most.
With Destiny's stand set, he wanted to add to the conversation. Though he had always carried political conversations on his stream, because of the election, more specifically Donald Trump, his streams began to change. He was less invested in League and more invested in conversation, like talking about abortion and overpopulation, or just maybe Game of Thrones. Whatever it was, Destiny was extremely happy to be doing what he was doing, even now streaming daily for 6 years.
I've never woken up and been like, God, I have to fucking stream today. Like, I really don't feel like it. It's never happened to me before my entire life. And that's really, really, really awesome.
Now, nearly all the components of Destiny's new era of success were set.
I'm getting kind of a Racc effect here. You know how people post before now, back then, and now comparisons with Racc about how it used to look much cleaner. I'm getting that kind of sense with Destiny. Destiny does not look this clean today.
Now, nearly all the components of Destiny's new era of success were set. He was driven,
Hope you enjoy your
exploring
vacation,
an
Sansa.
increasingly popular genre of commentary, and was able to discuss politics while still remaining entertaining. The only thing that was lacking was self-promotion. This last element came in 2017 in two ways.
Yeah, he doesn't
First
look like
was
a
by the
ghoul.
hiring of a
He's
new
ghoulish.
YouTube manager, someone that could manage their own independence, meaning they could sift through his streams, either choosing to upload highlights or capture larger conversations. The job also meant that this person would have to make the thumbnails and select the titles of the videos. The success was largely laid upon the employee, and so was the pay. At minimum, Destiny guaranteed $1,000 a month. Beyond that, there was the revenue split of 50-50. So if the channel somehow made $100,000 a year, the manager was guaranteed $50,000. If Destiny knew that this was going to be the reality of the situation, he likely would not have been so generous with the split. But then again, his YouTube manager would likely not have been as motivated to make the channel the success it was becoming. From 2016 to 2017, viewership had nearly doubled on his channel. This was helped by the second part of his self-promotion. Though he continued to debate random viewers, he seemed to understand debating prominent figures brought even greater attention. Lauren Southern was one of many popular alt-right political commentators of the time, where Destiny's Let's Plays got around 1,000 views on average, and his other lesser debate or topic videos got around 50,000 views. The debate with Lauren Southern sits at 800,000. For viewership, this was the way to go. During this time, JonTron was a popular video game and pop culture reviewer. He was also actively tweeting in the heat of the US election cycle. This had nothing to do with his mainstay content, but he seemingly wanted to throw his hat in the ring. It just so happened that Destiny was out fishing for an opponent. The way this would work is Destiny, through a social media platform like Twitter, would create tweets that he knew would rile people up. He would then get a sea of responses where he would selectively challenge people to debates. The more followers, the more interest, and the more unprepared the opponent, the wilder the debate. This is when JonTron, after some back and forth with Destiny, stated, quote, "I'll debate you if you want. No harm in it," unquote.
There was in fact harm for JonTron.
Conversation than a debate. One that the internet could see as an exchange of ideas, but the internet at large saw this as an exposure of an ideologue.
Oof. All right, boys. We're going in. Oh, there we go. I think I can hear you now.
Oh, you got it? This debate did not go in John's favor, and the cards were always against him.
They do. Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than poor whites. That's a fact.
Wait, what?
Maybe it's like Obama's first presidency, Carl. First presidency? Because it was... Wait, no. It was a combination of both terms. By the end, he looked like he had aged like a decade and some change. Hey, Golem.
Look it up. Give me a sec, I gotta get water.
Does anybody have a source for that? Fuck. When people make extreme claims, I don't even know how to...
Okay, sorry, I spoke over that, didn't I? Sorry. JonTron, let us know your thoughts on poor whites versus rich blacks.
Oof. All right, boys. We're going in.
He's recovered from this, right?
Oh, you got it? This debate did not go in John's favor, and the cards were always against him.
They do. Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than poor whites. That's a fact.
Wait.
Oh my.
What?
Also commit.
And the cards were always against him.
They do. Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than poor whites. That's a fact.
Wait, what?
I don't know about that one, Jonathan. We're gonna have to... Pablo, consult his FBI statistics. What's the threshold for what's considered wealth? Wealthy? He just says wealth. He doesn't define wealth. But no, I gotta wag my finger at that one, Mr. Jonathan Tron.
Give me a sec. I gotta get water.
Does anybody have
yeah, just say it's a fact. It's a factual observation. That makes what you say true.
Source for that? Fuck. When people make extreme claims, I don't
even know. Dude, look at the chat. Look at the chat.
Fuck.
If John realized how much his comments would split his audience, he likely would not have jumped on.
Well, you know, when people, you know, let's say the French see an influx of Islamic migrants who come in and say, you don't give us good enough handouts, you know, like you're being racist to us, you know, and then they're rioting. What are the French supposed to think exactly? They're supposed to think more.
I'm not French.
This debate was about an hour and 18 minutes long. The rest of the VOD is Destiny discussing the aftermath. This was not a good look for JonTron. He even uploaded a video to clarify his statements. However, JonTron's losses were Destiny's gains.
Look at this. And now it's coming back to bite him in the ass. Now it's the crows are coming home to roost. In the end, JonTron was let me correct myself here. JonTron has since recovered, whereas now Destiny is the one crashing. His empire of dirt, founded upon the fallen machinations of Jonathan Tron.
Whenever this debate was brought up, it was given that Destiny's name would be attached to it. Animators familiar with JonTron, such as the infamous Shadman, who is known for making explicit art of minors, made a grotesque rendition of Destiny. In a separate response, Destiny challenges Shadman to make art of his 6-year-old son.
What? You shouldn't do that to a guy who's got in trouble for drawing Keemstar's daughter, among many other such real-life people, like the lady who played Logan in that movie that everybody loved, and then he got threatened by the studio behind the movie. No, you should not do that to someone who would absolutely take that challenge.
As a jest. Quite the risky move, considering Shadman has made art of creators' children in the past. In how it was untypical for JonTron to debate politics and was receiving backlash, Destiny found that JonTron's supporters were more active than some of his regular political opposition. Quote, "I'm definitely not perfect. I've been a bit, quote-unquote, on edge over the past few days, receiving thousands of tweets from a ton of edgy Nazi/alt-writers. Lots of DMs, emails, waking up multiple times over the past few nights with my two-factor buzzing like crazy on my phone with people trying to hack my accounts." Unquote. This was the beginning of Destiny's new level of notoriety. Twitter spats became all the more common. Like this screenshot of a tweet chain that shows Destiny arguing with the creator of Minecraft, who goes online as Notch about Destiny using racial slurs against individuals.
That guy.
Besides Destiny using racial slurs, another common piece of history that is shared to denounce him is one shared from a debate with Amos Yee, a person who will go to jail for grooming a teenager and possessing child images of an illegal nature. Before his crimes, there was a belief that he was a troll because online he was suggesting that the age of consent should be at 7 years old, and was spreading ideas of similar themes. Destiny, unsure of how earnest Amos was, engaged in a serious debate, pushing back on all Amos was saying except for the topic of CP, stating that there is a possibility that it could exist ethically.
I've seen a little bit of evidence on the pragmatic side, and it seems like an...
Nurgle, you can't grab it until Bentley stops talking. That's why I'm running around the basket like waiting for him to shut up.
Except for the topic of CP, stating that there is a possibility that it could exist ethically.
I've seen a little bit of evidence on the pragmatic side, and it seems like an okay thing. I probably shouldn't say that or it sounds bad, but like from what I've read, apparently...
Realized in real time that what he said is fucking dog shit and then tries to recover in real time.
Men that are given access.
And then he tries to pawn off responsibility by saying it's based off stuff that he's seen. And stuff that he's seen and read. What kind of books are you reading?
I've seen a little bit of evidence on the pragmatic side, and it seems like an okay thing. I probably shouldn't say that or it sounds bad, but like from what I've read, apparently men that are given access to child pornography have a higher chance of not actually committing pedophilic actions in real life, and I would argue that that would be a moral good, that if you can prevent people from acting on those urges, that's something that should be explored for sure in a responsible environment.
The incest debate was another of these infamous conversations that to some are better left unexplored. Then again, there are those that seek out personal experiences for the sake of new perspective, or just an understanding of that experience. Psychedelics are a prime example of this experience. It is hard to put into words.
I think that's been proven to not be the case. I don't know what studies he's reading.
Trip, an amplification of anxiety, panic, and fear, in a realm without the control of any of it. All foreign to Destiny.
It's kind of weird. Up until I was like, I'm not trying to derail too much. Up until I was 30, I've never had any mental issue ever in my life. I've never had anxiety, depression, anything like that. I'm just a rock solid.
That was my depression.
Destiny is undoubtedly unique in how resistant he is to any of these negative feelings. Going through life without them crippling him in any sense can explain the tense environments he places himself in.
I'm slightly... I don't like to say this because it sounds really fucking edgy, but I think I'm slightly sociopathic in the way that I relate to people or don't relate to people, and the way that I deal with people. Now, this has some repercussions.
The thing is, he probably is sociopathic, but him saying that, acknowledging it, kind of comes off as cringe, and him wanting to LARP as though he is sociopathic, like him trying to skinwalk as his favorite video game characters, like you said earlier. Oh, my favorite video game character is a super edgy and awesome Solid Snake. But he probably unironically is sociopathic, but to hear him like self-describe himself as that is just cringe. It's like that fucking meme that's like, I'm the nicest person you'll ever meet, but also the most twisted fucking psychopath.
In my personal life, I don't really have any close friends. I don't really do relationships
and just
very
sentences
well.
like that, just sentences like that. Oh, I have no friends. I'm so fucking cool, guys. I have no friends, and I don't do relationships well. Like, people don't talk like this. You know, when you get, like, diagnosed as crazy, it's because the doctor says you're crazy, not because you self-diagnose and say, yes, I have decided for myself that I am crazy. That's a meme? Yeah, it's like a Facebook picture of this teenager or something, and it's like, I'm like the nicest guy ever, but also the twisted fucking psychopath. I can find it. Okay, I gotta do that. One more of those. Yeah, I can be your angel or devil. Well, I guess if he misspells it, angle, I can be your angle or devil. Okay, there might be one more mask here. Let me find it. Oh, this one. Yeah, on the first page results. Why is it WebP? Can we behead whoever invented WebP? Like, what the hell? Alright, here it is. It's this one, Carl. You can't tell me you've never seen this image before. Hold up. This is what I'm talking about. This is him. When you self-describe yourself as sociopathic, and unironically, because I'm sure I've done that on stream before, but if you do it unironically, while also calling yourself like, oh, I'm a fucking psychopath, I don't have any friends, I'm too cool for friends, I have no relationships, that's you. You're this guy. You're this guy. You're the fucking chuddy little nice guy on the left by day, and then you're a fucking emo weirdo by night on the right. No, you're fine, Carl. You get to blackmail you with classic images.
That's just a thing, but for my online stuff, it's been an amazing asset. I can deal with an unlimited amount of personal abuse, and it doesn't really bother me. Like, I say things like, so here's something that I would have said like 2 or 3 years ago, like, I can read online hate, and it doesn't really bother me. You know, I don't really care if people are saying mean things about me, that's fine, that's their opinion, you know, it's whatever. Like, I say that, and that's true, but the reason why it's true is because I don't respect anybody. Like, I don't have anybody. Like, when you ask me, like, who would I want to meet? I don't want to meet anybody. I don't look up to anybody. I don't idolize anybody. I don't have, like, a hero or people that I, like, look up to and, like, think are super whatever. Like, that doesn't exist for me.
You have Destiny, a person who is emotionally distant, a perfect advantage for the space he is in, a disadvantage for those close to him. So what happens if you take this impenetrable individual and place him somewhere entirely foreign? One devoid of reason. Introduce him to things that he's never experienced all at once. This happened for a deceptively short period, mid-2018, because Destiny took mushrooms. Just how much, especially for his first trip, was shocking.
Got a taste of their own.
Too, you can have like you'll see like the walls breathe, and it'll be like a kind of a cool experience. But if you do 3.5, you'll have like a full mushroom trip, and you'll have like the different phases and blah blah blah. And so I'm gonna do the 3.5, so I took a whole bag, and then I ate it, and I was like, okay, cool. And I just remember feeling after 30 minutes, I was like, oh my god, I know what's gonna happen. I already know what's gonna happen. Nothing is gonna fucking happen because all of this is stupid bullshit. It's literally fucking mushrooms, and everybody on stream is gonna say like, oh, it's because you didn't try enough and blah 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 blah. And I remember somebody saying that 5 grams was like a heroic dose, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll just eat 2 more bags. So I ate 7 more grams because it's fucking mushrooms or whatever. Who cares? And about an hour in, I remember seeing like colors on the wall.
10.5 grams. Not only was the amount excessive, but also the environment he was in was terrible for what he was about to endure.
I did everything the worst way possible. I was around people that I wasn't really comfortable with. I was in an unknown environment. I was on a completely empty stomach. I did my 10.5 grams pre-dosing.
Whatever barriers Destiny had to protect him from feelings of panic were no longer there. If they were, the voices that existed only in his reality would not have tormented him so much.
I remember thinking that this is actually what schizophrenia feels like. This is what it feels like to be a paranoid schizophrenic, that not only can I not make the voices stop, they will talk about me wanting to make them stop. That
Never take more after
not wanting
Never take more after waiting 30 minutes. Been there before, just wait another 30 minutes. Of course you've been there before. How was it, Carl? Did you go cuckoo, cuckoo?
Paranoid schizophrenic, that not only can I not make the voices stop, they will talk about me wanting to make them stop. That before I even have the thought of not wanting them to talk, that they will talk about me not wanting them to talk. And how cute it was that I thought that them talking wasn't all coming from my mind.
Destiny was stuck for what felt like an eternity.
That's what I want to comprehend. Like, it really was. Each minute was longer than the rest of your life experience. Was what you felt like. You still haven't decisively said that.
And I would pick up my phone and look at it again, and only a minute had passed. Like it felt like I was experiencing eternities, and it would only tick by 1 minute at a time. And then I'd put the phone down, and I would experience like
another eternity of being trapped in this room.
Destiny's sense of reality was so broken, he thought he was Racc, the other streamer he was in the room with. There were a few things he did that won him the smallest grasp on reality.
Making people very uncomfortable in real life is another way that I can test my reality. This is what I do when I'm dreaming to make sure that I don't lose grasp of reality. So like,
what he's describing is honestly pretty
spooky. If I try to fuck the girl in my dreams, I'll always be able to. But if it's real life, I obviously wouldn't be able to. So like, if I make a ridiculous request of a woman, then I can know, like, oh well, you know, I'm clearly dreaming. And I remember that, oh god, I remember that I said something to Becca along those lines, like, come over here and lay on me or something, and then she would tell me I'm not really comfortable with that, and then like when she said that, it was like an explosion of lucidity,
satisfaction.
Becca was Racc's girlfriend at the time. Another moment that helped Destiny gain some control was going to the bathroom with Racc.
Because I really thought I was you. I was 100%
I just showed him he wasn't me. So I had to get up with him, go to a mirror, and we stared in the mirror. And then you went to the bathroom.
I think I talked to myself.
You talked to yourself.
Oh my god.
And you called your friends on Discord too.
That was really bad. I shouldn't have done that.
Eventually, Destiny got through it at the cost of some sanity and energy.
So if I had the means to kill myself while in the darkest parts of that trip, I absolutely would have killed myself. 100%. I know I would have. Well, no. I can't say no I would have, but like that would have been the feeling. Were you like crying, or your body couldn't express the emotions? When I actually finished the journey, I don't cry. It's just not something that I really experience. I don't know how to explain that. It's really hard to explain.
Cry, you guys.
But when I came out, like, I think my eyes were like watery, but I was just exhausted. I was mentally and physically exhausted.
Little did he know, he opened a door that was difficult to close.
So like sitting on a couch and for no reason, my heart is just like fucking thumping in my chest and I don't know why, and I just feel very anxious. A few days of hardcore anhedonia. So like I feel like nothing can make me happy. I don't even want to get out of bed. I don't want to do anything to make me happy. I just feel kind of like worthless. Just like really weird stuff. Like I say weird, but unfortunately there are people that live with things like this. But yeah, I think it's just because
it was. You think because of those, what was it, mushrooms?
Yeah, I did a really big mushroom trip. I look back at these texts sometimes. It was so unbelievable. I'm like texting my kid's mom saying shit like, I'm a horrible person, like take Nathan away from me, I don't ever want to see him again, like I'm a horrible don't, blah blah blah. And it's like I'd never say anything like this in my life. I'm the most high driven, like confident person. It was like crazy to me to see it.
Entering 2019, Destiny as a channel and online content creator had exploded in popularity, though it is difficult to say how well.
Breaking news, Trump bombed Iran. Okay, let me wait to the next Destiny stream so he tells me what I should think about that.
He was doing in the midst of mental problems caused by the mushrooms. In the very least, one positive for the moment was when he met Melina, a Swedish girl who was in an open relationship with Max, someone who went online as Acid Loveboy. It appears Max would pop into Destiny's chat, stating how much Melina liked Destiny. This much was true. Melina even reached out to Destiny on Instagram.
And then, I think he said in one of his videos that he had an Instagram and that he needed people to stop DMing him. That wasn't cutie pies. And then I messaged him and said, am I a cutie pie? And then he replied in like 2 minutes. And then that's when I was in New Zealand. And I guess you wanted to escape America or like LA for a little bit?
Destiny steals a Swedish guy's girlfriend live on Twitch.
Oh, I've seen this
just
before.
over 11-minute video cutting down a stream of Destiny and Melina flirting, with Max as a designated cameraman.
It's New Zealand, mate. It's not fucking America. But we're in Queensland. They could throw them out. I don't even think you guys hit them well. What?
Wasn't this guy like his mod or something?
Do you think she's like really like, look, you can just like do this? Yeah, what holy shit, I don't know. It's just like, she's very touchable.
At the end of the stream, Destiny is sitting on a couch in what appears to be the hotel room that Max and Melina were staying at. It is then that Max comes out to interact with Destiny.
You have a towel, that's right.
What do you want me to do with it?
You wanted a menu.
She's the one that's hungry. I don't give a fuck. I need to sleep.
Jesus, Melina.
I'm so tired.
Is the shut up? Has the stream been on this whole time?
Yeah, because you put the camera there. I almost came out and started jerking off.
All right, scooch.
No, the camera's on.
No, it's my stream. Today it's mine.
Okay, dude.
Destiny gets up to lead Max with the stream.
No, they closed the door to the bedroom. You know, guys, I'm gonna sleep on the couch with you. It's gonna be great. Actually, today I'm a real cuck, you know?
The moans of Melina and Destiny can be heard at the end of the video.
At
least he's honest about it.
I would actually say like maybe like 20% of all the guys I've slept with has been good.
20% of all the guys you slept with? Damn, that's a pretty...
But I'm going for the betas.
Yeah, you go for the betas.
Melina had taken a liking to Destiny. She would eventually abandon Max and fly to reside in the United States to start an open relationship with Destiny, who was still growing online but talking to people like Jesse Lee Peterson.
How did you get the name? Is that a lady name? Would you want your woman to abort your child?
If she really wanted to.
You'll be okay with that?
I mean, it's her decision. It's her body, right?
Amazing!
That's how U.S. law works right now.
Amazing. Are you a beta male?
I don't think so.
Beta.
What happened to this guy? Did he die? Did COVID get him?
Manifesto.
I don't hear about this guy anymore. I'm nervous. I'm concerned.
But one of the possibilities is in this late July 2019 chess stream.
Anybody else? Whoa!
He's still chilling, that's good.
What? For the sake of this video, the word must be censored. That word being the N-word that Destiny supposedly accidentally said.
Wait, what did I say? Wait, link the clip. Did I actually? I didn't say anything bad.
You didn't mean to say it, but it sounded fucking real bad.
Destiny then listens back to what he said.
Oh my god! I'll be right back. I gotta delete the VOD.
There were people trying to get him banned for a supposed slip-up, but nothing much came of it. Not until October 2019. This is when a clip of Destiny admitting to saying the N-word all the time was being passed around. It appears Destiny was trying to get ahead of this by issuing DMCAs to the person spreading the clip. However, it was too late. The clip was out and the damage had been done.
He's turning
but there
into
was even
H3.
more damage to do. The year prior, specifically in November 2018, Destiny and streamer Trihex had started a new podcast, the DT podcast.
Whoa, that guy.
Things were going relatively well until Destiny's controversy in 2019 that could not be ignored when it became a topic of conversation in the Racc Royale podcast.
That's my position on you.
Man, things were so much simpler back then, huh? Instead of arguing over Israel and Palestine, you know, two places that have nothing to do with any of us, we're just arguing over the ethics of saying the N-word online.
Certain types of humor or certain types of words publicly is, I don't like to do it, and I don't think you should
like
do it
IBS
because people
baby
can take
mode.
it in ways that you don't want them to.
That was a simplified version of Destiny's stance, and his separation from saying the N-word in public and private. Trihex was not ecstatic with Destiny. The participants could sense the tension.
Around me. I mean, if you think that like you can get offended, or if you don't like something, or not even get offended, but if you feel like something I say is like actually like a judgment to you or disrespectful to you in some private manner, I mean, that's completely for you to believe. Like, that's fine. I understand your opinion there, but...
Did I get the DT podcast canceled?
No, this is something I would have talked to them about in private, but I'm just choosing to, like, because obviously my body language is implying I'm discomfortable currently, so I wanted to acknowledge it.
He's a dork! I guess my body language is implying that I am uncomfortable with what you were saying.
Supposedly, the N-word discussion was not even on the topic list. Not for Destiny, at least. Two participants, namely Carmentine and Cole James Cash, didn't know beforehand and were excited to challenge Destiny on this position.
Enough about me, actually, and more about myself. I represent something called the gangster left, meaning that, you know, I don't be playing nice, I don't do civility if I feel that...
this is like, no. This is... Alright, I'll let him finish, but...
You acting foul, I'm gonna call you out on it, whether...
Cringe!
Gangster left, meaning that, you know, I don't be playing nice, I don't do civility if I feel that you acting foul, I'm gonna call you out on it, whether it be Twitch,
I'm gonna call you out on it,
bitch.
There were hints that this would be a topic of
Look, this was probably before Donga, you know, fell from grace. Back then, you know, fight me IRL. That was still things that people did. Fight me IRL. Fuck you.
Conversation. It was not until the 30-minute mark that it became clear it was.
All right, well, let's move on to a more contentious subject, maybe. Maybe the most contentious subject tonight.
Hey, Goon.
How do we all feel
Very
about
late
using
watching
the
this
N-word
documentary. What did you think? Was this good faith?
Good one.
I'm not familiar with any of these bozos.
Carmentine in particular appears to state in that clip, quote, "That's all I'm here for. Let's fucking go," unquote. Cole James Cash was not a particularly strong debater and was kicked from the podcast about an hour in. Carmentine stayed, cited studies and books, but did little to provide the information within the studies. Then things
What's this
derailed
about?
further.
It's a June the King's Destiny documentary.
When the conversation became about who was qualified to have the conversation.
Hold on, Corman, Mindwaves, you have to understand that, like, when he constantly says that, like, oh, well, you're not qualified to have the, like, I can't have the conversation.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to have it.
I've been black my entire life.
Who cares? Just because you're black doesn't mean you have a good stance on public use of language.
Well, yeah, from two matters. From a standpoint of epistemology, from actual, like, learned knowledge, actual lived experience, and actual education.
Even from lived experience, you can go from Chris Rock, who's using.
Oh my god, I am not interested in the conversation about who is or is not qualified to have this conversation.
Hassan, who had recently joined, gave credence to Cormantine's perspective.
I don't know about our relevance.
Oh my god, look at that baby face in the top right.
It's a subject that's important because the conversation that's taking place is like the usage of a word that like actively and continues to harm people that look like Cormantine. Like,
imagine getting harmed by a word, you guys.
It's understandable that he's going to have a
small world though,
passionate reaction to this.
For context, Destiny and Hassan were at one point friends. Hassan, a political pundit who was trying to get into the burgeoning political streaming space that Destiny reigned over, received much support from Destiny, from giving him advice on how to debate, to visiting him in person to help with his computer. But the two came to a crossroads when it came to the presentation of information. Hassan would cover things inaccurately to help his arguments. He was not able to keep up with Destiny when it came to debates, as covered in one of the previous videos.
He's dented!
Additionally, he was much further left than Destiny, which further soured the friendship that formed into a rivalry. That's why Destiny was so aggressive when it came to Hassan popping on this podcast.
Why would you bring this up when if I showed you that I did have a black friend that was cool with it, would you walk this whole argument back, or are you just trying to score brownie points?
No. Hold on.
Imagine being harmed by a bleached sword.
This podcast ended up being
It is a sword. You can be physically harmed by it if you're run through by it.
That positive for Destiny's image, even if he was receiving continual backlash for his statements. Destiny and Hassan had their own one-on-one, where Hassan promised that he would not talk to Destiny again. Destiny also brought up Hassan talking to Trihex. It was the entirety of this controversy that killed the DT podcast. It was Trihex feeling disposable in that Destiny would care so little if the podcast died, and other elements involving his association with Destiny. Destiny did try to expand on the private versus public element in different ways, like tying it to something like consensual sex to the leaking of a video of the act, stating that they are worlds apart.
I guess to bring up some of the examples Relevant was bringing up, right? There might be like a form of like consensual sex that I engage in. I think it's a lot different to say like, oh, like there's a lot of things that I do behind the scenes that I wouldn't do publicly. I think that's a lot different than like releasing a video of like me having sex. I think these two things are worlds apart.
A side effect of this overarching discussion was Destiny's bleeding viewership. He claims this is from the realization of just how radical Hassan and Vosh, a different far-left streamer, were. As such, his public distancing from the far-left
everyone's making cameos tonight.
Of their sour ties inversely grew their audience. This chapter came to a close with Destiny's N-word manifesto. 4,228
the what
words
manifesto?
clarifying Destiny's stances and how and why things ended up as they did. This was broken up by events and the individuals involved. Destiny in the stream, breaking down the manifesto, stated that he would not be doing something similar ever again.
I'm never going to do a write-up like this again. I don't have the time, I don't have the patience, I don't have the energy.
This
it would
was
not
a
be
lie.
Destiny's only
Destiny
manifesto.
Over the years would make other manifestos multiple times larger than this one. The following two were on Bob 7, a person who got close to Melina. A different one.
Destiny moved his knight to the right edge of the board. Rewind that. Was Destiny black? He's black! Rat. Oh, right here.
From their far left views, in combination of their sour ties, inversely grew their audience. This chapter came to a close with Destiny's N-word manifesto. 4,220.
Looks like he was black to me.
Chapter came to a close with Destiny's N-word manifesto. 4,228 words clarifying Destiny's stances and how and why things ended up as they did. This was broken up by events and the individuals involved. Destiny in the stream, breaking down the manifesto, stated that he would not be doing something similar ever again.
I'm never going to do a write-up like this again. I don't have the time, I don't have the patience, I don't have the energy.
This was a lie. Destiny over the years would make other manifestos multiple times larger than this one. The following two were on Bob 7, a person who got close to Melina. A different
Beginner's
one
mistake. You should have told me that. Now I know to avoid that when I finally start playing chess.
Try to expose Destiny as a manipulator and sexual deviant. Destiny, with his own manifesto, focused on their own manipulative nature. While these are too dense to cover in this video, there are standout claims.
Me and Leah had a conversation about there were a few girls we talked to. It was like, oh cool, like we should record videos of like us fucking shit and send it to people. Like it's fun. So we do this. I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or me and Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first.
Bob7 claimed that Destiny was recording women without their consent, which is why Destiny revealed he had a bank of videos. In terms of archives for sexual purposes, he had more than just that.
But like to continually compliment a person like after that is really fucking hard for me to do. It feels like I don't like I have to remember to do it. Like okay, I need to say these compliments to these people. At one point I had like a spreadsheet where it's like there are these 4 people that I know and I need to say these compliments to them every day. But I stopped that because it was too much to keep track of. Because it feels like that's like people do that to each other. Where they
I just don't see the appeal. Why would you want to film yourself having sex?
Check up on whatever. I can't do that.
What does that mean? What's this Excel spreadsheet? Let's hear about it.
Okay, I have a sheet with all the people that I'm currently talking to, and then their name is either green, yellow, or red. Red means that for whatever reason, there's no chance of me hooking up with this person in the near future. What? Yellow means probably, but there's some dumb shit or drama going on, and I probably shouldn't. And then green usually means like this person is clear for takeoff. And then I have them all organized by geography, so depending on where I'm going, it's like people I can talk to or whatever. That's my sheet.
Destiny's sexual habits were becoming more public, especially with Melina leaking his tendencies.
Does Destiny have a hairy ass? Just tell me the truth.
He never lets me get near his ass.
And you think this guy's gay? You said he's a bit bi-curious. He's not bi-curious.
Nah, he likes sucking dick.
Why would you as a man want that information?
A second. Go back 2 seconds. What did you say? He likes what?
He likes to suck dick, but he doesn't want his dick sucked by other guys.
This coming out did not seem to bother Destiny whatsoever. It's when his finance...
Probably because of maybe it's like a power thing. Like if he's the one sucking cock, it's like being submissive, which, you know, maybe he's insecure about because he's so tiny. But if he's the one getting his dick sucked, it's like self-validating that he's the dom. He's the big guy, even though he's so small.
Were in jeopardy that real panic set in. In late 2020, after 10 years on the platform, Destiny was departed from Twitch. The reason is thought to be because of this comment made in the unrest of 2020.
He's
womanly! The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that
He's
means
got a
like
spreadsheet of people he can talk to.
Dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Like holy fuck.
This is possibly why Destiny now streams on YouTube, as they have more lax rules.
Go to YouTube.
The departering was another very stressful moment for Destiny.
I drank a lot, had a big panic attack, sorted all my
hey,
feelings
it's
out.
PKA.
Yeah, day 2, it's time to figure out what we're gonna do.
Literally have a panic attack?
Destiny
Who hasn't been on that show at this point?
Suffering only a steep drop in revenue, he continued to grow where he could. There would not be much to say on Destiny if he continued to focus on his career and limit his sexual escapades. But the reality is, he did not.
Oh,
and
yeah.
going forward, virtually all of Destiny's largest controversies would involve the people he slept with, betrayed the trust of, and approached knowing the consequences would be lasting.
Okay, I don't know why you're pushing this narrative, okay? This is your whole fucking world of... This is your world of shit show that you have going on there.
That was Dan Saltman, a friend of Destiny's, reprimanding Destiny for continuously messaging a woman that goes online as Anna Noir. Anna was a streamer and a psychology student. She had conversations with Destiny and the two eventually slept together. This was revealed on stream. It was also apparent that Anna was not entirely stable, or at minimum had leaps in logic. She would attempt to use her incomplete education to convince Destiny and other friends of things that were a stretch, to say the least.
Me and Anna are perfectly fine. She is not a crazy person. She is not a stalker.
No, when you have to say that.
We have had
probably some smoke to that fire.
Where there's been name calling on both sides, but you know what? Everything is cool, and we're past all of that. We've all made mistakes, and we're all moving on from it.
This did not do much to calm things, as Anna confronted Destiny on a different creator stream.
You know what's funny? Anna thinks I'm sweet. She thinks you're very, very, very manipulative, so be careful. Okay? Okay. And you guys need to end it today. Like today. Like right now.
Okay, stop! He's not telling the context! He's not telling the context!
My context!
I was scared, please!
Mementos!
Stop telling me that I didn't feel that way, Steven! I did! That's how I defend myself. Why do you say these things different things publicly, Steven, privately? Why didn't you say you wanted to talk to me, Steven? Why do you act like you didn't? Stop acting like that. Why would you sext me then constantly for months if you didn't
Now wait a minute. Now we're supposed, like, guys, we hate Destiny, right? Why is it that when allegedly credible accuser steps forward and shares her story and her experiences, why are you all just like, shut up, bitch? No, we need to sit down and we need to listen and believe. We hate Destiny. We should want this story to be true.
talking to me? Why would you call me princess? You knew that I would respect it.
Anna, when somebody blocks you on 2 different platforms and doesn't respond to any messages, what do you think that means?
Steven, that's because you
Shut up, Carl, you're
we were
debunking
fighting,
me.
though.
No, I didn't. We didn't talk at all. I just blocked you.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silent treatment, though.
Oh my god. Okay.
Destiny leaves the call shortly after that comment. Without all the information available, it is impossible to break down the highly
Okay, just because you're mentally insane, you're crazy, but does this not make you more susceptible to abuse and emotional manipulation from other people? Because you're like, you're cuckoo?
history of Anna and Destiny. Even lengthy lore posts that attempt to categorize all that
That's probably why it was so easy for Destiny to fuck with her, because she was already BPD.
happened have missing information. To give a simple summary, Anna slept with Destiny.
Yeah, that's why he has so many accusers, Discord merchant, because they're all crazy. These are the only women he can bag. Beyond him just straight up stealing women from his mods.
2020, under the guise that it would become something more than casual. She also wanted to keep it a secret, but she allegedly streamed from the hotel room Destiny was staying at. Additionally, Destiny never expressed commitment to
No,
a
Goon,
relationship,
we gotta listen
only that
and
he would
believe.
not burn the bridge with her. On Discord, Anna continued to express a desire for a closer relationship. Frustrated at the lack of an emotional relationship, she also passed heavy judgment on Destiny's choice to be in an open relationship, and labeled him as narcissistic and cold. Further Discord leaks demonstrate Anna's dedication to get a response from Destiny, often firing off multi-paragraph messages over the course of several days, back to back. Even
Is there any e-celeb with like a successful open relationship arc? Like, it seems like any time we hear about these fellas and they talk, oh yeah, we're making our relationship open, you guys. It just ends up going south right after that. If it wasn't already heading south, it starts really heading south after they announce an open relationship.
without a response from Destiny. She also told Destiny that acting cold towards someone when angry is
monogamous side Phil wins again.
A coercive control. In a different leak, on another social media platform, this style of conversation continued with Destiny occasionally responding with a desire to disengage. In August of 2021 is when Destiny revealed he was still talking to Anna to smooth things over. Then, it was a month later that the infamous Zerka stream took place. After that, Waffles, an acquaintance of Anna, came out with her experience with Anna.
From the surgery, my doctors told me to not talk to her because I ended up with like a stress injury in my abdomen that's related to psychological stress. She told me that I was doing things that are completely
Yeah, he took his hedonistic Gooner Palamery fantasies too far.
Personal trauma, that they were trauma symptoms.
Watched a bit too much TLC. Those fucking Palamorous TLC shows and thought that could be his life.
I have a avoidant attachment.
That was Waffles talking about her experience with Anna. Even through her apparent instability, and through the recommendations of not just Dan, but also Destiny's community at large, Destiny continued to talk to her, supposedly in an attempt to get her to disengage. Then, 2 months later, in October 2021, she released a Google Doc explaining her side of things. Here she claims, quote, he is lying when I said I quote-unquote stalked him. If this were the case, why did he send novel-length DMs of sexual fantasies and pic/video exchanges to me from May through September 2021? I can't show these DMs? Unquote. This is important for 2 reasons. First is, while Destiny portrayed the narrative that he was trying to distance himself from Anna, he was still actively flirting with her. Second, Destiny on November 1st, possibly in relation to that line, stated, quote,
obviously his
"Tell
problem
Anna
with
she
his
leaves
desires for a harem is that if these are the women that he can, these are the only women that he can get a hold of, it's probably just not meant to be.
In my sexting, I will have some pics to share, baby laugh. What it meant, pics about our DMs, guys. Baby laugh. Some may have read this as Destiny holding explicit images of Anna over her head. Little was it known that Destiny had a library of videos and images of the women he had slept with that went far beyond just Melina, and was seen more than just by the eyes of Destiny. Destiny's actions in 2022 would echo louder and louder until it was deafening. This is all tied to a singular point and conversation. It begins when Destiny starts messaging a Twitter user known as Rose is Coming. Destiny began messaging her allegedly
Why is that
before
your
they started
Twitter
seeing
handle?
content. This is also shortly after Melina and Destiny got married. Quote, I'm just so stupid. I fell in love with another woman, but the 2 at a time thing is bothering her way more than she let on, and it looks like she's maybe ready to move on because of it. If I had known sooner, I would have moved faster, but there is so much random / stupid / dumb fuckery backstory to this. I am just a fucking idiot, and on top of all that, I see her in like 2 days. And I'm stuck at this fucking airport today, and my flight was fucking cancelled. I can't eat because my stomach is in knots all day. Just a really grand old time. How has your day been, Rose? Rose prods asking who this woman could be. Destiny states, quote, fucking Lauren, man. Am I so stupid? By Lauren, he means Lauren Southern. A once popular
throwback.
online figure who he is politically diametric from. According to Brittany Simon,
Just like
Destiny
Trump
began
and Hillary
seeing
got
her
together.
during Lauren's divorce.
During this time and during this divorce, somewhere along that timeline, there was an affair. And this affair got messy. One, because Destiny's now ex-wife didn't know it was happening. And even though they claimed to be in an open relationship, there was a lot of lying and deception that occurred. According to them, he had kept the affair secret and kept telling her that all of this time he was sleeping with Lauren Southern, meeting up with her, collabing with her, and planning to leave his now ex-wife for her.
But this did not go through. Lauren became disinterested in Destiny, which is when he went back to Melina. Quote, and she ended up finding a guy and getting semi-serious in like 2 weeks. I am so mindfucked. Destiny in the past has stated he was above sharing these intimate details.
I never, ever will share problems that I'm having with my current significant other, or try to shit talk or like demean the person that I'm dating.
Rose at this time, according to her profile, was 18. The reason this matters is Destiny in the past has gone on about his certainty to be unattracted to teens.
Nothing will turn you off faster. As somebody that has a fucking house, that has a career, that has a job, that has lived his own life, than to sit down in a restaurant and put your back to 2 motherfuckers that are talking about, I don't know what class I'm gonna take. Oh my god, the professor is such an annoying piece of shit. And my mom stopped paying my car. This is the easiest way for me to understand that I will not be attracted to teenagers going into my fucking 30s.
Destiny at the time talking to Rose was 30.
Pretty bad foreshadowing. Let's hear that one again.
That has lived his own life, than to sit down in a restaurant and put your back to 2 motherfuckers that are talking about, I don't know what class I'm gonna take. Oh my god, the professor is such an annoying piece of shit. And my mom stopped paying my car. This is the easiest way for me to understand that I will not be attracted to teenagers going into my fucking 30s.
Destiny at the time talking to Rose was 33 years old. This is not the only clip that exists of this nature.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal...
Apparently, it was not all the same to him.
Age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird.
This brings the question as to why Destiny was so forward with Rose with this information, especially with the
'cause he
consideration
wanted
on
to
how Destiny views
bang.
people that young, including Melina as too young and inexperienced with life. A possibility is it could be part of a strategy he no longer uses.
I used to do all this shit in my like early mid-20s. So when I see it. It's very, very easy, right? It's very easy to pick something out like this, okay? Let me walk you through a type of interaction that you can have with somebody, okay? If I'm trying to get somebody to be a lot, what you do is you show vulnerability to somebody, but it's actually a false vulnerability. You make it look like you're very vulnerable, you're very sensitive, you're very on edge. Anything
He's
they
an
say
emotional
could push you over.
manipulator.
You don't really have even control of your own emotion right now, but you're actually very in control. Where I talk about how hard it is for me to let people to get close to me, and
and I feel like I want to trust this person a lot, but it's really, really, really hard for me to get to that level where I feel like I can kind of share something. But if they're willing to, if I'm going to open up to them, I just hope that they understand that that level of vulnerability that I'm showing is something that they can appreciate, because I don't show that everybody.
Just lie to women. It's super effective. You'll get what you want.
They're thinking like, holy shit, like he's showing me something so special. Like, yeah, I do trust you.
It depends on the lie.
They're in charge of the interaction. They feel like they're the one that is like, holy shit, I need to take care of this person here. And they feel like they're the ones that are making the decision to actually get close to you in that situation. This is something that Max does a lot to people, and it's a really effective way.
That was Destiny.
Well, thankfully, when he says this, I believe it is in the context of the short term. He's chasing some poontang. You'll get poontang quicker if you just listen and believe and then lie.
Talking about Mr. Girl. As for the bombshell, the reason this conversation would become increasingly relevant is because Destiny, in sharing his sexual interests with Rose, sent her lewd videos of himself with other women, some of Melina, and some of Pixie, without Pixie's consent. Pixie is a woman who is in the online political space, a woman who has been in the space going as far back as 2020. She took place in the Mindwaves podcast with Destiny.
Right, when it comes to like sex, right, that's a very consensual one-on-one thing that usually doesn't bleed out to other aspects of your life. We know here that like just like when it comes to like racist ideology or racist beliefs or like misogynistic thoughts, like it does bleed out. There's like study after study after study after study that talks about it.
At one point, Pixie's father expressed her happiness with Destiny being her friend. This was a ticking time bomb, but for the time being in 2022, there were other issues at hand and many manifestos to write. This is something that Destiny loves.
So I get anxious or excited, like when I'm writing manifestos or people trying to end my career or whatever. For me, generally, that's an exciting feeling. I enjoy like the movement forward and the challenges and everything is like very exciting to me.
Keffals was his largest opponent of 2022, one that was supposedly responsible for getting Destiny permanently banned from Twitch. The most Destiny had to go off of was this email that claimed it was due to hate speech. This is something that Keffals celebrated. Destiny was already getting much flack this year for doing things like debating white nationalist Nick Fuentes. While Destiny highlights the importance...
Right here did this, right here, look at them. Look at how they look at each other. That's been debated. It's been long debated towards the real reason why known Mexican cowboy leader of the white race, Nicholas J. Fuentes, showed up to Destiny's humble abode. We can only speculate.
Year for doing things like debating white nationalist Nick Fuentes.
Look at this. Look at Fuentes. He's studying him. He's thinking about how cute, scraggly his little beard is. What's Destiny thinking? How hairless his balls are.
While Destiny highlights the importance of pushing back on these ideas directly,
not that there's anything wrong with that.
Platforming people with said ideas. As for Keffals, the manifesto was released and covered October 1st, 2022.
Went with the title Keffals, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation.
It took Destiny about 3 hours to go through the entirety of this manifesto. It goes over
how many manifestos does he have?
Accept slanderous lies about her opposition with little to no evidence, how she possibly encouraged harassment in order to point it out and raise more money, and how that money that was meant to be used for a lawsuit was instead used for quote-unquote DIY bathtub hormones for minors. The last segment goes over the many instances of Keffals being a very aggressive online bully, and doing the things she was annoyed that people did to her, such as doxing. Not all of Destiny's controversies were as large as exposing him as a manipulator. One that took place in 2021 was coming back late 2022.
Every single person on the internet, okay, that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all it is. Every one of them. NFTs are the Zoomers Avon. That's all it is, bro. Like, it's the exact same shit. Yeah, you're buying some worthless
Hey, wait a minute. Mama Dingus was really into Avon.
On some other loser in the future who thinks they can pawn it off on somebody else. It's all fucking pyramid scheme bullshit. That's what it is.
This
At least you get something physical with Avon.
Stating anyone who is pushing an NFT is trying to find a bigger sucker, to then doing it did not look great. Yet, there is a difference in Destiny not expressing his NFTs as something that is guaranteed to increase in value or the like. It was directly after the Mr. Girl manifesto that Destiny had a new target. Someone that late 2022 was criticizing him for his contradictory claims.
Based on your experience, being a person who says don't do it, but then you do it because you can make money, you're someone who has no integrity. Hence, you should not be a leader and not be giving advice because you're clearly a money-hungry scammer. Is that an answer to your question?
This person, for about 30 minutes, was hammering Destiny with observations or claims
That's
that had little to no
right.
evidence. It was not until Destiny asked a single question that had things change drastically.
Ask you a question. Do you know what an NFT
Real
is?
quick, real quick.
No. Hold on. You just wanted a whole spiel. You're not gonna engage. He's actually not gonna critically engage at all. He's just gonna play. He's just gonna play a chimp clip, and then he's gonna say that that's. Yeah. So in order to have a conversation with you, I need to make sure that you're intellectually equipped for it. So
Be silent so I can answer your question.
Okay.
And when it's your turn to talk, I will be silent out of respect.
Go for it.
Now, you clearly had no background. I'm helping you out with an answer. You asked, do I know what NFTs are? Not only do I know what NFTs are, oh, is he playing music right now?
Oh, I'm just waiting for you. I was waiting for you to answer. You're gonna say the answer?
Triggered. He's truly triggered.
Okay, no, that's cool. I'll chill away. Go ahead.
Who you are? He can't even have a proper conversation. He's basically like storming off. This is what happens on Maury when they say, you're not the father, and the chick just storm off. Wow.
I get the impression that he doesn't know what NFTs are and is deflecting by like making fun of him in general now.
He's mad angry. He asked me a question, I didn't want to hear the answer.
He looks and talks. He looks like and talks like somebody who would not know what an NFT is.
Were you gonna tell me what an NFT is?
This guy's angry. Now listen.
Go ahead.
I had a conference here.
Oh, he's not.
This person does not know what an NFT is, and his refusal to
no.
acknowledge this created quite the event that viewers more than happy to participate in.
Charlie said, you're...
Shut up, Carl.
Okay, we're gonna read this. You're sounding really insecure
I was right.
during this debate. You're making us on the right look really bad.
Oh no, the psyops.
Yeah, I'm not on the right.
Pete Crawley said, peace to the saints. Destiny will realize what real clout is at the end of this, hopefully.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, he wants to distract, and I won't let him distract. Like, he asks, like, silly questions.
But you were distracting earlier.
NFT, like, that's just silly. Like, it's completely irrelevant.
But it's not irrelevant, though. The things about Destiny's opinion on NFTs or whatever, right?
Yeah. So I mean, but there's fears there's like a phobia for basically everything. So there's
Is that
like
Coggers calling it?
There's like a phobia for like explanations. There's like phobia for like explanations, so people will try to dodge explanations. Kind of like you try to dodge the NFT thing earlier.
No, was that the actual point?
So I told him like enough tea, like enough tea, like NFT, like what is an NFT? What is an NFT?
Real quick.
Is that Boss Man Jack?
Stop trying to join the chat because
like the indoctrination that he does online is just really pathetic. I think it's really ridiculous. And he actually also doesn't know what an NFT is. So I was wondering if you could explain it to me.
These guys are awesome, man. These guys.
This was the rest of the stream.
All right, this is kind of funny. I don't know. This looks like a Destiny win to me.
Moments like these are what Destiny is known for, but not all sway in his favor.
No.
Oh no!
Okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Mel time. It's
Mel time.
So we're just doing salsa or just one?
Yep.
How did he go from cucker to cucked? The cucky.
I was getting footage for his next cuck video on me. Thanks. I see what's going on here.
Oh my God! He let his wife dance with another man.
It was 2023 that his
Hey, that is pretty
relationships
bad, though.
and the secrets of them started to bleed into the world.
Okay, hang on. Then let me ask you a question directly. Answer it directly. Did you fuck Lauren Southern?
It's hard to say for sure because
Just answer the
Just
question.
say yes. You fucked the Nazi Wu-Tang.
thing right now.
You're just deflecting.
Quote, I'm not
She's
gonna
not a
quote unquote nuke Melina or anything, but the last 2 months and 2 weeks have been a massive mindfuck to me, unquote. Quote, when I visited Sweden last, he gave Mel an ultimatum to divorce me and threatened to redact himself when she didn't do it. Among 20 other abusive /
Like, what does that mean,
things he's
Nurgle?
done, and endlessly make excuses
Did you hump her or did you not?
for him, so I'm out. Destiny and Melina were getting a divorce. What's more, the rumors about him sleeping with Lauren were in circulation. To quickly summarize the divorce, Melina had a tax issue and the Swedish government took her passport, so she was stuck in Sweden and Destiny in the US. It was here that she fell for someone else, which is when their relationship truly started to fall apart. Destiny was cold to her, and Melina was apparently still unhappy with what happened with him and Lauren.
Probably didn't respect you. Yeah, there was no respect, obviously. But I don't think this person respected anyone in their life. I don't think they knew what respect was. So, yeah. It's funny when people call me cheating. It's like, no, I haven't. The only thing that I'm guilty of is probably feeling like I was drowning in something that was making me very unhappy, and the only way out for me was
It seems like she's just
find someone
defending
that could take care of me.
cheating on him,
Melina
though.
and Destiny did not end on good terms, and both parties had much to say about the other. 2024 for Destiny, following this divorce, was the year that things went off the rails, both in terms of Destiny's aggressive nature online and the leaks coming out. May 10th, 2024 marks the start of a new level of hatred for Destiny on Twitter. This starts small with a comment about the streamer Ludwig. Destiny saying he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. Ludwig responds with an image of 50 Cent that in turn is a reference to this.
I look at the computer say, Floyd say, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
Ludwig received 46,000 likes to Destiny's 6.4 thousand likes. Then Destiny quote tweets this with an image of Ludwig's girlfriend, to which Ludwig responds, quote, "Yes, that is a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife?" The previous tweet had a ratio of 7.1 times more likes in favor of Ludwig. This set of tweets, with Destiny at 11,000 likes and Ludwig at 145,000, is at 13.1 times more likes in favor of Ludwig. And Destiny, as he does with dissenting audience members, was banning anyone criticizing him over these tweets. There was more to this chain of events. Alongside Hassan's typical replies to Destiny were far more aggressive ones from different creators.
Saying is on site, you know, we all have different ways that we react, you know? So I would like him to come to TwitchCon and we'll see what happens. I have enough, I could afford all the lawyers.
And GPM said TwitchCon wasn't worth it.
Which is not a surprise, because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just like, it would just be so easy to just, it will save, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
This was nothing compared to the hate Destiny would get in July for his tweets about the Trump assassination attempt, where the stray bullet killed a rally attendant. Here he tweets, quote, "All I see is Biden up +1 in Pennsylvania." Unquote.
Oh, see, I was hoping they would cover this.
All he cares about is that it's one less vote for Trump. This sparked tremendous outrage, with Destiny continuing to double down. It got so large that it even got back to the owner of Twitter, Elon Musk, who then demonetized Destiny's Twitter account. This was hardly a consequence, considering Twitter's remarkably low advertiser earnings compared to other social media websites. On that note, Destiny, likely because of his comments, was suspended from Kick. Even Nathan, Destiny's son, now received an indefinite ban on Twitch. It was attached to Destiny, but not because of the recent turmoil. It was because of this clip of him and a BB gun.
Ooh, I saw this too.
You're so cooked.
Destiny Jr., no! He's gonna do it. He's bringing socialism to America.
To clarify, Nathan said cucked, not cucked. But the internet heard it as latter, which made the clip all the more entertaining. As for his channel, as a result of all the recent drama, not only was he not seeing a dip in performance, it was actually growing more and more per month.
A lot of the reasons why people know me are literally things tied directly to Twitter. Like, the only reason the JonTron conversation happened was because I had a Twitter and I poked him. The only reason I talked to, like, Dick Masterson, No Bullshit, Lawrence Southern, Martin Shkreli, a lot of these people literally came through, like, kind of these Twitter conversations. And yeah,
because they all live on Twitter.
Insanely fucking damaging.
They don't live on Twitch.
This all appeared to be part of his grand strategy of being more inflammatory. This is still Destiny's way.
He's gonna say the N-word even more now?
He was even on Piers Morgan to defend his position on his recent
I remember this. This was last year, I think.
Appeared that this was part of Destiny's strategy, this scope of anger was something he would hardly toy with. There was a crack in the more erratic side of Destiny that was finally being exposed, exemplified by this deranged comment about a different creator.
He's way more interested in them or what other weird shit like pedo operator and the other guy.
Okay, why are you calling them pedophiles?
I don't know, or never mind, I do know. I don't appreciate it when spineless hack cuck cum swallowing fucks like this, okay, that jerk off to porn. I don't appreciate it when they try to rewrite.
Jerk off to
I don't like it when they rewrite right history or interactions with me because they lack the spine to say, I don't agree with what this guy says, but he's a decent guy in real life, okay? So if we're just in a world...
He's telling
we're
on
just gonna
himself, he's
make shit
projecting.
up and say whatever
He's
the fuck
calling
we
everyone
want
a
about
diddler.
guy. Oh, well then, you know, I'm just going to talk about the time I was eating breakfast with him and I saw pedo operator pull out his fucking porn on his fucking phone and, you know, spank one out right there in the fucking restaurant next to us.
This isn't okay. This is not the same thing. This is not the same thing though. These are not equivalent lies.
Tom, no.
Yeah, I think they are.
Destiny was displeased at donut operator denouncing him for his recent tweets when prior to this they were cordial.
Why are you calling him a fucking pedophile?
So the fact that he sat with me, the fact that I chatted with him and his son, we all had a really good time, okay? The idea that my girl showed more attention, so he's also making cuck jokes, okay? And then for him to say that I took advantage of their
If people want to make cuck
hospitality
jokes,
when
they
I think
can.
I footed the bill for like a $400 or $500 breakfast? Fuck this guy. No, this is cringe. And people like this deserve to be
No, I
shamed
agree.
and humiliated
First right thing you
and
said.
are fucking cringe.
Destiny, a person who previously touted his gift of being able to separate himself emotionally from people, including former friends, was not doing so. He was acting irregularly, making incomparable judgments. This was the worst time for the ticking time bomb to go off, and it finally did in November. It begins with Brittany Simon on the 15th releasing a video confirming Destiny had an affair with Lauren Southern. Then on the 19th, Melina mentioned it. On the 20th, the actual Discord messages between Destiny and Lauren and Destiny and Rose started to leak. They were leaked in larger quantity to creators. One was known as President Sunday. Then on the 29th came the point of no return. A selection of lewd images and videos were leaked, namely to Kiwi Farms. One video was a pixie performing fellatio on Destiny. This all came from Rose's Discord account. Whether hacked or through Rose is unknown. As for where in the messages it happened, quote, "Ooh, there was a girl once. She was young, so she was kind of new and wasn't that good. But she would hold on to me and tug the head a lot, which actually ended up feeling good, lol. But no cum shot. Do you want that vid?" Unquote. Rose responds, quote, "I love it, OMG." Unquote. Destiny then sends a video that would create
Anime profile picture.
unrest in Destiny's, but more so Pixie's life. Pixie, a few days later with the leaks out, had a conversation with Destiny with the agreement that they would deny it was her in the video. This became more difficult as so many people went to Kiwi Farms to view the leaks that it crashed the site.
Yep,
It is important
and
to
Josh
note
had
that
tweeted
there
about
was a
it.
larger
He was
interest in
bragging.
the leaked relationship between Destiny and Lauren Southern, and a different video of Destiny performing fellatio on a man. Pixie, with the increase in volume of people probing her, on December 11th told Destiny that she was going to end herself due to the leaks. Quote, "I'm just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened, and I feel like there is no way to obtain justice. I don't want to bring a case against you, but I think you'll continue to send nudes of people even without their consent." Unquote. Destiny, through a different source, stated Pixie did not have the intention of doing such a thing.
And the messages here that she had been sending to President Sunday, Aaron says she was threatening to him, but she told me this wasn't serious. It was just to get his attention.
Pixie, as 2024 ended and 2025 began, started to form a legal case against Destiny. On January 20th, President Sunday made a video.
Racc said it was illegal. It was legal to share that content. I said illegal.
Going
No.
public through a lawsuit. Except she was filing a lawsuit. She was only silent about it. She has good enough evidence towards this case, like Destiny acknowledging his wrongdoing when the video leaked. Quote, "I'm so sorry, there's literally zero excuse. I'd have phone convos and stuff with this person, they were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse." Other women were coming out as well, one stating that she was recorded without consent and that the video was also shared without consent. Pixie, on top of starting a fundraising campaign for the lawsuit, stated, quote, "I've received countless messages of women informing me that they have received pornographic content from Destiny. Content they now believe wasn't made or sent with consent." With all this coming out, Destiny was taking a short break from streaming, but not from tweeting. On January 27th, he tweeted, quote, "Korean barbecue is a little overrated, but I've always loved the short rib at this place. The Korean barbecue's name is Goon Barbecue. Goon,
I don't think I want to go to that
is slang
barbecue.
for being in a highly aroused hypnotic state, where poor decisions are typically made." This tweet was not well received, and to that, what appears to be his own son, quote, tweeted, "Holy shit, log off and take a break from the internet." This was also the same day that his streaming break ended, and so on January 27th, he returned. His stream opened with a few seconds of a Dr. Disrespect song in relation to his own canceling.
Even assuming if I did do the worst things possible and you still wanted to watch my content, in your mind, the process should be like a separate the art from the artist, or it should be a man, he fucked up really bad, if those things were true that have been said publicly.
For the time being, Destiny stated he could not say much due to the impending lawsuit, but was talking in vagueness, asking people to not defend him for his alleged actions, but if they were true, to consider separating the art from the artist. In February, in response to Nicholas Theorio stating that Destiny should not have a career or be a respected political creator after what he did to Pixie, tweeted that he will respond with more substance when he can, and that if people really cared, they would go after places like Kiwi Farms that is actively hosting the material, to which Theorio responded, quote, "Kiwi Farms wouldn't have Pixie's files if you didn't share them without her consent, you pathetic freak."
Yes, that's
Destiny
true.
responds at some point, stating that he did
Even
not
if it
admit
is
to anything,
Theorio
to where
saying it.
Theorio responds with a screenshot of an admission to damage. Quote, "Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her."
Congratulations.
Covering therapy
He 100%
or
a thousand
whatever
your
is
door.
minimum. 9 days later, on February
I see
18th,
you've been out and
the
about.
lawsuit was
How's the
filed
trip?
and posted. It claims that 15 women reached out to tell her that they received sexually explicit images from Destiny of other women without the other women's consent. Quote, 3 of these women also tell plaintiff that Bonnell deleted their chat threads after January 23rd, 2025, unquote. This lawsuit also seeks, quote, punitive damages in amount no less than $1 million. Finally, on February 20th, 2025, Destiny addressed this lawsuit. He summarized the events while questioning Pixie's intentions, and was able to catch her in a lie.
Pixie would send messages to people to tell them that she had never sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person to ever suggest this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with. I know that she's messaged people with stuff like this. This statement and implication, however, are both false. She'd sent me videos of her and other guys multiple times prior to us ever meeting and requested material from me as well. It was also her who suggested multiple times that we record stuff when we met later in 2020.
Destiny did not know if the other party had consented. Pixie has stated on Twitter that the other party did consent. Regardless, Destiny uses this to make this argument.
No point in any of these conversations did Pixie ever mention having explicit consent from any of these other men to share these videos with me.
Oh, you're
I have
working
no way of
on it,
contacting
okay.
them today to find out if she did. All this to say, consent was being reasonably understood by both sides of this situation.
Because Pixie did not clarify to Destiny that these parties consented
Oh,
to
Rebsy's
the
gonna put the
videos being
hotel
shared
on
to
blast?
them,
Whoa, buddy.
Destiny states it is reasonable that consent was implied and that he could share videos of her to other people without her knowledge because he had only assumed she had done the same. This is possibly what Destiny is going to use as a defense. As of the recording of this video, Destiny's channel is at the lowest point in viewership in the time frame of the last 3 years. This is
Goon
also
can
the
only do so
time
much to
in
raise
this
the
time frame
viewership.
that he overall lost subscribers. For years, many different parties have attempted to demonstrate that Destiny is a sexual deviant, and what it took was this lawsuit. Yet it is still ongoing. But the longer it presses on, the longer Destiny has to live with the dissonance between being a public figure that accepts all wrongdoing and remains consistent in acknowledging poor actions, and the lawsuit in where he is encouraged to twist events in a perceptibly dishonest way. At the time being, he is failing on both of these fronts. And the truth of the matter is that he, even if the lawsuit goes entirely not in his favor, has the power to remain online. The one thing he can be stripped of is his potential. From the women avoiding him due to the information coming out, to larger networks choosing not to have him on as a serious political commentator. In this way, Destiny can become a non-starter and would have to live in the shadow of his dreams.
Went back to Mario Odyssey after
In 15
Brothership.
years, Destiny has been
I never did a
streaming.
second playthrough of
15
Odyssey.
years of endless controversy. All it took was one leak to undo it all.
And there you go. The Destiny documentary. A lot there that I did not know about, especially the early stuff, the Justin TV stuff. Him counter-doxing the guy, leaking his PSN. Him doxing his friend, her not friend. And the NFT thing. Though that was recent. I didn't know about the NFT thing. That was funny. Why couldn't they all have been like that? That should have been him in the now. Just a bunch of funny little segments of him felting ignorant people. But it didn't end up like that. Because he's a gooner! And a cheater! And a fraud! And he's short! Okay, I got one more. Well, no, it's not one more. I got a lot. I still got a lot. But we have someone who is, you know, maybe a little bit like Destiny, and they're having some trouble. Showed this video to Saro the other day. It was actually a pretty good watch, very, very humorous. So we watched it in Baby Park. But this is someone who a couple of you might recognize. He's quite a big name. 1.86 million subscribers. The video is entitled, "I'm Destroying My Channel." But who is it?
I don't know if many of you have noticed.
It's Jeremy!
I've been a lot more shifty and weird breathy lately. And it's because I'm having near daily anxiety. There's been something going on with my YouTube channel over the past couple of weeks that I have been spending almost every single night trying to figure out. I talked to my YouTube rep, I talked to other people in the space. I just can't figure it out. And right now, I don't even really have a great answer. But what I do have is an action plan. Over the past several weeks, I have noticed videos that used to get 50, 60, 70, 80,000 views were starting to get
right, Carl?
10,000 views.
It's such a shame the casino's on vacation. This is a great video for them to go over.
15,000 views. And it caused great panic, because as you know, I have a lot of staff. My YouTube channel actually pays for all of the staff on my live stream. I have, you know, a thumbnail person, video editors, and much more that all rely
Big ups Eddie
on
B43.
YouTube, which has been extremely consistent.
The quartering
for me over
is
the past
destroying
5
his
years.
channel.
For the first time in 3 or 4 years, I have started losing a lot of subscribers, hundreds, thousands a day. I couldn't.
I'll give you the preemptive explanation. It's because the election is over.
Figure it out. I can't figure it out.
No one wants politics
I think there are
anymore.
some reasons
Not for another
that
4 years.
Are causing it. Things that I'm doing, things that I'm going to address in this video. But there's also something going on.
At least
with
not
YouTube
American politics.
that I can't figure out.
Americans are
First of all,
sadly still
I asked
interested
my
in
viewers,
everybody else's politics.
Hey, I've got 2 million subs. Why in the heck am I getting 8,000 views again? Or 8,000 views on a video? For the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years, if a video did good, it got 100 to 200,000 views. If a video did bad, it would still get 70,000 views. It's not, and I would still have the sporadic good video. I had a video on Thursday that had 200,000 views, or on Wednesday. I had a video on Tuesday that got 100,000 views. But then every other video I'd upload that day would get 5,000, 7,000 views. These numbers are, if it continued like this past these 2 weeks, which it has been, I would have to fire everybody that works for me. Everybody.
Maybe you should. What do these people do?
and-
You're a guy on YouTube. Why do you have like 10 employees? I've heard of having an editor, but like he has 10 people employed, and one of them is Six Hexenhammer. Six Hexenhammer, who just got found guilty of abuse.
You know, probably make some other pretty drastic
He threw
changes.
a phone at his lady.
Couldn't figure it out. So first things first, the things that I can control.
Look, this is how we know the story's not true. He had to be the one to throw the phone. Wouldn't he just use a magic spell and levitate the phone and then just send it at her face?
I asked my viewers, what is going on? Why are you not, you know, what's going on? Why aren't you
Nobody
watching
wants
my
to
videos
hear your
anymore?
ice cold takes anymore, Jeremy.
So to address the loudest feedback. Too
Yeah,
many
she does.
ads. You're doing too many ads.
He does employ Melanie Mac. Ow. Thank you for the bonk.
Jeremy, I'm sick of the ads. I'm sick of them. You're doing them too much.
Hey, Patchy. You're sick of
I've heard,
the ads?
And I will correct. I will now limit all ad reads to a 1 per day maximum in order to...
I am drinking water right now. Thank you.
1 per day maximum. In order to complete this, I have canceled sponsorships that were paying me money now that, you know, in order...
Wait, so because like a couple dozen people said, "Oh, it's too many ads, you guys. You're gonna self-felt yourself on purpose to give you less money?" Thank you for the puppy.
To not have to do more than one per day. And that also includes promoting Quartercast, my live stream channel, and my Trump cookbooks. If I'm doing a Trump cookbook, that...
The who cookbooks?
That's my live stream channel and my Trump cookbooks. If I'm doing a Trump cookbook, that counts as an ad. 1 per day max, period. So hopefully the people...
This just seems like a lot of like glossing over the actual problems. Okay, it's like, oh, you guys are saying I'm doing too many ads, so I'm gonna do less ads. You guys are saying it's too many mentions of the Trump cookbook. I will do less mentions of the Trump cookbook. How about like let's talk about the actual substance of the content of the videos? Like I don't wanna hear or see you complain about Brie Larson for the 1000th time. So maybe I unsubscribed because of that. I was never subscribed to quartering, but in this hypothetical scenario in which I am subscribed to quartering, I unsubscribed because I don't want to hear about fucking Brie Larson and woke shit for the 1000th time.
People that haven't been watching...
Heat booty gigs, booty jiggling XL hot dogs and buns is the recipe from the Trump... That's just trying too hard. Like, that's not even funny. Like, it's... Pete Buttigieg is... He likes it in the booty. Like, okay, yeah, wow, you're really cooking him up with the zingers, Jeremy. Zing! He's gay. Zing!
We're annoyed by all the ads. You'll come back. Secondly, in my panic of trying to figure out why videos that would normally get 50, 60, 70,000 views, why in the hell this was happening, I was deleting them. Because I thought, well...
Yeah, okay. So this is why I'm playing this, because this is the part where, you know, the destroying my channel part comes into play. You guys may be familiar, especially if you're in this sector, you may be familiar what happens to your algorithm and how your discoverability when you start deleting videos.
This was happening. I was deleting them.
Hey, Algernon.
Because I thought, well, this is a video that's performing very poorly, and it's bad for my channel. To have a video that has like a click-through rate of, you know, my average click-through rate might be 10-12%. Any video that gets worse than that gets sent out to less people. That's just how YouTube works. So if a video is getting, for whatever reason, a click-through rate, meaning that that's the number of times people click versus the number of times the video is shown to them, the higher the click-through rate, the more YouTube will show it to people. That's why clickbait's a thing. The lower, the less.
Yeah,
right?
I genuinely believe that he's panicking with this.
So I thought, well, you know, this video has a low click-through rate, I better delete it. Turns out that was very bad. And I know other YouTubers that do this, so you should stop. I talked to my YouTube rep, which is an actual person in America, not some...
Oh, he's gonna do a DSP thing and say, at least it's not an Indian. Whoa, very strange comment, Jeremy. What was I gonna say? Oh, the actual sad reality is, guys, Jeremy has been replaced by Asmongold. If you think about it, why are people no longer watching the Quarter Pounder? Well, 1, he's fat. 2, his opinions are ice cold. 3, he just reads articles on the internet. And 4, the election is over. And 5, he's fat. And 6, Asmongold does what he does better by streaming and not like blasting your sub box with 10 videos a day.
You know, random H1B in India.
I am right, Carl. Think about it. Think about it. When people talk about politics of the now, right now, the discourse, who are they talking about? The Hassans and the Asmongolds and them reacting to each other for React Inception. They're not talking about this guy anymore.
That's very bad. Stop doing that.
Oh, Asmongold also does that.
You know, 2 weeks ago when I started doing it, but now I know. So obviously, if I put out a stinker, it's gonna stay. All right. The other big good piece of feedback is that, Jeremy, you're not providing enough in-depth, enough additional value in your videos. And
yeah, I had to make that clear, Discord merchant. I only know about this because who talked about it? It wasn't Noel. Oh no, so, it was 62% in the Tevin cord.
You know what? Fair point. I think the market
If Kino
has
Casino
shifted
wasn't on
and it's no
vacation,
longer
I'm sure
okay
they would have
just to
covered this
have
for a
to,
segment.
You know, just to read an article and give my whoa, that's crazy. I need to be better. And to avoid having my wife sell her feed pictures,
what?
I have hired
to
a
avoid
researcher
that fate.
full time. Her job is to help me formulate these videos to add.
Wait, you hired one more person?
I need to be better. And to avoid having my wife sell her feed pictures, I have hired a
No, you should be firing people. You shouldn't have more than one editor. Maybe two, if you were as big as you were 10 years ago. You are not.
researcher full time.
Hey, Ivan.
Her job is to help me formulate these videos to add more information to them. To teach something rather than to read an article and react. Now, there's going to be some videos or
But that's not the
articles
issue.
or stories that reading or reacting is totally normal.
Okay, so
and totally
the segment here is him coping about like the content and worth of his of his videos. Like he feels like he needs to add more to do better, to put more effort. But his idea of that is just more shit on screen. His idea of that is making his overlay look like a dingus overlay and having factoids and shit pop up. But in reality, again, we're gonna make an Asmongold comparison. Asmongold doesn't do this. Asmongold's stream is just like him reading stuff, and then his camera is in the corner, and then he reads it, and then gives his take, and then that's the video with his editor doing some zoom-ins or pop-ups or something. But it's like, we don't need this. Look at all the wasted space on his overlay. Why do we need an overlay for this video? This should just be his face zoomed in, talking to the audience. I don't need to copy shit. I don't need to know that he's live on Rumble. I don't need to know when he puts out videos. We don't even need the logo, because the logo's on the video whenever you highlight over, it's on the top left. We don't need, that's wasted space. You don't get it, Jeremy. The video should just be you, faced at the camera, tears down your eyes.
warranted. However, when I'm talking...
It's so much, yeah, it is a midlife crisis. It's so much him focusing on little things that don't even fucking matter. Look at Asmongold and ask yourself why he's succeeding despite being white and skinny, and he has too much hair, and he lives in a pigsty.
Talking about topics like Iran, Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, even gaming, right? There's definitely...
It's kind of like, I'm not the problem, you guys. He is taking some responsibility. He said earlier that he knows he needs to get better, but it's like... the way he addresses the issues, it's like the issues you are addressing are phantom issues. They're not the reason why you're not as popular as you once were. They're not the actual issues. It's like you're tiptoeing around it as if you're ignoring it on purpose, or you're so dense you don't even see what the actual issue is. It's not that your videos are lacking in like pop-ups and stuff. It's that the actual substance of what you're saying and what you're reading off of Kotaku or whatever isn't just what it's just not what people want to see anymore. And the people that do want to consume that content will just go to Asmongold for it.
Room to be better than just an article reader. So to remedy this, I have hired a full-time researcher. She will work with me every day to help provide extra meat in my videos to...
But this isn't the problem.
Make them more interesting and entertaining for you. I need to do better and provide a better product, essentially. There is also the issue of my videos being boring.
They are!
Now that brings up kind of, you know, I used to have the meme intros. Well, I tested the meme intros and people were basically 50-50 on whether or not they cared about them. Well, the meme intros are coming back, but...
This is the issue. 1, too many videos. 2, he takes forever to get to the main idea, like he's doing in this video. And 3, he looks fat. And he looks sleepy and tired. Again, who said it? I gotta scroll up. Was it Coggers? Yeah, Asmongold. Asmongold gets to the fucking main focal point of the issue in like a minute versus Jeremy, who like dances around it before like 10 minutes in, he gets to the main idea because the video has to be 10 minutes for him to get the maximum amount of ads.
not just that. I have.
Yeah, ADV, me and Saru, and a couple of the fellows in Baby Park, we took a poke around Quarter Pounder's channel, and that's why it's those couple of 30,000, 40,000 view videos. That's why he's panicked.
Now I have shifted my full-time video editor, Steven. Many of you know him. His job will now be to make my videos better. So each day he will add B-roll to my videos, memes, factoids on screen.
Okay, this is his solution. Again, he believes the issues we are focusing on to quote unquote improve the content are phantom issues. You heard him. The editor's job is now to add memes and factoids.
Add B-roll to my video.
And B-roll, which he should already be doing. He'll either do that. It depends. Okay. Either go the Arlo route and have B-roll. We're going to compare it to Arlo. Fucking Arlo on the Rambo channel. If you want to do the B-roll route, you can do the B-roll route as you talk over the B-roll. Or you can do the anti-woke thing and just have your face cam up and just talk to the camera. If you're going to do that, I would recommend getting rid of the overlay.
Those, memes, factoids, on-screen things to make my videos more engaging and interesting. The era of me just reading articles is over, is what I'm saying. And that's based on your
feedback. Thank God.
How did it get like this? Well, that's my fault entirely.
Okay, he's taking responsibility.
I got apathetic. It became more and more about just making sure I find 4 to 5 videos a day that I think will get 100,000 views. It became more about hitting my goals because I had so many employees, and the stress of that meant I was covering some stuff that maybe I wasn't passionate about, or I wasn't that interested in. But I thought, hey, this is what's going on, and this is the stuff. The stress of having so much staff was creating that, and so I have trimmed fat. I'm not gonna.
I don't believe he's trimmed the fat. Look at him. Look at him. He's fat.
Name names or anything like that, but
Sticks. He got rid of Sticks.
I went from a staff of about 10 people.
No, he's gonna become Mundane Matt in a couple of years. No, he's not. Oh, I think Quarter Pounder was there for the Mundane Matt stream too. He was. I remember that.
I'm going down to about 3 people. And the 3 people I'm keeping are going to have to do more work. But they are also the people that
are you going to pay them more?
That I was experiencing immense stress at what's going on with the channel and
so stressed, you guys.
What's going on, because I'm very transparent. I share with most of my employees how much money I make even. Like, what boss does that? I share my analytics with them, right? So these individuals came to me and said, look, I'll work for free. Let's get through this rough patch. I'll take on extra work. And it was a very proud moment for me. So
because you emotionally manipulated your employees into working for free when they deserve a wage.
They're staying.
Fire whoever said that.
Co-hosts are staying. That's kind of a different deal.
That's a lie. Sticks is gone,
helps
right?
Offset the cost for that. But I also trimmed staff there. You'll notice I went from 4 or 5 people down to 2, or 3.
Yeah, Razor Fist and Melanie Mac.
And they are now lending a hand. Luke, for example, is helping me find guests. Hannah Claire is helping me find topics.
Why can't you do that on your own?
Melanie Mac is helping me find topics.
Melanie
Mac. I'm going to ask them all to help promote the live streams to help that too. The burnout was real. This had never really felt like a job before. Like I said, I was having near daily anxiety. You see me squirming around, doing this, touching myself, like it's a weird tick, like touching my heart, because I feel like
when you have
anxiety, you have like all this adrenaline dump. The weird breathing, it's all anxiety. And so last night, I finally had enough. And in addition to just understanding and taking responsibility for the fact that had I continued down the path I was over the last 3 months, I would have completely killed this channel. I would have completely killed the quartering channel. Just
Maybe it's time to do that.
Spewing out videos, being happy with a, odd hit and miss. To be clear, Hannah Claire Luke and Melanie Mack are all still employed. That's a different company, basically. And, being wrong is something that has increased in the past, in the recent history. That's one of the things that my researcher is going to help me, and she's going to correct me when I'm wrong and provide information about things. So overall, the quality of my videos starting Monday, I'm gonna, even on today's live stream, I'm gonna play video games this afternoon. I'm gonna relax.
This was uploaded yesterday, just so you know.
I'm going to make my videos better. Also, what led to kind of the destruction is spending too much time on X. I was picking too many stories off X.
And delete your X account? It's so kind of cringe how he even calls it X, even though I just did that myself.
X, I'm going to spend time in my Discord with my viewers. I think getting...
No, that's worse! He's a groomer!
I'm going to spend time in my Discord.
No! Spend time making videos! Spend time researching! He's gonna spend time gooning!
To my viewers. I think getting topics from my actual viewers is far better than from Pakistani bots. So by the way, I'll pin the link to my Discord if you want. It's just a chat room. That's where I'm gonna spend more of my time. So I
ain't going to that, honeypot.
More involved with my viewers and not Pakistani bots on X.
Yeah, wait a minute. No, wait. This helps with the people, because it sounds like he is firing people. Well, he is taking on that one researcher, but he did say he was downsizing. So now he can pawn off the responsibility of people researching stories for him to his fans. He's just gonna make the fans do it for free in the Discord, and then he gets to like champion that as interacting with his community.
Yeah, I've been expanding. I've also been expending a lot of energy growing my stream, and my stream will also be undergoing these same changes.
Does he even need to stream?
It could be
just
so much
like
better than it is.
Put the anti-woke takes in the bag.
Script that I can't. I literally wrote out everything, so I had a plan. A lot of people don't even know where to watch my streams. If you're a YouTube viewer,
they're not on the same
you may have never even
channel.
heard of Quartercast, which is a separate live stream channel that I have.
Why is it on a separate channel?
Monday through Friday.
No wonder
Eastern,
people don't know about it. It's an items moment.
Monday through Thursday, 2 Eastern, and Friday at 1 Eastern. But even that needs to get better. And
I think you should live stream less.
You could find that stream. I'm also on. If you prefer to watch Twitch, the quartering on Twitch. You prefer to watch Kick. I'm on Kick.
Wait,
if you want to watch it on X, it's also on X. So wherever you want to watch a live stream, I hope you'll tune in.
Yeah, you're putting your eggs in so many baskets, which is sometimes a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing in this situation.
For me to dislike anything Star Wars, I guess I could put it that way. I have a pretty milquetoast take on it.
He's a soy boy. He likes Star Wars.
What did you listen to that was old punk? Dead Kennedys, a band called 15.
A lot of toys he has in the background.
A bunch of stuff like that. I mean,
his room is more dingus-y than my own.
I have to really dig because this.
It's going to get a lot better.
I think I know why he's concerned about money.
Going to help me get more guests. We've got a big guest Monday, and I think guests will inject some life into the show and inject more quality for you, the viewer. And that change starts Monday as well. Everything will start on Monday, and I appreciate my viewers sticking with me and those who provided feedback, because that's the most important thing. And being able to take it and listen to it also is important. I got lost in the sauce. I became robotic, and you guys tuned out. And what I'm hoping is either you'll continue to tune in or you'll come back and give me another chance, given these changes I've now.
When people leave, they leave. Hey, it's Saru here to watch his favorite video.
Now laid out for my channel. I guess we'll know in a couple of weeks if feedback is worth a ding. I happen to think it is. So this is my promise to you. More quality, better videos, more entertaining, better live stream, and, you know, and I thank you all for the feedback. 100%. We'll see. Hopefully the channel's not totally dead.
There you go. That's the video. So I kind of reiterated what I typed on the call, Saru, but I think this is a problem of his own design. He's short-sighted. He doesn't know what the actual issues are. It's not that we need factoids and memes and B-roll footage in your videos. I think it's that times have changed. It's definitely not peak time season anymore for your content because the election's over. So you won't be popping off for another 4 years. And you're not really who people want to watch for opinions on foreign stuff because people would just go to like Hassan for that or maybe Asmongold. But in general, you know, for the same ice cold takes you would usually formerly go to the quarter pounder for, you can now just get all of that from Asmongold. And it doesn't take 10 minutes for him to tell you what he thinks on a situation. Not a Star Wars guy, but I've seen some YouTube recommended videos recently. It doesn't look that bad. I'm not a fan of modern Star Wars. I think most things are inherently cringe. It's mostly about how deep into it you get. He's definitely getting lost in the sauce. But the new quarter pounder, this new arc era of the quarter pounder starts this Monday. This Monday. He's gonna be an all-new guy. We'll see how much he changes shit. Probably won't change anything. Okay, what else do I got? Is it time we finally just burn through this one? Yeah, he's gonna change his grift up. Dude, Murray really hates this broccoli. Why am I making him stare at it? Oh yeah, I gotta do the canon segment again. Okay, but this has been sitting in the playlist for a minute. Remember when I said I would watch one new era, soulless era AVGN episode a day? That lasted for all of a week. But when I made that false commitment, I did have one episode stored in the backup playlist for the rainiest day ever. I think we finally come upon that day. He's just hire Phil and call his new show Gaming with the Gout Brothers. Quarter Pounder doesn't have gout, does he?
I should take those cannons out first. Time to drop some cannonballs for this problem.
All right, shut up, Murray. Ah, yes, it's the guy. Oh, I wonder what game he's gonna play today, guys.
Happy holidays, and thank you for watching this episode of Angry Video Game Nerd.
Wow,
it's
you're
the
welcome.
Season of giving. But haven't you already
It's the
given
giving
enough
season!
of the encrypted data away to be harvested by hackers, governments, and corporations?
Oh my god, what are we shilling?
If you've been
Aura?
using ExpressVPN for years like I have,
Oh yeah, he
you
loves
have nothing to worry
ExpressVPN.
about. ExpressVPN safeguards and protects the data that you send over the internet from prying eyes, wrapping it in a protective bubble called a virtual private
Phil said he
network.
saw one of these
Then,
sponsor
your data
segments and he
is
felt
sent through a
sorry
secure
for
tunnel to
James
its
here.
destination, unlocking unrestricted access to the internet for you. As the holiday season approaches, I like to watch the classics like Home Alone, The Grinch, Christmas Vacation,
Phil's favorite movie,
etc. And it
Scrooged.
can be a pain to find everything on streaming, but with ExpressVPN, I don't have to sweat it. It's like the gift that keeps on giving the whole year.
That it is, Edward.
With just a click of a button, I change my geolocation to another country like France, and almost like magic from Santa himself, everything shows up instantly in beautiful high definition.
Okay, but you're streaming it though.
And with almost 100
Torrent.
countries to choose from worldwide and being rated the top VPN available, I'm always confident that I can find whatever I need with my ExpressVPN at my fingertips. Find out how you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by visiting expressvpn.com/cinemassacre or by clicking the link in the description below.
What is sponsor block?
Today, we're talking Garfield, yeah! And since this
Well,
is
that
the
was
December episode,
no mystery behind that. Yeah, it's the Garfield episode.
you might be wondering, is there anything Christmas about it? Yeah, there is. I'm wearing a Santa hat. Back in the day, there used to be this roll of paper that came to your house. It was called a newspaper, yeah.
Get it?
had a
He's
bunch of
old.
news and sports crap in it. But there was also comics. Every day, as a kid, I would dig out that comic section and go straight to Garfield. It was
Oh my God, no wonder.
favorite, and all it was.
This explains
was a
so
cat.
much.
A cynical, sarcastic cat who speaks only in thought clouds, who likes to sleep, eat lasagna, and beat up his owner John and his dog Odie. Nevertheless, there was something about it that hooked me, and I collected many of those books that archived all the old Garfield
fell for
strips. Part of the appeal was from being a cat owner. There
You
was a
fell for the
relatability
marketing.
factor. Never before had I seen a comic that made fun of how cats can't make up their mind if they want to go out the door, or how they plan out their jumps across furniture. It's a comic about what your cat is thinking, what goes on inside their little minds. That is, until Garfield evolved into a more generic character. Another thing I loved was the slapstick. There was so much chaos and destruction. It often involved food being splattered or someone being whacked in the head. Everyone remembers Odie getting a lot of abuse. But
Used to
John
collect Garfield books.
totally messed
Used to be
up.
peanuts for
He's
me.
falling on his face, getting burped through the door. Sometimes it happens in a combo. A pie to the face, his pants get ripped off, and then he's kicked over. These type of exaggerated cartoon physics were new to me at the time. Even though it was just a drawing on a page, I could see it moving. Garfield is what taught me how to draw movement. And I gotta mention, John's facial expressions are so funny. But I think one of the biggest appeals of the character is Garfield's fuck all attitude. He doesn't give a shit. He's the king of laziness, especially when they gave him that monotone voice for the animated show. That set the way.
I did
for
like
how
the
Garfield
cartoon.
talks.
You guys know that.
While I was a big fan of both the show and the strip, eventually,
Oh, no,
like
I'm not
most
fan.
things, it became repetitive and predictable. Just think, there's been a Garfield comic every day since 1978. By now, you wouldn't think Garfield would still be such a big deal anymore. But the internet has given Garfield a whole new life. There's so many fan works and spoofs, it would be impossible to count. There was a Garfield randomizer that mixes panels from different Garfield strips. There was Silent Garfield that removes Garfield's thought clouds. And then there's Garfield minus Garfield, which removes
the best one.
Garfield
Garfield minus
altogether,
Garfield.
making John into a much crazier character than he already was. It's hilarious. Then there's the square root of minus Garfield. It never ends. There's all kinds of theories, like trying to explain whatever happened to Odie's original owner, Lyman, who was only in the early comics. The theory goes he was murdered.
He was chained up in the Spooky Garfield game, which I played for Halloween a few years back.
Or captured by John, and there actually exists a Flash game called Garfield's Spooky Scavenger Hunt with an Easter egg showing Lyman chained up in the basement. I didn't know Garfield had such deep lore. What is it with Garfield? Why has it infiltrated our imagination so much? Is there any core meaning? Well, perhaps some of the video games might hold some clues to the secrets of this stupid cat's enduring popularity. Or not. You want to know how
I'm
many
supposed to be the
Garfield
one with
games
the
there
useless
are?
factoids.
No, you really don't. There's too many, and they've been making them since the days of Atari 2600. What you see here is a prototype developed during the video game crash of '83. It was canceled, but not lost, unfortunately. There's not much to do but hop across a fence while avoiding potted
H3 linking the casino on his Instagram. It's like what I said earlier. He just needs to go on the show at this point when they come back. That's their return show. Their big comeback return show. They just have H3 on to talk about the lawsuit. It was good to see. It just the timing is a bit unfortunate.
plants. Next thing, you're on a rooftop. Oh look, Odie's in the chimney, like Santa. There's our Christmas reference. How do you like that? Merry fucking Christmas. Happy goddamn holidays. And while you're at it, Happy New Year. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Arbor Day. Happy World Mosquito Day. And happy birthday, Brian. Anyway, you encounter this gray hanging creature who I think is supposed to be normal. Next thing, you're in the universe of Odie's eating burgers. And that's about it. It's a 30-second unfinished Atari game. There were tons and tons of Garfield computer games in the 80s, but when it comes to consoles, there was a Famicom version. It was called A Week of Garfield. Somehow, it never made it to the NES. In some cases, that's a shame, because there's a lot of good games that only came out in Japan. Is this one of those?
Probably not.
Or is it the other kind? The title screen is promising. It at least looks like Garfield and Odie. But then Odie runs away, and Garfield says, "Where are you going, Odie?" He's quitting. Already. That's a bad sign. Level 1, you're walking through John's ugly house with tasteless wall colors and randomly placed tables and
I gotta do this dancing segment again.
I'm dead? That was fast. Anyway, the goal of the game, I think, is that you're trying to find Odie. I'm dead again? Oh. Okay, this already sucks. Now there's a spider in my
I
way.
didn't localize it.
Great. It mimics your movement. Oh, what was that? Did Garfield just turn into a four-legged cat all of a sudden? Yes, actually, that's how you crouch in the game. And it's true, Garfield used to walk on four legs in the early comics, but in the game, it switches back and forth. Every position, whether jumping or whatever, all look like totally different Garfields. The attack, you gotta be kidding me. That's all you get? Just a wimpy little kick? At first, I couldn't even tell if I was attacking or not. That range is so short, it doesn't even go outside Garfield's own hitbox. You gotta get the power-ups. You can throw bones,
get the knife, get the knife,
and a spread gun. A spread gun. Do you remember the comic where that happened? Where Garfield fired a spread gun at a bunch of frogs and mice? The enemies make no sense. How did John let all these frogs in his house? Remember that one strip where Liz came over and he was like, "Oh shit, I got all these frogs jumping around." Oh, John. Then you got all these green alien bug things and gray mice. That mouse just kicked my ass. Drained my health in a second. Damn, knocked me in the air. These mice don't fuck around. When you reach the end of the stage, if you reach the end of the stage, you come to a locked door. Let me guess. You gotta find a key. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Wait, you can't go back. Does that mean I'm fucked? Oh, now I'm just jumping around like an idiot.
No, it's a Mario 1 style side scroller, no
I don't know what
backtracking.
you're supposed to do. I guess that means I can stop playing. Never mind. I found the key. You trigger it by jumping in a specific spot. What's the point of that? Who puts a key right in front of the door? And this happens on every level. Why even have a locked door if the key is always right there? You're gonna find it, even if you have to touch every spot on the screen imaginable. It adds nothing to the game except wasted time. At the end of the level, John will say something. It's always just one sentence. What happened? I don't know. You want to tell me what happened? May I help you? Yeah, you could give me some power-ups or a health upgrade or just some tips. Nope, just puts me back in the game. Okay. What can I do for you? I don't know, John. What can you do for me? What have you done
Change the
so
game
far?
to a better one?
Nothing. You're a waste. You're a useless piece of shit. Let's challenge. Challenge? What challenge? Hasn't this whole thing been a challenge? Still looking for Odie? Oh, right. Yeah, that's the goal. Because that's what you were asking. Not that you had any advice or anything. You just wanted to know. Well, yeah, I am still looking. Asswipe. Garfield would have given up long ago. Why would he ever be looking for Odie? Garfield would be glad to get rid of him. Garfield wouldn't even get out of bed.
It's true, this is out of
except to
character.
eat. Maybe if that were the goal, if he's trying to find a massive treasure trove of lasagna, that would at least make sense. Because cats love lasagna. No, it never made sense. This game is work. A lot of work. Something Garfield would never do. All the levels are pretty much the exact same thing. You just move to the right and get bombarded by hordes of enemies. Too many enemies. Way too many. Damn birds. Duck and jump. Oh! Okay, duck down. All right, and then, oh, the fucking mouse! All right, I know the
Remember
mouse
when
is
Phil
coming.
played Home Alone?
And jump!
Part of that depressing Christmas marathon.
Shoot him. Shoot him, shoot him. Oh! Duck under the birds. Jump over the mouse. The big problem is the game doesn't start with much health, and anytime you find more health, it only adds a tiny sliver to the health bar. That's all you get? You gotta be kidding me. There's no post-hit invincibility either. Any enemy can drain all your health in a flash. You know, I happen to notice that if you scramble the words Garfield Odie, you can get Fragile Die.
That's me.
Just
I'm
wanted
Fragile
to point
Die.
that out. Wait till you get to the bosses. They're near impossible. It's funny they use such obscure Garfield characters. That right there is Fluffy Ned. No, I'm just kidding. It's nobody. Don't you wish you had more health? Well, just play the level over again and don't get hit so much. Don't
I actually feel like I've seen that character design before in the cartoon, the yellow cat.
Wish you had more ammo? Well,
You might
play the
actually
level
unironically
again,
have a
trying
name.
to save your ammo while not getting hit. Don't you wish you were playing a different game? Well, take the fucker out and throw it in the dumpster. I like that the restaurant says foods, foods, foods. Also, is it just me, or does the music sound like Get Back by the Beatles? Another thing, that spider in the tree reminds me of Jekyll and Hyde, the way it drops down and blocks your way. But at least here the weapons actually work. Anyway, I'm at the
Garfield
last
shouldn't
level
have
now.
weapons.
Wish me luck.
You should have lasagna.
Oh, hi, Odie. Bye, Odie. I guess you just walk past him. Uh-oh, this is it. Purple cat boss. Yes, a purple cat throwing knives is the final boss.
It's purple
of the
Garfield with an
game.
eye
And
patch.
he's hard as shit. Oh, fuck. Ah! Fuck! Ah! I just gotta hit him with the bombs. Hit him with the bombs. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I did it. I did it. I beat him. I just gotta find the key, and it's all over. All right, where's the key? What happened? What?
Timer's still going.
There's a fucking time limit?
Fuck this fucking game.
I can't believe there's a time limit. So not only do you have to get to the boss with optimum ammo and health, but you also have to do it fast as fuck. Well, I'm not doing that. Just one more time. All right, I'm gonna get him this time. Oh, we're down to the wire again. 10 seconds left. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is this possible? Is this 5, 4, 3?
Bombs are also affecting the knives. I did not notice
there is
that.
no key this time. What?
Too slow.
You saw that, right? I beat the boss and made it through the door. How much farther did I need to go? It's not even worth it. Just one more time. I swear, all I needed was just one more second. All right, motherfucker. Come on, come on. Yes. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What? No. Just one more time.
That is good with
that
the
was as
acting over the
fast I
gameplay
could
as it
go.
used to be.
And
I'm
12
not
seconds
convinced.
left. Oh boy, 10 seconds. Oh. Here we go. Here we go. 5. Oh my god. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, look, he beat it.
I did it. Congratulations, boys. It was easy. Yeah, sure it was. See you again.
It
I
just
hope
says
not.
congratulations, though, not congratulations.
Well, there you have the Famicom Classic, a week
better
of
than
Garfield.
congratulation,
A
I
week
bet.
off my life expectancy. This isn't Garfield, it's more like Barfield. This is one of the worst 8-bit shitfests I've ever played. I'm glad it didn't come out in the US, and I'd be even more glad if I never even knew it existed.
I think John Davis knows about this game. John Davis, Jim Davis.
Oh,
The good one.
But let's take a quick look at another Garfield game on the Sega Genesis. It's called Garfield Caught in the Act. Caught in the Act doing what? Never mind.
Call them John
The
Davis.
plot is that
Leave me alone.
Garfield gets sucked into the TV. Yeah, that old cliche that's been done over and over, most notably in the AVGN game. So now Garfield is platform jumping through a bunch of movie genres. A classic horror stage.
This is a childhood
pirate
Billy
stage,
Dingus
prehistoric
classic.
Egyptian, and even a film noir stage called
I won't accept any
Casablanca.
slander.
Man, I miss the 90s when it was still commonplace to reference movies from the 40s. Nowadays, if you make a Casablanca reference, the kids won't know what the fuck you're talking about. At first glance, this is what you want. It actually looks like Garfield, the animation is nice, but just try playing. I dare you. Try playing it for 10 minutes and you'll see. It's not what it seems. It's like chocolate-covered diarrhea. You think it's a side-scroller, but no. It's a sideways, up and down, left and right, up and down, fall back, do it again, left and right, left and right. Who would have thought a Garfield game would be this confusing to navigate? Even when
really good sprite work. They actually collaborated with Paws Inc., the creators of Garfield, in order to make sure that the sprites were just right and in line with the series.
Figure out where you're supposed to go.
Yeah, it basically is if Garfield was Gex, but he dates Gex, I think.
A big part of the trick is not getting hit or missing a jump. If you fall down, you gotta do it all over again. Or if you fall in the water, it takes you back, just like the sewers in Ninja Turtles. Garfield wouldn't have the patience for all this, so why should I? I even encountered a glitch. On the prehistoric stage, after beating the boss, a reptilian Odie, the game soft-locked.
Oh, I've had this happen to me too.
So I had to reset the rotten thing and start over.
The memory lives rent-free in my head. It must have been like 5 in the morning. I was a little Billy Dingus trying to beat the game. But I made it to that boss soft-locked, and I rage quit.
From the beginning of the whole game. I would ask, did they even test this shitty game out? But the answer is yes. According to the end credits, there were 2 lead testers, 4 assistant lead testers, and 14 regular testers. There's no way!
It's a decent game. There's really not much wrong with it.
TV circuits that acts as the main hub. This is where the final boss
not even that hard, you guys.
You'll never guess what this boss is. It's this. What the hell is that thing?
It's a TV monster.
Like a robot velociraptor with a bow tie and plugs for hands. It doesn't even look like it belongs in the same game. It looks like something you'd see in Vector Man or something. How did this thing get in here? It would be
Vector
like
Man was
playing
also
Super
by
Mario
Sega.
World, and all of a sudden Saberwolf shows up. So, I beat 2 Garfield games, and am I proud of it? No. I think they should have ended with the Egyptian level. That was already a worthy pain-in-the-ass final boss. It's a giant statue of a pharaoh with the face of John, I think. It's funny to think of John as some kind of high ruler, a king or a god. I mean, he does own a cat, and pharaohs owned cats as protection against snakes and shit. In ancient Egypt, cats were regarded with high importance. They were depicted on the walls of tombs, sometimes even being mummified with their owners. This is rather profound because Jim Davis, the creator of Garfield, will undoubtedly be remembered for Garfield for all eternity. In a sense, he will take his cat to the grave, just like the ancient pharaohs. The pharaoh in the game is John, but does anyone remember who John actually is? Go back to the very first Garfield comic. He's a cartoonist. John is Jim Davis. And perhaps Jim Davis is no mortal man. Maybe he's a reincarnation of an ancient deity, a god. It makes perfect sense. Why else would everybody still be worshiping Garfield after all these years? And if you scramble the name Jim Davis, you can get Divagism. That's disgusting.
Is that in religion?
I apologize. One more game. Just to throw out one more shit nugget for you, there was a Game Boy game called Garfield.
Yeah, that bit worked better for the ending of the Seaman episode.
Labyrinth. It's a maze game which is essentially a remake of Solomon's Key, which was one of the all-time great puzzle games as an arcade and NES port. This version basically replaces Solomon with Garfield and gives him some weird weapon to destroy
blocks with. That does not look like Garfield.
What's that thing? Some appendage on his body? I know what that is. It's never mind. Enough dirty jokes. It turns out this game is based on yet another game called Pee-Pee Hammer and his pneumatic weapon. Pee-Pee Hammer?
That's the name?
Okay. Yes, it's true. This cat has a dick. Yeah, that was kind of a Ghostbusters reference. Speaking of Ghostbusters, check this out. You're not going to believe this. This game was actually a Ghostbusters game. You're thinking, oh, come on now.
Reskin?
But I'm not
Regional
kidding.
differences.
Look, compare them side by side. Same games, only the sprites swapped. The Garfield game is the PAL version, while the North American version is the real Ghostbusters. Yeah, not just any Ghostbusters, the real Ghostbusters, the animated series with the voice of Lorenzo Music as Peter Venkman, same guy who voiced Garfield. And as we all know, there's one other character in this universe who happened to play both those characters as the voice of Garfield in the live-action films and as Peter Venkman in the live-action Ghostbusters. Of course, we're talking about Bill Murray. In fact, there's that scene in Zombieland, you know, when the whole movie hits the brakes and becomes a Ghostbusters parody. What is the other movie that Bill Murray references in that scene?
Do you have any regrets?
Garfield, maybe?
What is it with Garfield and Ghostbusters? Why are these two separate franchises so closely linked together?
The 80s, maybe?
Anyway, about the game. You might be wondering what it was originally called in Japan. Was it Ghostbusters?
Some other dumbass IP?
It was neither. It was Mickey Mouse 4! Fucking
4?
hell. Mickey Mouse 4. Can you think of any other game, any other media in the history of civilization that went from Mickey Mouse to Garfield to Ghostbusters? I don't know how this came to be, but it sort of piques your curiosity, doesn't it? But hang on, if this is Mickey Mouse 4, then what about Mickey Mouse 3? Well, the game that was known in Japan on Famicom as Mickey Mouse 3
I know it's gonna
was
be
known on NES as Kid Clown in Nightmare World.
Yeah, which is also
Garfield, Ghostbusters, Kid Clown, all that shit. But I know what you're wondering. What about Mickey Mouse 1 and 2?
Yeah, here it is.
I wish I didn't have to answer that, because now we're really going down the rabbit hole with the emphasis on rabbit. Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle 1 and 2. Yeah, you remember back when I reviewed all those Crazy Castle games? Little did I know, in Japan, it was originally the Mickey Mouse series. Not to be confused
I found that out
with Mickey
after
Mouse
researching
today,
those
but then
games.
Mickey Mouse 3 and 4 branched off.
It's my
And was
morbid
there a Mickey
curiosity.
Mouse 5? Of course there was a Mickey Mouse 5. Meanwhile, Crazy Castle 5 became all about Woody Woodpecker. So Mickey Mouse and the Crazy Castle series were like two timelines that temporarily crossed together. Two intersecting comet tails of chronological confusion. Oh, and that's not all. The very first Crazy Castle game was on both NES and Game Boy. The Japanese version of the Game Boy version was Mickey Mouse, but the Japanese version of the NES version was Roger fucking Rabbit on the Famicom disk drive. Holy shit. Not to mention the European...
Perhaps it's just easier to think of this as the IP is Crazy Castle and the characters involved, the change from entry to entry.
Version of Crazy Castle 2 was part of the Hugo series. I can't take it anymore. And of course, it all comes down to Bugs Bunny.
Oh, he comes in. Oh, no. There he is. Remember old AVGN? Oh, I remember. Remember when he punched Bugs Bunny? Yeah, they brought Mike back. Despite DSP saying they got rid of Mike ages ago. Brown bricks! Was this like his return episode?
What's up, Doc?
Are you fit?
What's up, Doc?
You have the nerve to come
He's
here.
trying not to smile. Come
And
on,
ask
his old
me
friends getting back together for
What's
one last caper.
Yeah.
What's all the bubba?
Well.
Come on, punch him. You know you want to. Break the bottle over his head. Just like old times.
Tell you what's up. Because the doc has got a prescription ordered specifically for you, fuckface.
Okay, well, you're the doc, Doc. Let me have it.
Happy holidays, buddy. Yeah, it's good to see you. Here,
Aw,
try
look, a
this
fake
game
out.
Yeah, check this out here. Oh man, it's been a long time. Long.
Oh, okay. You gotta get one punch in there.
Yeah.
I collect spores, molds, and fungus.
Why did they get rid of Mike? Because of his Loco El Bandito comics.
Nice touch.
Okay, far as modern AVGN goes, I like the ending. I thought the end that was a nice little bow on the gift there. The bow on top. Oh, it's a little reunion. He was canceled and then he wasn't canceled, or well, they realized the canceling doesn't matter. Yeah, he fucking punched me. Look, there are worse modern episodes out there. That's all. Look, that's all I'm saying. It could have been a lot worse, you guys. Alright, it's 9 o'clock now. Anime night is almost upon us. But I'll keep going. I need to get all these masks. I'm not stopping until we get all the masks. This is... I spent 100 days mapping out Mario's entire planet. Oh boy. Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Where exactly is Mario Land? You know, Mario's private island. You know what I'm talking about, right? And what about the Baseball Kingdom? Remember that one? How did Yoshi's Island go from this to this? And also, where on earth...
The energy's not there anymore and he needs to play it safe. Okay, good point, and I don't disagree. He is playing it safe. The content has changed. However, this has inspired me within the moment to pull up this video. If I can find it. Because people may not remember this, even though it pretty much just happened. Well, that was a very, very buggy alert. It's because I'm like looking at stuff behind the scenes that makes the alerts buggy. Thank you, Ralph, for the follow. Where's the thing I'm looking at? Okay, this one. In response to Corono, we're gonna take a blast to the past. Hey, Gondo. And then we'll come back to this video.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude? Detractors Are Sad did a $5 super chat and says, AVGN's friend Mike Matei actually plays all the games and records the footage. James is a fake gamer. Detractors Are Sad, are you like a decade? Are you living in like 2015? You do realize that the Angry Video Game Nerd doesn't do anything with Mike Matei for like tons of years. The Angry Video Game Nerd teamed up with this company a long time ago.
What the hell was the video we just watched then? That episode came out before this know-it-all segment. I just want to make that clear.
Called Screenwave Media. Okay, they are a partnership network on YouTube. They essentially only have and care about James Rolfe. Okay, I think they have a few other minor people under their umbrella.
Yeah, DSP stuck in 2012.
Just James Rolfe. And James wanted to retire a very long time ago. Like, he was done with all of this. The story goes, he went to
Wow,
make
are you believing
his
hearsay,
movie.
Phil?
His movie was the
You
most
see when
arduous,
people believe hearsay about you?
stressful, awful thing he ever did in his life. It essentially ruined his life. It tanked. It made no money. He lost money on it. And when he came back from doing it, he was just like a crushed guy. Like everything that he wanted to do like failed, and he's like, well, fuck this. And he was gonna quit. And then basically what happened was, this Screenwave company said, well, you're our moneymaker. So here's what we want to do. Like, we want to take up the reins of the AVGN content. We'll write the episodes. We'll play the games. We'll capture the footage for you. You know, we'll do all of this stuff. And all you got to do is act. No longer do you have to write the scripts. No longer do you have to have involvement. We'll do it all. And so all of a sudden, people started to notice a distinct difference in the quality of the AVGN episodes. The production quality actually increased. Like, you started to see
DSP says the production quality increased because he's all about
actors were coming in as
graphics.
extras. But the actual writing, the quality of the episodes dipped because it wasn't funny anymore. It was just kind of, it felt faked or staged because it was. He wasn't writing them. Now, from time to time,
We
he
never
apparently
did.
does still
Never
have his
did.
hand in certain episodes. But man, they're just not what they used to be. Like, for example, he
It was
made
always
one
Mike.
about a month ago. And people were telling me in the chat about it. They were asking me, did you ever play Gex? And I was like, no, I never played Gex. Why? Then, because AVGN just did an episode on it. So I went and I watched
Xander?
it. And
No, I never
it's
played Gex. Why do you
trilogy,
ask?
Right? He's playing the Gex
'cause you're
trilogy.
number
I
one
literally
detractor.
didn't crack
Tevin
a
loves that
smile
game.
The entire video. There was nothing funny at all in the entire video. It was just, you could tell he didn't write it. You could tell he's just an actor. Someone played it, someone captured it, you know. Awful. I'm like, oh God. Like, this is what it, the thing is though, is that sometimes there is an episode that's pretty good.
I did think the Gex episode was like kind of just okay. There could have been more he could have done with it, you guys. Who writes DSP show?
There is no writer. It's an honest show. It's just him giving his thoughts to the audience. There doesn't need to be a writer. The writer is him, his subconscious in his head. That makes it more honest.
And every once in a while, I'll drop by his channel just to check it out and see if anything is good. And sometimes there's good stuff. Like, last year he had a really good episode. Well, not last year, maybe 2 years, I don't even know. He had a Halloween episode that was based on his old Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde reviews, and it had a tie-in with like what's the oh God, what's the movie about the possession of the girl? And everyone says like the
I hate when he
not
snaps
Poltergeist.
like cartoonishly.
Fuck, I can't think of the name of it right now. But it's the one where the girl's head spins, she
what's it
vomits
called?
everywhere.
What's it
So it's a
called?
whole tie-in episode where he acts like he's a priest and everything, and it's well done. And I was like, dude, you know he had big input in this episode. Maybe he didn't do the whole thing, but he definitely had big input in that. The Exorcist, thank you. I have no idea why I couldn't figure that out. The Exorcist. So that was a good one. So every once in a while he does a good one, and most of the time they're bad. But he hasn't had anything with Mike Matei or anything in 100 years. Like, they do nothing together anymore. So you're like way outdated. Detractors are sad. Like, seriously, I don't know where you get your information from, but you got to get caught up. How do you not know the lore?
Apparently Phil's the one who doesn't know the lore. How would you know to get this mask here? It's ridiculous. But yeah, no, according to the episode we just watched, Mike is back. And I looked at the this is like a pinned comment I made. I'm not gonna like put it on screen, but a pinned comment I made on this video. If you look at the credits of the AVGN Gex episode that Phil the Lore Keeper claims to have watched, you will see Mike Matei's name credited under gameplay. There you go. They kept him around even after the Garfield episode. It wasn't just a guest star.
Where is?
Yeah, it is recent, Dave. This is like a couple months ago. It is very recent.
Where exactly is Mario Land?
Again,
you know,
I don't know if I
Mario's
said
private
hello
island.
already or
you know
not.
what I'm talking about, right? And what about the Baseball Kingdom?
Hey,
Remember that one? How
And
did
Tevin.
Yoshi's Island go from this to this? And also, where on earth is Diamond City? The world of Nintendo's flagship Italian plumber is a complicated one that, over 40 years of nonsensical adventures, have left basically impossible to map.
Over a year now? Yeah, so well after, before Phil filmed this podcast. He should have known.
Well, so I thought I'd attempt to do just that. And I did so using the style of the world maps from Super Mario World because I love that game's world maps, they're super cute. Between papered doppelgangers, surprisingly lore-heavy RPGs, and sports equipment inhabited by ancient godlike spirits, there's actually quite a lot to unpack here, and it's not as difficult to make sense of as you might expect. That being said, this was still of course
Mario
a
lands in the
massive
video game
undertaking
cartridge.
that required not just a
That's
lot
not
of
what he meant.
research, but a lot of theorizing as well. So much of Mario's world is left vague, and that meant that I inevitably had to fill in some blanks and make some educated assumptions based on the details that we do have. So that means that this is a big old opinion alert warning. None of this is canon, it's my interpretation of a world where Italian plumbers fight dinosaur dragons. Please feel free to drop your own interpretations down below, I highly encourage it. And with
That isn't
said,
me, I
we
have
need
more
to
hair than
establish
that.
a few ground rules for this video, because Lord knows the Mario world doesn't have any itself. I will determine a spin-off's canonicity using a pretty simple rule. Does it conflict with the established canon? For example, Mario sports titles generally don't. Nobody dies and everything that happens has some rhyme or reason to it, so I'd say they count. Mario Party sees characters repeatedly killing each other in nonsensical minigames. These don't count. Mario Kart technically does count, but except for very specific tracks, it's impossible to nail down exact locations because they're just so vague.
I'd like to find people killing each other in Mario Party minigames. I think that's a bit... Okay, like if I play the lava minigame where I gotta push you into the lava, and then you fall into the lava, but the characters comically bounce away, it's not like I murder Peach when I push her into the lava. I think that's a bit silly. You could count the Mario Party games. Go on.
I won't be mapping out specific courses here. I think we could just assume that Mario Kart is a worldwide Grand Prix event that takes place. I'm using the games as my main source of information here. I might use evidence from extra sources as supporting evidence, but never as the primary source of something's canonicity. Miyamoto has clarified some things about the Mario franchise over the years, and while some of it's helpful, some of it makes absolutely no sense. So the rule I'm
Because he doesn't care as much as you do.
Miyamoto's world is gospel unless something from the games directly contradicts it. Finally, I won't be going into timelines and order of events unless I think it's relevant to understanding a portion of the map. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think the timeline is super relevant when mapping out the geography here. This map is of Mario's planet as we know it in its current day. Okay, now without further ado, we shall begin our journey at... One kingdom that needs absolutely no introduction is the Mushroom Kingdom. Super Mario Odyssey shows us that the kingdom is shaped like an actual mushroom. Though given it's the primary setting of the entire series and is one that the majority of the games take place in, it's safe to assume the Mushroom Kingdom is actually much larger than depicted in this game and contains a lot of biomes. Mushroom plains, snowfields, deserts, deep jungles, poison swamps, and mountainous mining regions are all commonplace here, and highly likely much more spread out than I've condensed them into this map, i.e. there's probably multiple of each and not just big globs like you can see here. Side note, there's also this nearby island called the Baseball Kingdom I mentioned earlier. At least I assume it's nearby. Peach has this island built specifically for her and her friends to...
How the fuck are you gonna say Mario Party isn't canon, but then the Baseball Kingdom is canon?
A baseball tournament in. So I doubt she'd do it too far offshore, and Bowser is able to reach the island pretty easily, so it must be within reach of him. I'm also pretty confident that Bowser resides in the Mushroom Kingdom, by the way. It's just so huge that there is considerable distance between his domain, the Darkland, and Peach's castle. Speaking of, the only game that refers to this area as the Darkland is Mario 3, and that game is confirmed to be a stage play. There's a lot of evidence for this, such as the way the game looks.
You didn't call Mario 3 not canon?
So with that said, we don't know for sure that all of these places actually exist, but the Mario movie also refers to the Darkland as a real place that Bowser rules over.
Your brother has landed in the Darklands. They're under Bowser's control.
I think we can assume...
it's called Dark Land, not Dark Lands.
The one in Mario 3 is at least based on a real location. I suspect this is also near where...
But that's just the thing, we don't have any confirmation that Mario Kart World's world is actually the Mushroom Kingdom. It could just be an island, some sort of continent out there, like Australia.
most of the Luigi's Mansions titles take place, as the way it's depicted is
There's a
pretty
big
similar,
old landmass
with dead
out in the middle
dark
of
trees
nowhere.
everywhere.
Like, it has Peach's Castle, but it could just be, like, a replica of Peach's Castle.
It makes sense to me that dark magic being performed by the Koopa race would slowly seep out into the nearby lands. The Mario Strikers charge pitch Thunder Island also likely exists near here. Most of that game takes place in the Mushroom Kingdom, so I don't think this would be too far away, and given its theming, is probably pretty close to the Darklands.
Let's see his
As
map.
for the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom, of course the majority of them are Toads, ruled over by Princess Peach. I think the sheer size of the Mushroom Kingdom is probably why we see Toads in other
I do like that
adventures
it's in the
throughout
Mario World
planet.
style.
It makes sense that being the dominant population of the planet, you'd see more of them having moved and settled in other kingdoms as well. The other dominant species here is the Koopas, of course. The kingdom is almost constantly in a state of never-ending war between these two. There are forts and castles absolutely everywhere in the Mushroom Kingdom, and Bowser is forever trying to wrestle control of them from Peach, which he normally does, but never for too long. Peach and the Toads are undoubtedly the ones in power here, but it's definitely not a stable rule. With dark magic and the ability to resurrect the dead on their side, the next Koopa army attack is never too far away. And you know what else isn't too far away?
The Bean Kingdom is canon,
The Bean
but
Kingdom
Mario
borders
Party
the Mushroom
isn't.
Kingdom on its northeastern side. It's a much smaller kingdom, only containing a handful of biomes. There's a desert canyon area to the north, and a jungle in the south with some grassland in the middle. Though much of this has been pedestrianised and turned into a castle town by the Beanish, the dominant species here. The kingdom is ruled over by Queen Bean and her son Prince Peasley. The Beanish seem to be much more traditional and valiant people than the Toads. They have a number of blockades set up throughout their small kingdom, and the Bean troops are all fully armoured and armed. Hell, there's even border control here. Getting in requires a trip through the Stardust Fields, and a game of jump rope with the Border Bros. Better than a toll booth, I guess. There are other inhabitants here, such as the Hooligan, the Caraco, the Lagoon Dwellers, and Winkles. The kingdom was once inhabited by the ancient
Little weird fucking
soybean
freaky snail
civilization who had
things.
the ability to fly, dig underground, and run really, really fast. One Beanish, known as Bubbles, spent 1,000 years pleasing the Chocola Reserve, meaning that the Beanish obviously lived for quite a long time. It's possible this long lifespan is the reason that they are so reserved and traditional in their ways. But the Bean Kingdom isn't the only place with a lot of ancient history.
I feel like that
Cool
Mario
boy,
Land got a lot of
Sarasa Land.
remixes in
Most
Mario
Mario
Kart
fans
World.
with a little more than casual knowledge of the series have probably heard of Sarasa Land. This is the mainstay of Super Mario Land and consists of 4 major kingdoms. There's the Buributu Kingdom, which is a vast desert similar to ancient Egypt with hidden ruins and tombs.
The thing with Mario Land is that I dislike when they reference it in the now is that Sarasa Land is so much more than just the Desert Kingdom portion, which is just the first world. But whenever it's referenced, they only ever show the desert stuff. Like, what about the Eastern Kingdom, the Asian Kingdom, the Easter Island Kingdom?
Everywhere. The Chai Kingdom is said to be inspired by ancient China, and so it's safe to assume that this is a fairly mountainous region. The Eastern Kingdom is inspired by Easter Island, and the Muda Kingdom is almost entirely underwater, being little more than a swampland. Sarasa Land is ruled by Princess Daisy, making her more of an empress than a princess, but I guess she's just very humble. Whilst these 4 kingdoms are the only confirmed locations of Sarasa Land, I have a few other islands that I at least think border it. If not, they're probably part of Sarasa Land themselves. See, Mario Land as a series is not just the birthplace of Sarasa Land, but also Wario. Wario, as most people know, is basically an inversion of Mario as a character, made obvious by his recolored outfit, the upside down M or W on his hat, and his warped character traits. Like Mario is a popular hero who strives to be the best person he can. Wario is after more fame than popularity and strives to be the best for himself. Rich and well taken care of. Waluigi would soon join Wario as an inversion of Luigi, again using those same conditions. Whilst Luigi is an anxious and nervous character, Waluigi is sneaky and underhanded. He's all of Luigi's cowardice.
Well, Waluigi was created by Camelot Games and not by Nintendo. Just to make that clear, he's not a Miyamoto-approved creation.
amplified. Anyway, there was originally a concept for like a kind of Wah-Peach, and this got scrapped, I think because we already have a Wah-Peach. Because what do you get when you flip a P upside down? That's right, a lowercase
No, it
p.
got scrapped because it's stupid. It was a stupid idea.
Daisy also has the recolored outfit convention and the warped personality. Daisy certainly isn't a crook or a cheat
Daisy's
like Wario
personality
and Waluigi,
isn't-
so she's
What?
not a negative version of Peach.
I wouldn't say Daisy's personality is Peach's personality, but warped.
Really, but she definitely possesses traits that would have been seen as unladylike, which is basically just Boomer for saying she's kind of a badass. She is frequently shown to be a very rough and tough character who displays a ton of attitude. Mario Strikers Charged highlights the extremes of her and Peach's differing personalities best, in my opinion. Peach definitely acts less.
Thank you, Gondola. Those are seashells that Anne got for me when he went to his, I think when he went to... Was it the wedding trip or the Philippines trip? It was one of those two trips.
Composed than usual in this game, but her posing is still very effeminate. She waves and blows kisses like royalty would when she wins, whilst losing results in a bit of a spoiled temper tantrum. Daisy doesn't get sad when she loses, she gets angry. So much so that her team cowers in fear of it, and when she wins, she doesn't really pose at all, unless it's to emphasize to everyone just how hot she's feeling right now. In Mario Party 3, she even flirts with the Millennium Star in an attempt to get what she wants before knocking the life out of Bowser. Maybe there's a reason he doesn't ever try to take over Sarasa Land. All this is to say that I believe this tells us that Sarasa Land is kind of like a Bizarro version of the Mushroom Kingdom, and that Daisy and Wario are in some way linked. Given that both of them come from the Mario Land series, I think Wario likely resides in Sarasa Land. It would also explain why the enemies fought in the Wario Land series are so different from anything else in the Mario series, and why Wario himself only really shows up for sporting events where prizes are up for grabs. I also think this makes so much more sense thematically because it means Kitchen Island, for example, would be right at home here. Kitchen Island is the setting of Wario Land, where Wario attempts to steal a giant statue of Peach from a band of pirates led by Captain Syrup, so that he himself could hold the statue ransom. In a land where their Mario equivalent is a greedy Tomb Raider, of course pirates and bandits are commonplace. But after plundering for treasure repeatedly, results in karma coming back to bite him in the ass, Wario eventually turns to game development with the WarioWare series. Given the distinct cast of character in these games, I think this is likely Sarasa Land still, with Diamond City being built up from Wario himself using his legitimately acquired wealth. Diamond City visibly looks to be on a
Diamond City and Sarasa Land is certainly a take.
Island, and in WarioWare DIY, we see Diamond Island, which seems to house similar WarioWare production facilities. So, despite the smaller scale, I think Diamond City is likely on Diamond Island, with a Lucker Island, a location from WarioWare Get It Together, a little further down, closer to the Eastern Kingdom, which makes perfect sense thematically, and curiously acts as the intro to Orblon's stage. Perhaps another hint that WarioWare does take place in Sarasa Land, given that aliens were the antagonistic force of Mario Land. I also put Cares Away Island a little further out. I don't think Wario and his team would travel a super long way for a vacation, and it does have a similar aesthetic to the rest of Sarasa Land, so this just kind of makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is that Mario owns a fucking island. The plot of Super Mario Land 2 sees Wario hijacking Mario's private island, Mario Land. He does this whilst Mario is in Sarasa Land saving Daisy in the first game. Again, I think this also just adds to the fact that it makes sense for Wario to be from Sarasa Land. He'd know that Mario was in town and take that opportunity to strike. We also have to assume that Mario Land is
So all those guys in WarioWare can visit Mario? Yes, whenever they want. No.
pretty close to Sarasa Land if Wario had time to hijack it and redecorate, whilst Mario was
That's why
off
they
on his
never show
adventure
up.
there. But it's also got to be pretty close to the Mushroom Kingdom, since it's presumably Peach who awards Mario this island for his heroics, and it'd be a real dick move to give him an island that's half a world away. I think my placement here makes the most sense. Sarasa Land is likely to the east, given its biomes and settings, and the fact there's a whole kingdom called the Eastern Kingdom. So having Mario Land be a central...
Can Link visit Mario? Actually, yes, according to Super Mario RPG.
point between that and the Mushroom Kingdom, which would therefore be more Western, makes sense to me. This would also explain
Love that
why
DeLeo
Daisy
has
only
Twitch
visits
emote
the
style
Mushroom
versions of
Kingdom
the
for
Sly
events
Cooper
like-
characters. I know, right? I saw them on 7 TV. And I was like, you know what? I gotta steal them.
Mario does, and never
I mean,
tags along for
appropriate
main
them.
adventures. It's just kind of too far for her to travel, although she did tag along for one of them. The Flower Kingdom is the main saying of Super
Remember
Mario
Mario
Wonder, the
Wonder?
latest game in the
Where's
series.
the Switch 2 edition
The
at?
Flower Kingdom borders the Mushroom Kingdom pretty closely. We can see mushrooms from a World 1 type area in the background of Wonder's first stage. The Flower Kingdom is ruled by Prince Florian and is inhabited by the Poplins, toad-like creatures that, again, just reinforce how closely linked these two kingdoms must be. As I alluded to, Daisy actually tags along this time, and I think, again, this reinforces the idea that Sarasaland is to the east, because based on the Mushroom Kingdom's position in this first stage in relation to the Flower Kingdom's map, the Flower Kingdom would be to the southeast of the Mushroom border, and therefore mean that this is perhaps less of a trip for Daisy to make. Other than being home to the powerful Wonder Flowers, we don't know much about the Flower Kingdom. Mario Wonder is, like I said, the latest entry in the series, so maybe we'll learn more about this later. Now,
Probably
if only
not.
there was a less dangerous holiday destination we could visit.
Mario Odyssey clearly shows what Delfino Island is on the world map. You just can't go to it. It's just a cameo.
Al Delfino is of course the main setting of Super Mario Sunshine. We
And a
know from
lot
the
of Mario
promotional
Kart
Odyssey map
tracks.
and the flight trajectory of Peach's in-flight guide that Al Delfino and its surrounding islands are located to the west of the Mushroom Kingdom, and roughly along the equator. This also influenced the positioning of the Darkland in the Mushroom Kingdom, since Bowser presumably had to be able to not only get here before Mario did, but also without them noticing, and that's easier for him to do if he doesn't have to fly past Peach's castle. Delfino Isle is home to the Piantas and the Noki. The Noki primarily reside in Noki Bay beneath the main island, whilst the Piantas are absolutely everywhere. The fact that they also appear in several other locations across the planet whilst the Noki don't might indicate that the Piantas somewhat colonized the island, honestly, which is kind of wild to think about. They're generally
They're
quite
colonizers.
judgmental people and are quick to paint Mario as guilty, throwing him in jail when the game begins, whilst the Noki are timid and more trusting in nature,
Mario's a
being much
fucking
nicer
crook.
to Mario and seem to be kind of aware that he's not the imposter that's running around. The Piantas also clearly have established trade routes and entertainment facilities on the island, meaning that they might have basically commandeered the place and turned it into a tourist attraction. Something to think about. Interestingly, this is the first mainline Mario game to feature a playable Yoshi Mountain since his first appearance in Mario World, and that's exactly where we're going next. Ooh boy, okay, this one's kind of complicated. In Super Mario World, we see Yoshi's Island as this very small landmass that is part of a bigger stretch of islands referred to as
Then it
Dinosaur
turns out
Land.
Yoshi has
This
his
is
own
kinda
island
weird
by the same
because
name.
In the Yoshi's Island series, which takes place when Mario was a baby, the island seems much bigger. It's close to the sea level and it contains a lot of different biomes. Now this is pretty speculative, but my theory is that due to natural erosion, several attacks from Bowser over the years,
Global
and I
warming!
assume a lot of heavy earth-shattering movement from the sort of creatures you expect to find from somewhere called Dinosaur Land.
Oh, he's
that
coping.
Yoshi's
Miyamoto didn't
Island
give
from
a
the
fuck.
past slowly broke apart, and only that original piece of land retained the title, whilst the other parts that broke off got new names, collectively becoming Dinosaur Land. Like I said, I don't have much evidence to support this, admittedly, other than the shapes kind of matching here. I think this is just a pretty reasonable explanation for the size differences in my opinion. Egg Island from Yoshi's New Island is a totally new one that floats above the ocean. Again, this could have fallen and become part of what we now call Dinosaur Land, but either way, it's up in the sky, so it doesn't belong on this map. There's also Jewelry Land, the setting of Yoshi Safari. I assume this is either in Dinosaur Land or at
It's
least
actually
very
counting
close
Yoshi
to it.
Safari, but
the
not Mario
geography
Party.
there is pretty similar, and guess what? Yoshis live here, so it must be pretty close. And let's dive into that for a second, because the placement of Dinosaur Land on this map was pretty strategic actually. Yoshi, as most Mario fans will know, isn't a character and rather a species of dinosaur that originates from Yoshi's Island. They're found all over Dinosaur Land, of course.
Dude,
but
Mario
they
RPGs
can
would
also
blow
be
this
found in a
guy's
few
mind.
other
There's a different
places.
world map
Jewelry
every
Land,
game.
of course, so we know Dinosaur Land must
Completely
exist
fucks with
near
his
that.
geography.
The Mushroom Kingdom sees a fair few examples of Yoshis living throughout the land, so Dinosaur Land must be in relative close proximity to its shorelines. Perhaps the most
I guess he's
interesting
only
is the
doing the
Bean
main
Kingdom,
games, though.
which sees a pretty high number of Yoshis despite its small size. And it also has Rexes living here. Another
like he's doing
Dinosaur
Superstar
Land
Saga
native
right here.
species only ever shows up in 3 locations across the franchise. Those being Dinosaur Land, the Bean Kingdom, and Vibe Island. Lastly, Delfino Isles sees a small number of Yoshis inhabiting that island. Now, because of the Bean
I just acknowledged he talked about
relatively
Superstar
dense
Saga.
population of Yoshis,
I caught myself
I would assume the
mid-sentence.
Yoshis probably moved there first before making their way to the Mushroom Kingdom. We actually haven't seen many Yoshis here outside of spin-offs, so I don't get the impression that many of them migrated beyond the Bean Kingdom. Those that did probably favoured tropical climates and headed straight for Old Delfino instead. This would make sense given that their relative positions to the Mushroom Kingdom mean that Yoshis would never have to move through much of the Mushroom Kingdom itself in order to get there. We do also have 4 playable Yoshis in the Flower Kingdom, but considering they are literally the only 4 here, I assume Yoshis don't inhabit the kingdom and instead were brought along by Mario and his crew whilst traveling. So this spot provides
obviously
easy
the intro
access to
shows that.
Jewelry Land, the Bean Kingdom, Isle Delfino, and the Mushroom Kingdom, whilst also being far away enough from Sarasa Land and other locations that we'll get to later, don't have Yoshis walking about eating fruit and stuff. And jumping back a bit, I mentioned Rexes inhabit Vibe Island from Super Princess Peach. This is a remote island that I feel confident saying borders Dinosaur Land closely. Not only because it's one of 3 locations in the series to house Rexes, but it's also the only place that ravens exist outside of the original Yoshi's Island, and of course Egg Island. So it stands to
Also
reason
takes a lot of
that it
inspiration
must
from
be
Mario
pretty
World in
close
general.
by. I don't
Super
really have a
Princess
clean
Peach.
segue for the next section, but let's talk about the Odyssey shit. This is simultaneously one of the most spelled out and most frustrating sections to map, because Odyssey does have a map and planet-wide view
gives
of
you the whole
globe,
map.
which
That's
pinpoints
Mario's
exactly
world
where each
there.
of the game's
There it
kingdoms
is.
are.
No need
It
for the
just kind of
video.
completely
Duh.
hides everything else. We can definitely assume that Odyssey's globe is not a full and accurate map of Mario's planet. The Mushroom
Oh,
Kingdom
you're
cannot
coping,
possibly
'cause it
be
doesn't
this
match
small
your
given
model.
how many games take place in it, with so many different biomes that just aren't shown here. But we can actually pretty feasibly work around these kingdoms and put them into our map here. We know all of Odyssey's kingdoms are located to the east of the Mushroom Kingdom, since the Cap Kingdom is next to it, and we progress round the globe to the right in the game. Again, all of these kingdoms are
Marked one.
explicitly laid out here, so there's not...
Thank you, Marked One, for the raid with the party of 25. Welcome to the pre-anime night Sly Cooper chill, as I listen to this guy try to explain to me what the Mario world is like. Hello, Draggers, Egging 1738, Mushroom Dukem, Marked One himself. Welcome in, welcome in. It's been a chill day of me listening to videos while playing this game. I'm almost done. I'm going for 100% like I do with everything. Yeah, this is Sly 4, the Suspicious One for PS3, but I'm cloud streaming it through the power of the cloud on my PS5 because I never had a PS3 and I never ported this one or re-whatevered it.
Much to speculate. It's pretty simple stuff. We do have this large unmapped area down here that some people speculate is actually Sarasa Land, but there's not enough desert here in my opinion, and that would also move Mario Land further away from the Mushroom Kingdom, as well as make Daisy's trip to the Flower Kingdom less viable, so I don't really agree with that. The most noteworthy thing about Odyssey is the Metro Kingdom, by far the most civilized and technologically advanced part of the planet, with more modern fashion and giant bustling cities. But what we're really interested in here is New Donk City, because what did
How was
man
the stream
evolve
there?
from?
What were we doing? What were you doing, bruv? Is he gonna include Donkey Kong here? I guess he included Yoshi, it's fine.
The Metro Kingdom is pretty cemented as the location where Mario first fought Donkey Kong in my opinion. There's the festival celebrating Mario's victory, Pauline being the mayor there, the trademark
Mostly
red
playing
scaffolding
games.
everywhere.
Good to
and
hear,
just the
good to
fact
hear.
It's called New Donk City. This is also likely where Mario and Luigi
Hey,
came
OMG
from,
Zelda.
or at least lived for a while during their adult years. Considering most of their early adventures and jobs take place in urban environments.
The movie
resembling
says
a
they
busy
came from
city.
Brooklyn,
My
though.
assumption is that it's while clearing out Koopas from the sewers in Mario Bros. that they fall for a pipe that ends up taking them either
The
to
guy
the
eating the
Mushroom
pizza
Kingdom
is
for
it
the
the mod
first time,
pizza?
or taking them
I
back
fucking
there
skipped
if
that.
they were born there originally, which Yoshi's Island kind of suggests they might. Once again, the movie kind of backs up this.
I thought the gimmick with that place was you can mod the pizza and put whatever toppings you want on it. So it was kind of like it was a head scratcher when he got the pizza and did nothing interesting with it whatsoever. My theory behind that is because it doubles as his dinner. And it's not a theory so much as something that he's just straight up said. Guys, this doubles as my dinner. I'm not gonna order something that I don't want to eat. Like, what the fuck was the point, bish? That's the difference between Feasting with the King and DSP Tries It. Feasting with the King is him just eating dinner with us. But DSP Tries It is when he actually eats new shit.
Idea, only using Brooklyn instead of New Donk City. And we know from concept art that New Donk originally had Mario proportioned civilians, so I think this makes sense.
They're really excited for tomorrow night.
Anyway,
What
for
for?
this to be a city that Mario fought Donkey Kong in, Donkey Kong had to be able to get there with relative ease, and that means that the DK Isles can't be that far off. Which this actually adds up surprisingly well, because the Metro Kingdom is shown to be a very northern region, and wouldn't you know it, one of the islands just south of DK Island is called the Northern Cremasphere. There's really only one place on the map that can be, right? And this is the same of Donkey Kong Country 3. It's home to a lot
Metagrain
of
interview
very
with Church
jolly
tomorrow,
dares
okay.
who bear a striking
I was not
resemblance
aware,
to
you
another
guys.
rarely sighted platform mascot. Many of you will know that Rare worked on not only the Donkey Kong Country games for the SNES, but also Donkey Kong 64 and Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing takes place on Timbers Island and features two of Rare's other characters, Banjo and Conker. The important thing
Is he
here
gonna
is that
include
neither of them
Banjo
had
and
their own
Conker in
games
this
when
map?
Diddy Kong Racing released, meaning that regardless of messy legal issues forbidding them from interacting nowadays, Banjo, Kazooie and Conker all live within close proximity to Timbers Island and by extension, Donkey Kong Island. I know the fact they're Rare characters complicates this slightly, but given the amount of references to each other in their respective games, the fact Rare was basically a first-party developer anyway, and the fact that they were all Donkey Kong characters first, is enough for me to include their respective homes on this map. I mean, look at the way Donkey Kong, Diddy, and K will cheer in the Smash trailer. They definitely know these dudes. Donkey Kong Country 2 takes place on Crocodile Isle, a man-made Kremlin hideout that neighbours Donkey Kong Island. This could also be seen in Donkey Kong 64, which confirms the existence of the Banana Fairy Island nearby as well.
Joel gonna be
Tropical Freeze
seething?
sees Donkey Kong and the gang blown very far away
Maybe?
from Donkey Kong Island, and they get back there by traversing a group of nearby islands, in this order, so we know that they must be arranged like this in order for the gang's route home to make sense. I don't think they would have been going all about and taking the scenic route. You know, time was kind of a big factor. Finally, DK Isles includes a group of islands seen in the Donkey Kong Jungle Climber video game. Since we don't see or hear any of these islands in Tropical Freeze nor vice
Jungle
versa,
Climber?
I have to assume that these exist in the opposite direction. And lastly, I have these two islands that don't really fit cleanly into any of the other sections, but this Pillow Island is the main setting of Mario and Luigi Dream Team. It is home to an ancient race of pillow-like people known as the Pillows. Mario, Luigi and Peach are all invited there on vacation and don't seem to have been there before, so I assume it must be very far removed from the Mushroom Kingdom, hence where I've placed it on the map. Finally, we have the Kingdom of Basque, introduced in Mario Tennis Aces of all things. This area was once ruled by a King Basque until Lucien attacked. Lucien is an evil spirit possessing a tennis racket or something, because of course he is. And the story is also suspiciously
he is literally the tennis racket.
Again, due to the obscurity and the cast's lack of knowledge on this area, I would assume that this place is also fairly far removed from everything else. And there we go. That's it. The entire Mario planet mapped out for all to see. But I hear your cries, your plea. That's it.
Okay, there it is. That's everything. That's it. There, look, you got everything. You got all the sports shit sequestered in the top left. You got Donkey Kong's entire existence in the top. All the Odyssey shit to the right. You got the Mario Wonder stuff, the Mario Land stuff, all neat in the bottom right there. You got Dinosaur Land in the bottom left. Bean Bean Kingdom's there. Bean Bean Kingdom has to be within close proximity of the Mushroom Kingdom, because they are both canonically neighbors. You got the Sunshine stuff towards the left, and then Mushroom Kingdom itself, and it's shaped like a mushroom because Odyssey says it's shaped like a mushroom. It's pretty good, outside of going out of his way to ignore certain things like the Mario Party games. Where's he gonna stick the Mario Kart World map? Maybe in that big empty space on the right.
Entire Mario planet mapped out for all to see. But I hear your cries, your pleas. Where's Subcon, you ask? What about the Sprixie?
Well, Subcon's a world of dreams, and Sprixie Kingdom's like in a it's another world altogether. I don't accept that Mario Kart. That's a cope explanation. Just put Mario Kart World in the right there, on the right side of the map. And no, I didn't see that, Nurgle.
Kingdom and Lake Latka.
Oh, because I opened that, the audio fucked up.
Cries, your pleas. Where's Subcon, you ask? What about the Sprixie Kingdom and Lake Latka? How about the hundreds of Paper Mario locations?
He doesn't
and the
give a
painting
fuck!
worlds from 64? Well...
Oh, I guess he does.
Let's start with the most isolated of the bunch. Paper Mario is not the real Mario. I don't care what Miyamoto says about all the Marios being the
Look at him. He's disregarding canon. Miyamoto said very clearly that unlike Zelda, it is always the same Mario. It's always the same Mario. He's just rendered differently. It's due to the art style.
Saying.
So there are multiple links.
Brothership is a different dimension altogether. I think this video predates Brothership.
But is it?
I don't care what Miyamoto says about all the Marios being the same.
So there are multiple links, but is it always the same Mario?
We're going back to this rule.
Okay, but like look, the question is phrased, it's framed in such a way that Miyamoto obviously misinterpreted it.
Paper Jam is an entry in the Mario and Luigi series where Paper Mario meets regular Mario. It directly contradicts this, and Paper Mario itself backs this up too, in my opinion. See, there's this dude called Herringway. Get it? Like Hemingway. Anyway, Herringway is an author who's writing a series of novels called Paper Mario. And given that these games open with books being read a lot of the time, I think this implies that the Paper Mario games are stories written about Mario. Herringway's character being a kind of self-insert in this case. The series is literally referred to as Mario's story in Japan, and we see the characters emerge.
Wrong. It was only referred to as Mario's Story for the Nintendo 64 entry. Every entry after that is just called Paper Mario. Thousand Year Door in Japan is called Paper Mario RPG.
From a book in Paper Jam. And
He's
if that wasn't
dead.
enough,
He didn't do
Mario
his research.
folds himself like only someone who is made of literal paper could, and fights actual real-world office equipment in some of these titles. There is zero chance that any of this happened to the real Mario. Subcon,
but
or
what
the
if it
saying of
did?
Super Mario Bros. 2 is a dream.
No,
Most people
no,
know.
I gotta cut back. How is it unrealistic that Mario fights office supplies, but it is realistic that Mario went to a dreamland to defeat a giant frog? Like, shut the fuck up. This guy sucks, and he's probably British.
But sorry if you didn't. It's a pretty old game. I feel like the spoiler warning wasn't necessary. I don't think Subcon exists as a physical place, and considering neither War nor Subcon as a place have shown up since, I don't think it's any sort of dream realm either. It's literally just a regular ass dream. The Luigi, Peach, and Toad here aren't real either, just Mario dreaming about them. The opening text makes it pretty clear that this is Mario's dream and his dream alone. It does also say he wakes up from that dream and finds it in a cave, but the end reveals that
that's
this
the
is
plot.
not the case. Mario likely sees
Oh, that's
real-world
that's
enemies
Mario
like
dreaming
Shy Guys
after his
because
victory.
The damn thing's
It was
terrorized
real.
him
It
as a
all
baby.
happened.
Dreaming about childhood trauma is not that far of a stretch, honestly. Mario 64 sees Mario jumping into paintings that are hung inside Peach's castle and take him to different locations. These are total fabrications.
they're all in the paintings.
Several
That's
sources,
understandable.
including the official player guide, the game's website, and the manual, use wording that heavily suggests that Bowser is turning the painting world's inhabitants into his army, and says that they'll eventually spill into the real world. The worlds do not exist on this planet physically. They have no physical form beyond the castle itself.
They're just a
There is some
concept, they're just an
speculation that
idea.
these were painted using the same ink as the magic paintbrush in Sunshine, which it could be. However, that ink tends to teleport Mario to real locations around Delfino Isle, as well as create living beings and enemies, so I think it's pretty different. They also look pretty different in my opinion. Finally, there's the Sprixie Kingdom. This place definitely exists, but not in any earthly sense as far as I'm concerned. The clear pipe and pink void used to reach it the fact it's inhabited by magic fairy creatures, and the abstract map design leads me to the conclusion that this world is in some sort of separate fairy realm. There's also the fact that the clear pipes used to reach it don't exist anywhere else that we've seen, and the spruces themselves seem to have to construct these pipes in order to allow others access to their world. I think Lake Lapcat probably falls somewhere in this realm too, and Bowser Jr. is able to teleport Mario there from the Mushroom Kingdom using that magic ink once again. And that's it, all of them, every location accounted for.
I was wondering when it would bring up Galaxy.
Oh, come on.
I mean, that's kind of easy. Just say this is space, bitch. I don't gotta explain shit.
Okay, this is going to be a pretty quick section because no, I'm not mapping out the entire universe.
You
I just wanted
lazy.
to acknowledge that, yes, the Comet Observatory exists, and Rosalina is up there somewhere, but considering it's a spaceship as well, it could literally be anywhere. The same goes for places like Rainbow Road and the various Star Worlds we see throughout the platforming games.
There's like
They're
fucking
usually
10
accessed
Rainbow
through
Roads.
warps and portals,
I guess
so
that's
their
fair.
locations are impossible for us to pin down. The one thing, however, we can get a good idea of is this planet's moon. We explore the moon pretty thoroughly in Odyssey, and it's not super interesting, honestly. It's a pretty barren moon with craters on, as you'd expect. It's
But
home to a
it's the
chapel
moon.
that I assume Bowser built, but again, that's kind of hard to say. The core is pretty wild, though. The moon is full of
What do you
these
think was gonna be
cube-like
there?
core
What's the
veins
moon?
that the art
Ain't
of Super
nothing there.
Mario Odyssey reveals to be the raw source of the game's power moons. When Mario and Bowser seemingly destroy or maybe activate the moon's core, various moon rocks throughout the Odyssey kingdom seem to activate, allowing Mario to collect more power moons. The moon is also home to a race of rabbit creatures. The main group in Odyssey call themselves the Broodals, but that's not their species name as far as I can tell. Specifically, Rabbit Ridge on the dark side of the moon is where they're from. Rabbits have had a mysterious connection with space in this series for a long time. The Star Bunnies
It actually goes
debuted
back to
officially
Japanese
in Super
folklore.
Mario
It's
Galaxy,
not unique
and
to
some
Mario.
instances of them seem to imply that Star Bunnies are actually Lumas in disguise.
No,
Whether
it's
this is
it's
all
just
of them or
Japanese
just some of
folklore.
them
That's
is
just what
kinda
they're
difficult
referencing.
to say. But even before then, we see bunnies being mysterious entities in Super Mario 64 DS. There's these glowing white ones that will give you a key that opens a mysterious door, and even in the original 64, Mips has always had a kind of out-of-place vibe to him. What's he doing down in the basement?
Well,
Why does
Mips
he
was
only
like a
show up
testing
couple of
character they
times?
made
And
for the
why does he
game.
have 2 power stars on him? And
just
if you
gave him a
wanna
real
go way
role
back, Super
of
Mario
the game
Land
was
2
finished.
introduces Bunny Mario, which is a form Mario gets when he grabs a carrot power-up. And again, this is another game where the moon appears as an explorable location. Interestingly,
But it's not
Bunny Mario
directly.
is never
There's
seen
no
again
direct
after
correlation
this.
to the bunny
But
power
yeah,
up.
rabbits definitely come from various moons, or just there's one moon in the Mario universe. This is likely inspired by the mythical moon rabbit, a mythical figure in East Asian and indigenous American folklore, based on interpretations that identified the dark markings on the near side of the moon as looking like a rabbit. And with that, we've
Oh,
covered
at least you
just
brought it
about
up.
every single location in the world. Mario's Wild Days. R1 is considerably easier to map out, and someone already did that. I'm 1000% sure I missed something or got something wrong, so be sure to
There's
let
like
me
a
know
dozen
what
games
your
you didn't bring up.
interpretations are in the comments. Remember, this is all my opinion. This series is a mess. None of this is canon. And if you enjoyed this video, drop us a like, maybe a sub, if you're feeling generous. And remember, brothership is probably going to ruin us in a few months anyway, so none of this matters. Good night, everyone.
Nah, it actually didn't, because it all took place in another dimension. It was another Mario Isekai. That guy was wrong. Wrong. Pretty good video overall. Disappointed with a few of the cop-outs he made, though. But not like, oh, I'm gonna cry. Ah! Okay, I got an hour until anime night, but I gotta get this last mask. That's all I'm missing. I'm missing one mask. And then a bunch of trophies. But like, some of these trophies are dented. I'll focus on the masks, I guess. Where's Mario teach typing? New York City, probably. And then that's how, well, can you go to New York and Mario is missing? I was gonna say that'd be like the perfect segue. You know, after he teaches typing, then he goes to New York City, and then he gets kidnapped, and then it's Luigi's at the rescue. But yeah, he didn't include Mario's missing. Maps the whole con country, but won't map space. It's just too much work, you guys. Okay, let me focus on this. Even though I'm gonna die. This is like the super arcade. Get it? He's like saying technical terms.
You're not exactly the fastest
I'm gonna die.
processor, are you?
Every time you get hit, your power-ups get downgraded. You kind of don't want that to happen, but it's supposed to be the hardest one, so you get hit real easily. Oh my lord! Oh damn it, I gotta do all of them? I mean...
Jeez, it's like a pinball machine in here.
I mean, I love this section. I love motion controls, guys. Better pray Bentley's Hat Pack isn't on PS Now. You mean PS Plus? I don't call it PS Now anymore. It might be though. I feel like it is. Oh, don't send me back. Don't send me back. Is it gonna send me back? Is this one and done? It is. But it's so easy to die. What the fuck? It's so easy to die in that segment. Hey, Samar. Suffering in Eddie B's favorite game. So why do I get a health bar for the first segment, but the second segment, I fall off and just instant death? Back to the long auto-scroller.
Every little ionic bit helps.
I gotta go gamer mode for this. Maximum Zen. Hello there. Gotta hit the target score too. That's why I'm focusing on enemies. The more I power up, the higher my score multiplier is. It's not on there? I might have won. See, how was I supposed to see that? That guy was totally off screen. feel like I should be like level 7 by now or something.
Yes, I just gave the valence shell.
Okay, back to the boss.
Get it, you one-eyed silicon freak. Uh-oh, I think your data bus just crashed.
Well, okay, that was pretty clean. Wondering where the raccoon. Well, we're playing as his turtle friend right now. I already beat the game. I'm just going for 100%. 100% requires doing a bunch of extra shit. Oh no. The audio cut out. Okay, it's back. This is your cloud streaming, Sony.
Come on, Bentley, stay on target.
I'm trying to. My name's not Bentley. That's your name. I've already got 10 seconds to go. Okay, got like 30 seconds left. I have no idea how wonky this is to do with the controller. It's not even the right controller that they want you to do it with. I'm doing it with a freaking DualSense. Oh, there's the mask. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, it's a 6-axis thing. Which is weird, because the game came out in 2013. 6-axis stuff really kind of lost fire after, like, what, the first year PS3 was out? Second year? 6-axis motion controls in 2013, you guys? Uncharted 1 used it for grenades? I always hear how the first Uncharted is a bit, wonky. Okay, that's pretty bad, that's pretty bad, that's pretty bad. The top score was like 4,000. Yeah, that's what I remember it being, seeing all the marketing. Again, I didn't have the PS3. I saw the marketing. I thought it was like just a promo thing to get the Wii people. trying to launch it at the one? That's pretty, look, that one's pretty tough to do given how wonky the shape is for the enemy when it's in that form. Oh well, we did it. Sorta, maybe. I don't know, I'm getting scared. Why do I have less than half HP?
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Oh, big ups.
Do the trick. The gate is open. Time to dock the ship.
And that's how it's done.
Yeah, high score.
Whoa, and of course, yes. You have earned a trophy for that. Why is he still shooting? It's okay, Bentley. Be at ease.
Commencing hack.
Alright, we gotta check the thing. What's the mask total here? I'm missing one. I know I'm missing one. I gotta figure out where the hell it is. Okay, it is here. Yes, that's true. And of course, there's only one job here. Oh, I gotta actually replay the job. Or wait, it might be in the prologue.
Alright, jump and press the circle button.
I guess I should check the ones here. I remember I got one as Tennessee. So there's 5. One from the arcade machine. One I got here. And I think I got 2 in the prologue.
Melita.
Hey, MTC dude. Yeah, I'm trying to finish this before anime night tonight. And figure out where this last mask is. But welcome in, welcome. I hope everything's going well for you, sir.
If the problem has a solution, then worrying is pointless.
Look at these guys hanging out.
Be solved.
Alright, one was in the Tennessee section.
If you want to fight
What about
me,
here?
Luigi, you'd better find your cape.
Actually, if I can't hit anything, it wouldn't be here.
Engaging main
Emblem, engage! I'm dead.
Engineers, report to the bridge. It is time to calibrate the machine.
Yeah, what happened to the music?
All crew report to stations. Prepare for departure.
I wonder if any of these trucks will provide a challenge.
No, okay.
The problem has a solution, then worry.
Backup playlist was being silly.
Rat troopers at 12 o'clock.
There's a Racc van inspired by the Mystery Machine. We're gonna say yes because that's the funny answer, but I don't know if that's the actual... I don't know if that's confirmed.
No time for a break, guys. We have to keep moving. There's Bob's cave. Looks like this one is all you, Ryoichi.
It is my pleasure, my most hairy ancestor.
Your determination is impressive, but ultimately pointless compared.
Is it anywhere here? What? What? Why is there just a giant open fucking space there? Agent's life makes me uncomfortable. I do appreciate the Tanuki inspiration, but to do that, to accomplish that, they basically redesigned him. He looked completely different in the soulful PS2 games. This is the one, this entry, Sony does not want you to remember this entry. Okay, I think I might know where it is. You're supposed to go forward. What about here? No, that's not an area? Alright, this time I won't fuck it up. I'm only fucking it up because I'm trying to look for the mask.
Okay, the Paradox is gearing up for something. We need to hurry. Keep moving.
Shut up, Bentley, I'm thinking.
These traps are almost too easy for
Is it really not here? Maybe it is in the prologue.
I wonder if any of these traps will provide.
I want our little problem taken care of now.
No, I got fooled. I wish there was like some sort of counter to let you know, like, because it tells you how many masks are in each world, but it doesn't tell you if you got, like, okay, if a job has a mask, I wish there'd be a counter to let you know if you got every mask in a job. Do I need a clue? If you got one for me. Thing is, I could have gotten it already, and I don't even know it, because again, there's no counter to remind me if I have or not. I did this job a while back, dude. I might go back to the prologue. Two in the prologue, two in the epilogue, one in the arcade. Well, I already know that. I just got the one in the arcade. Let me check the prologue. Because you say two in the epilogue. Well, I know for a fact I got one with Tennessee when I was playing the game, because I distinctly remember that. Pillar of box immediately to your right. Jump over the corner of a pit to get the mask. So it was in that room? Well, then I'm checking the prologue for no reason then. You say there were two in the prologue. I do remember getting two in the prologue. One with Sly, which is when they introduced the concept, and then the other with Bentley. So then it is that one. All the other ones are accounted for in my mind. My mind's eye. I quit the mission for no reason. Ah!
All right.
Okay, so not this room. Fell for it again, award. I'm just too greedy, man.
If the problem has a solution, then worrying is pointless.
Don't worry, Murray's got it taken care of. The body slam's too powerful, dude. I mean, the thunder flop.
There's Bob's cave.
I mean, these boxes? Oh my god, no way. There it is. Whoa, buddy. Do I get a trophy for that? What do I get? I got Goo Gods. Oh, look, there's a trophy right there. How would I have known to look there? Ah! 75% trophies, though. You're out here 100%ing the forgottenest of games. This is only forgotten because people wanted it until it came out and then they realized they didn't want it that much anymore. Basically, to 100% the game, I gotta get the remaining trophies, which I do intend to do. There's a secret ending associated with 100%ing everything. I need to platinum the game. And then I'll show you the secret ending. And then we'll move on to Jack and Daxter, which won the nostalgia poll a couple of weeks ago. I've been slacking on it, I know. But I promise we'll get to it. Just I 100% at the other 3 Sly games, so I feel like it's only fair. It's just that this one in particular asks quite a lot from you if you want to beat the game. I usually don't consider games with achievements. Like, I don't consider doing the achievements as part of completionism because those are typically outside of the game themselves and through the console UI. But in this case, the trophies are actually acknowledged in the game and required for completion. Would your fans donate to Jack and Daxter? How many years have you set up the donated copy? No, I don't have my own. What the hell was that guy's name? Whatever, he's not memorable. His name, we don't need to remember his name. He's not a person like you and me. I don't have my own one of those guys. Ariat Lord, Flip-Flop Lord. I love how you said his name wrong, but that reminded me of what his name was. But that'll be what we'll do. Anime night is beginning in a half hour, and my DualSense is about to run out of battery. So I think this is it's a good time for us to be getting and going. We put a huge dent. Yeah, we put a huge dent in the backup playlist too. A couple of videos left. A lot of them are true crime. Yeah, it's all coming together. I'll play this one more time. Find a good day for it. Maybe when we get Mario Karted out again. And then I'll finish up the remaining trophies, however many of them are left. And then we'll get the secret ending. And then Jack and Dax after that. Jack and Daxter. Alright, but who's alive? Who do we stalk? Whose house are we going to? Anne's alive, but Anne's gonna end. Anne has to go have fun with me, personally. We could just raid Tevin and call it easy. Make it easy. Call it easy. Make it easy. He's playing anime. Oh, he's playing the new game. Okay, yeah. I think he's playing the new thing. He's a Nintendo purist. He's a baby. He knows nothing about the world. I know things about the world. All right, we're roosting. Sorry, I'm looking off screen here, so it looks like the shy lady's having an aneurysm. I promise you, she's doing okay. There we go. Thank you guys for Saturday Chill. It was fun and meaningful, and a lot was learned. It was a very educational stream. Fun was had by all. Mute that. Cut this back on. Xenoblade music. I'm not trying to tear up right now. I'm trying to, well, not hit to bed. I'm trying to head to anime. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, everybody. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen __ ones who made it to the end of this stream. We appreciate everybody that stopped by, and we'll read all the positivity, and then you know, we'll head off into that good night. Thank you to Ralph with the follow, Marked 1, Rate with the party of 25, Red Animator with the 7 stream streak, congratulations, and Perez with the 90 stream streak, whoa buddy, and I think that's it. Yeah, we're good. Tevin is playing the newest hotness. I think he is. It looks like it, so I'm gonna just say it is, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you still get anime gameplay from him anyway, because there's no DSP tonight. Either way, it's gonna be anime night, no matter where you go. But anime night tonight in Baby Park. The season finale of this anime season. All the shows we loved and we didn't love so much coming to a worthwhile conclusion. It'll be all worth it. And if you don't go there, like I said, Tevin playing the latest Atlas hotness. That's the raid message. Not sure what I want to do tomorrow. Could be no more Cardin. Could be going back to Xenoblade. See how I'm feeling. Or we could just, like, fucking wrap up Sly tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye. Adios and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. If we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. 07s, thank you for the 07s. Let's get some 07s. And let me get some fucking charge cords for my DualSense. Like, what the fuck? That's why PS5 streams can't last too long. The controller's got a dog shit battery life. Bye-bye.